do not approach the dais. And please, let's be respectful to each other as the hearing goes along. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and one of us, the Sergeant at Arms, will kindly assist you. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lynn Schulman, Chair of the New York City Council's Committee on Health. Before we start, I want to dedicate today's hearing to former Councilmember Paul Vallone, who unexpectedly passed away earlier this year and who is an especially devoted animal advocate. I want to thank everyone for joining us at today's important and long overdue hearing on the state of animal rescue in New York City. We will also be hearing introduction number 1018, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan and myself, which would implement the state's prohibition of the sale of cats and dogs in retail pet shops and require that any person who sells animals to the public in their ordinary course of business receive a permit to do so from the city's health department. Before we begin, I would like to note that we are joined by Council members Zhuang, Marmorato, Areola, and of course, Councilmember Brannan. Today, we will be discussing the current state of animal rescue in New York City. Animal welfare is a fundamental aspect of our community's health and compassion, and at this hearing, we will be examining how the city is meeting these responsibilities. We will hear testimony from the Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare, the Animal Care Centers of New York City, also known as ACC, the Health Department, and the many animal welfare and rescue organizations, individual rescuers, and animal advocates in the city who have dedicated their life to this work. I also want to thank the ASPCA for the incredible work they do to help our city's animals and pet owners. And by the way, the ASPCA is outside City Hall today showcasing some wonderful animals they have up for adoption. So please stop by if you can. I believe they're here until noon today. As chair of the Health Committee, I am committed to making sure that the city is providing enough resources and support to address this issue, and we will use this hearing as an opportunity to explore ideas for potential legislation and identify actionable steps to take to enhance these efforts. Over the past 2 years, New York City reached an alarmingly high rate of pet surrenders following the surge in adoptions during the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, the number of adoptions from ACC and other organizations has largely decreased. In 2018, about 700 dogs were adopted per quarter from ACC shelters, and in 2020, that number dropped to 180. In the first quarter of 2024, there were a little over 300 dog adoptions from ACC, which is not even half the pre-pandemic rate. During that same period, ACC took in about 7,500 animals, a 33% increase from 2021. ACC has been a critical player in managing animal intake, providing shelter, and working to find homes for our city's animals in need. But their facilities and staff are being stretched far beyond their capacity. We must understand both ACC's successes and the challenges they face to ensure that every animal receives the care that they deserve, which includes determining whether sufficient funding and resources are being allocated to them. ACC is not the only organization doing this valuable work. I want to thank the numerous rescue organizations and independent rescuers throughout the city who dedicate their time and resources to this issue, including the organizations that I have visited over the past few weeks. It is vital that we recognize all their invaluable contributions and explore how the city and ACC can support them better. This is especially true for those who volunteer their time and energy to helping the 500,000 feral cats estimated to be living on the streets and in feral cat colonies around the city. These rescuers face substantial challenges. They lack adequate resources, funding, and most critically, access to low-cost and high-volume spay and neuter services, which is very necessary to make a meaningful impact on stabilizing the feral cat population. New York City stands in contrast to other cities and states in the United States who have devoted significant funding to government programs that provide access to low-cost spay and neuter procedures for both pet owners and rescuers. Access to low-cost and affordable veterinary care is one of the main drivers of pet surrenders and the decline in adoption rates nationwide and in New York City. According to the New York Times, the cost of veterinary care in the United States has increased by 60% over the past 10 years, outpacing inflation. This is due to various factors such as an increasing shortage of veterinarians and technicians. A national survey showed that about 1/3 of pet owners report avoiding going to the vet due to financial constraints. And according to Forbes, New York City ranks number 6 among the most expensive cities to own a dog. This is not acceptable. Another increasingly prevalent problem is people surrendering their pets due to housing challenges. In New York City, it is becoming harder to afford housing and find housing that allows or is suitable for pets. When tenants move to new rental properties with strict pet regulations, they often face the heartbreaking choice of whether to give up their beloved pets, a choice that no one should have to make. According to the organization Voters for Animal Rights, New York City's spending per capita on animal welfare is far lower than the amount spent by cities such as Miami, Dallas, and Los Angeles. New York City has a long history of being a national leader in the implementation of innovative policies. We need to ensure that city resources are being adequately provided as well as funded, but we must also address the root causes of these issues and not simply put a bandage on a deep wound and hope for the best. In conclusion, I would like to thank the members of the administration who are present today, as well as ACC and all of the organizations and animal advocates who are here to make their voices heard. We appreciate your time, but kindly request that members of the public be patient and adhere to their allotted testimony time so that everyone has an equal opportunity to testify. I would also like to thank my staff and the Health Committee staff for their work on this hearing. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Brannan to make a statement on his bill, introduction number 1018. Councilmember Brannan.
Thank you, Chair Schulman, and thank you for convening this very important and long overdue hearing. And I appreciate you hearing my bill today. They say that the moral progress of a society can be judged by the way its animals are treated, and I think we're here today because we can all agree that the greatest city in the world needs to do a much better job at being the most humane city in the world. And I've been an animal welfare advocate since I was 13 years old. I'm now one of 51 lawmakers in the city of New York and in a position to do something about it. I'm often the first to defend the fiery passion of animal activists when others assume that there's some sort of ulterior motivation. There is no ulterior motivation. We just all really, really care about animals, and we want to get this right. And not just only on my bill, but on the hearing today that Chair Schulman has convened us for. I think the mayor talks a lot about going upstream. Instead of waiting to pull people out of the river, we should go upstream to find out why people are falling into the river. And I think we can do the same when it comes to animal welfare in the city. And the fact that, as Chair Schulman mentioned, that so much of our overcrowded shelters are due to the lack of veterinary care and the lack of subsidized TNR resources. And I am worried that the city of New York right now is taking advantage of, if not exploiting, the compassion of animal lovers. We all care very much about animals, and we're always going to do everything we possibly can for animals. And even if it comes down to spending our last dime, we're going to use it to buy cat food for our feral cat colonies. But the city should be helping and subsidizing these actions. So, but the bill that we're hearing today has been a very long time coming, working with our partners in Albany as well to prevent the sale of cats and dogs in retail settings. I've only ever adopted and had adopted pit bulls, and now I have an adopted racing greyhound. And adopting an animal is, you save 2 lives. You save your own, and you save the life of that animal. So with pushing this bill today and with all the issues that I think will help aerate today, this is going to be an important hearing, and I want to thank Chair Schulman for putting it together, for hearing my bill, and most of all for the administration for being here, but for all of you for being here today with us and doing everything we can to make this a more humane city. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brannan. I will now turn the mic to the committee counsel to administer the oath to the administration.
Good morning, Chris Pepe, committee counsel. If you could all please raise your right hand. Now, in accordance with the rules of the council, I will administer the affirmation to the witnesses from the mayoral administration. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Director Silver? Okay. Swinstock? And Deputy Commissioner Schiff? Okay, you may proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Before you start, I just want to tell people there's really no clapping in the chambers. You can go like this if you agree with something. Thank you very much, and if we can keep it down so that we can get through everything, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Schulman, Councilmember Brannan, and members of the Health Committee. My name is Alexandra Silver, and I have the honor of serving as Director of the Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare. I'm joined by Risa Weinstock, President and CEO of Animal Care Centers of New York City, ACC, and Corinne Schiff, Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Environmental Health at the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, both of whom will also offer testimony. I am grateful to the City Council for recognizing that animal rescue is a significant subject worthy of government's attention, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. New York City has had an animal welfare liaison in the mayor's office since 2015, and since 2020, the first mayoral office of animal welfare in the country. By creating this dedicated entity, and I thank Councilmember Brannan for his bill calling for it, and the council for their support, we have elevated animal welfare considerations in city government and can stand as a model for other municipalities. There is much potential for growth, but I am heartened by this office's ability to connect with agencies across the city on a wide variety of issues affecting animals and, by extension, affecting people. The well-being of animals does not exist in a vacuum. It is both impacted by and impacts many factors, and it is linked with the well-being of people. Animal shelters, rescue groups, and individual rescuers in New York City and across the country are experiencing challenges that reflect broader issues. When we talk about animal rescue, we are talking about financial pressures and housing challenges facing animal guardians. We are talking about veterinary workforce shortages and lack of access to resources for people with pets. As liaison for the city regarding animal welfare needs and concerns, I hear from and speak frequently with New Yorkers directly involved in animal rescue. We are fortunate in New York City to have many wonderful nonprofit organizations and compassionate individuals committed to helping both animals and the people who love them. One of those organizations is Animal Care Centers of New York City, which is contracted by the New York City Health Department to operate our city's open admissions animal shelters, and which also partners with an impressive network of other animal welfare organizations. As I stated the last time I appeared before this committee, and I wholeheartedly reiterate now, the Adams administration appreciates the hard work and dedication of ACC staff. It is essential that we continue to support ACC, and all New Yorkers can join in their mission of ending animal homelessness by adopting, fostering, volunteering, and encouraging others to do so. This administration is committed to helping get that message out, sharing information about adoption and fostering opportunities in newsletters and social media, including dogs available for adoption from ACC partners at press events, and facilitating opportunities for ACC to conduct outreach. Mayor Adams has hosted and participated in Kitty Hall and City Howl adoption events at City Hall, joined in the opening of the new Staten Island Animal Care Center, and filmed videos to help promote the importance of adopting, fostering, and volunteering. In our recent Summer of Possibility campaign, highlighting various activities and resources, we included adopting a pet, with the campaign landing page linking to ACC's website. Adopting a dog, cat, rabbit, or guinea pig from an ACC shelter is now something that Queens residents are, at long last, able to do in their own borough, along with looking for their lost pets. Earlier this week, we celebrated the opening of the Paul A. Vallone Queens Animal Care Center, the first full-service animal shelter in Queens. It was wonderful to see Chair Schulman there, and we thank the council for all they did to make this center a reality. I know I am far from alone in wishing that former council member Vallone, whose compassion for and advocacy on behalf of animals was an inspiration, that he could have stood with us to cut the ribbon. Those of us who are familiar with the older centers, built in and for another century, can most appreciate the progress this new facility reflects. On a recent visit, I almost jumped for joy when I saw a sign by a room in the medical department that said dentistry. People who work and volunteer at ACC and in animal rescue understand why this is so exciting. I am thrilled by the rooms accommodating multiple cats, enabling them to socialize and explore, and the retractable skylight over many of the dog kennels, allowing for light and fresh air. We are aware of some recent concerns regarding conditions at the new center, but it is truly a remarkable, beautiful building that will make for a better animal, adopter, pet owner, employee, and volunteer experience. Meanwhile, the New York City Department of Design and Construction is managing ACC capital projects at 3 other sites. Construction of the new full-service Bronx Animal Care Center is moving along, and as with the Queens Center, when it is complete, it will bring an essential community resource to a previously underserved borough. The Brooklyn Animal Care Center is undergoing a total renovation, and the new Manhattan Pet Adoption Center is anticipated to open this fall. We mark the opening of the current Staten Island Animal Care Center in 2022. In coming years, we will have full-service animal shelters in every borough and welcoming facilities that will vastly improve the adoption experience, encouraging more New Yorkers to play a part in animal rescue. This is an essential component to ensuring the safety and well-being and welfare of companion animals in New York City. But, as stated earlier, animal rescue is part of a larger ecosystem. And in addition to improved facilities and promoting pet adoption and fostering, we must do what we can to prevent animals from needing shelter and rescue in the first place. Leaders in the animal sheltering field across the country are emphasizing the importance of keeping pets and people together, thereby reducing shelter intake. Doing so means helping animal guardians access resources and doing our best to adjust policies so that they reflect our understanding that pets are family. Mayor Adams' 2 appointees to ACC's board of directors have each demonstrated a deep commitment to helping people and pets stay together. Prior to focusing on such efforts in her current position with the Humane Society of the United States, Aaliyah Simpson helped build ACC's surrender prevention program. Christine Kim, who was the first director of the Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare, is the founder of My Dog is My Home, a national nonprofit organization that highlights and helps preserve the bonds between people experiencing homelessness and their companion animals. We marked a milestone in New York City just this spring when the Department of Homeless Services joined with the nonprofit Urban Resource Institute, URI, to launch a pet-inclusive pilot program at a shelter for families experiencing homelessness, ensuring their 4-legged family members can be kept with them. URI has led the way in keeping families together with their people and animals living safely, PALS program, at many of their shelters for survivors of domestic violence. Also this year, the Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare joined the newly created Tenant Protection Cabinet, which aims to better serve tenants by creating pathways to renter-focused programs and services and to ensure safe and fair housing conditions. Our office was eager to take part in such a cabinet, since housing-related challenges are a major contributor to the high populations that animal shelters across the country are experiencing. One of the initiatives that the cabinet is working on is a flyer to raise awareness specifically about protections for tenants with pets and assistance animals. The Office of Animal Welfare is also exploring ways to make housing more pet inclusive, more accessible to people with pets of all sizes, for example, to begin with. Doing so would not only enable more animals to stay with their families who already love them, but also widen the pool of potential adopters. Efforts to keep pets and people together can also help address New York City's overpopulation of outdoor cats without owners, as it is likely that some of those community cats would have remained inside if families had had access to resources to care for them. Among the places community cats call home are New York City Housing Authority, NYCHA, developments across the 5 boroughs. At the end of last year, NYCHA awarded a contract to a leading New York City cat rescue organization to provide trap, neuter, release, also known as Trap, Neuter, Return, or TNR, services to help manage this population. This is an important step. As noted in our 2023 annual report, addressing street cat overpopulation requires a multifaceted approach, and it is essential that New Yorkers who have cats get them spayed or neutered and not let them roam outside. We recognize that affordable spay-neuter resources in New York City for both owned and community cats are limited, and we continue to explore ways to improve accessibility. Access to affordable veterinary care in general, not just spay-neuter, is also very much on our radar. This is a challenge for animal guardians, rescuers, and shelters across the country as we face not just high costs of care, but a veterinary workforce shortage as well. City funding for the new Queens ACC includes more than $1 million for a veterinary clinic that will serve pet owners who, but for assistance with veterinary care, would have to relinquish their animal to ACC. Such a clinic is another significant step. We have connected with those who run existing nonprofit clinics for companion animals, veterinary practitioners, LaGuardia Community College's veterinary technician program, and others invested in access to care, and we will continue to engage on this. Earlier this year, Mayor Adams met with a Long Island University College of Veterinary Medicine student who had been awarded a scholarship designed to enhance diversity within the veterinary profession. This scholarship, facilitated by the administration, was made possible through the efforts of the Brady Hunter Foundation and Harlem Week. Ultimately, helping more animals means helping one another and coming together as a community to address several long-standing and deeply rooted issues. We plan to sponsor capacity building workshops and trainings tailored to animal rescue organizations to learn more about opportunities for securing city funding, as well as to explore existing avenues for public funding. The office has also encouraged and will continue to encourage nonprofit organizations involved in animal rescue to register and share foster and other volunteer opportunities on the NYC Service website. Organizations can also post in-kind donation wish lists on the platform, where we are eager to see more animal welfare organizations represented. Circling back to the role pet adoption plays in animal rescue, animals, rescuers, and shelters would benefit greatly if more people chose to adopt. We expect and are hopeful that the significant New York State legislation prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats in retail pet stores, which takes effect this December, will contribute to increased adoptions. We are interested in learning more about the council legislation currently under consideration, Introduction 1018, which also addresses the sale of animals, and look forward to discussing details of this bill further with you. Thank you for your attention and support in addressing animal welfare. We look forward to your questions and continuing our collaboration to improve the lives of animals across New York City. I will now turn it over to Risa Weinstock of ACC.
Please go ahead. Before you do that, I want to just acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Holden.
Good morning, Chairperson Schulman, members of the Health Committee, and City Council. My name is Risa Weinstock, and I am the President and CEO of Animal Care Centers of New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to thank the City Council, the administration, and the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene for the commitment to ACC and the health and welfare of New York City's shelter animals with the addition of new full-service care centers in Queens, the Bronx, and Staten Island, and a complete renovation of the Brooklyn shelter and the addition of a pet adoption center in Manhattan. With this substantial support and support from the private sector, ACC continues to grow as a national leader for open admission animal shelters. Established in 1995 as a 501c3 not-for-profit organization, ACC has been dedicated to rescuing, caring for, and finding homes for New York City's homeless and abandoned animals for almost 30 years. Over the last decade, we have expanded our services beyond the four walls of the shelter and into the community, identifying root causes for animal surrender or abandonment, and targeting community needs rooted in surrender prevention and preserving the human-animal bond. Our services in our care centers and in the community are the foundation of our mission to end animal homelessness in New York City. ACC is unique among all other animal welfare organizations in the city in that we are the only open admissions organization. Under our contract with the city and the health department, ACC accepts every animal brought to us, whether the animal has been abandoned, surrendered, or found as a stray. Since January of this year, ACC has taken in over 13,000 animals. To date, with the combination of our adoption program and a robust partnership with over 300 rescue groups in our New Hope program, ACC has been able to place 91% of cats, dogs, rabbits, and guinea pigs that have come through our doors. Animal shelters nationally are navigating many post-COVID challenges that are dramatically and negatively impacting animal welfare. Adoption alone will not solve these issues or alleviate the strain on our shelters. Community support and collaboration with the common goal of achieving the best outcomes for the most animals is necessary. No one organization can fix what is happening, but all of us working together can certainly lead to a stronger state of animal welfare in New York City. The two main drivers of animal intake at ACC are owner surrender and stray animals. The common thread to these intakes is financial hardship, job losses, housing instability, pet restrictions in housing, the rising cost of basic pet care, pet food, and veterinary services. We have dedicated significant resources to provide social services to assist thousands of pet owners in successfully keeping their pets. Yet other constraints, like pet restrictions in rental homes and apartments, and pet fees on top of an increasingly unaffordable rental market, and the rising cost of veterinary care, leave our clients with no option but surrender. These are not issues that ACC can solve alone. There's also been an uptick in stray animals brought to ACC. These are the hardest to place animals because we have no access to important information like their temperament, their behavior, or any latent health issues. As we take in more stray cats and dogs, the amount of time spent in our care center also increases. That is because so many of these animals we take in are not spayed and neutered, and by law, ACC must sterilize cats and dogs before releasing them to adopters or rescuers. While there was a significant increase in pet adoptions during the height of the pandemic, when many people were spending more time at home, the national trend, as well as in New York City, is that the rate of adoption is declining. As people return to more regular work away from home and their social routines, fewer individuals are looking to adopt pets, leading to longer stays for animals in shelters. For the same reasons that lead to surrender, the rising cost of pet care and a crisis of affordability of housing and daily goods have all added to lower adoption rates. There's also a very critical nationwide shortage of veterinarians and veterinary technicians. Affordability and availability of care have resulted in many pets going untreated for basic wellness issues to more serious conditions. At ACC, many of our clients cannot afford care. This is specifically why our surrender prevention program was implemented. We offer an array of resources, including a pet food pantry, counseling, free and local vaccine clinics, vouchers for free or low-cost spay-neuter, and medical services. With the addition of 2 clinics as part of our shelters in Queens and the Bronx, we will be able to increase pet retention by offering access to low-cost veterinary services to our clients who may need to surrender their pet because of an inability to pay for needed veterinary care. Even with these challenges that I've outlined, ACC remains optimistic about our future and the potential to better serve the homeless and abandoned animals of New York City. Earlier this week, we officially opened the Paul A. Vallone Queens Animal Care Center. This large and modern facility provides an abundance of natural light throughout the building, a state-of-the-art medical suite with sophisticated and modern medical equipment, like an X-ray machine and a separate suite for dental work. In May of 2023, The city also broke ground on a brand-new animal care center in the Bronx. Like Queens, this shelter will be the very first of its kind in the borough. Soon, the city will also cut the ribbon on a new adoption center next to the Manhattan Care Center. And finally, the Brooklyn Animal Care Center is undergoing complete renovation. The upgrades are part of the administration's and ACC's mutual commitment to providing the best possible environment for the animals in our care and enhancing the services we offer to the community. Once construction on all these new and innovative buildings are complete, the Council and New York City will have fulfilled the late Paul A. Vallone's commitment and promise to New Yorkers, a full-service animal shelter in every borough. ACC is grateful to be part of that reality and is committed to ensuring the best outcomes for the most animals in partnership with the animal welfare community of this great city. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to the City Council and for its continued support of ACC. We're committed to our mission to end animal homelessness by being a resource for the community and ensuring that every New Yorker has access to the resources they need to adopt a pet or to care for their pets long-term. I invite the Health Committee and all members of Council to come for a tour of our centers, meet our staff, attend one of our community pet vaccine and wellness clinics, or simply adopt or foster from one of our shelters. We have all kinds of dogs, cats, rabbits, and guinea pigs to choose from. I am certain we can make a good match for you. A visit to any of our care centers will give context to my testimony, but also will help you see firsthand the challenge and the meaning of our work and the positive impact that ACC is making on pets and people of New York City. In fact, individuals who want to make an impact right away are encouraged to attend our online dog foster orientation this Sunday. More information and sign up is available on our website at nycacc.org/foster. I welcome any questions you may have, and I look forward to working with you to improve the lives of animals and pet owners across New York City. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair Schulman, members of the Health Committee, and Council members Brannan, Holden, and Brewer. My name is Corinne Schiff, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Health at the New York City Health Department. On behalf of Commissioner Vasan, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The Health Department is charged with overseeing a range of animal-related activities. We permit and inspect facilities such as animal shelters, grooming facilities, pet shops, boarding establishments, and animal exhibitions. We conduct training on small animal handling, issue state-mandated dog licenses, investigate animal nuisance complaints, animal bites, and dangerous dog incidents, fund low-cost spay-neuter services, monitor wildlife and domestic animals for rabies, and undertake rabies prevention activities. The Health Department is also responsible for managing and caring for the city's population of owner-surrendered, abandoned, homeless, and lost animals. The department carries out these responsibilities by contracting with ACC to provide services Ms. Weinstock described in her testimony. We were excited to celebrate the opening of the beautiful Paul A. Vallone Queens Animal Care Center with you, Chair, along with ACC, the Vallone family, Health Commissioner, Veterans Services Commissioner, Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare, and so many other ACC supporters. Opening the first full-service animal shelter in Queens was a major milestone in the city's efforts to upgrade our animal shelter facilities, and it was especially meaningful to be there with the Vallone family, longtime champions of ACC, to honor Paul Vallone. By the end of 2026, the city expects to have a full-service shelter operating in every borough. ACC is a national leader in animal welfare, and I want to thank Ms. Weinstock and ACC staff for their hard work for New York City. This is a mission-driven organization with staff deeply devoted to the welfare of animals and to helping people find and keep their pets. I'll now turn to Introduction 1018, the legislation under consideration today. The department appreciates the intent of this bill as we understand it, which is to align local law with the new state law banning the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits from pet shops. The council had already prohibited pet shops from selling rabbits as well as guinea pigs and banned the sale of dogs and cats supplied by certain dealers. Many of the changes proposed in the bill will help the department enforce this new state prohibition when it goes into effect later this year, and we support those changes. We would like to work with the council to assess whether some of the bill's provisions, such as those addressing the source of dogs and cats available for sale, are still necessary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We're happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge we've been joined by Council Members Brewer and De La Rosa. Okay, so I have been to the new Paul Vallone Center, and it seems really nice. And what we have to work on now is some of the overcrowding and just in general, based on the testimony that everyone gave, and also a lot of my questions focus on spaying and neutering as well. So let me start by asking question. So this is for DOHMH. What role does DOHMH play in animal welfare in New York City, Commissioner?
So the role of the health department are the issues that I just outlined in my testimony, and I work very closely with Ms. Weinstock in the work that they do at ACNC.
How does DOHMH evaluate the relationship between animal welfare and public health in New York City? What specific health issues related to animals does the department currently monitor, such as zoonotic diseases or pet overpopulation?
It's a big question. I will say that our disease control division has disease detectives, and a lot of their work is monitoring reportable disease, some of which are connected to animals. I noted in my testimony the work that we do to monitor rabies in wildlife and to prevent rabies. We'd be happy to talk to you some more about all of the work that we do at the health department relating to animal and human interaction when it comes to health.
What role does DOHMH play in educating the public about responsible pet ownership, adoption, and resources available for prospecting and current pet owners?
I'm glad you asked that. One of our functions is to educate New Yorkers about responsible pet ownership. I brought my Be a Responsible Dog Owner pamphlet. Would love to get this out to council members so you can help us distribute this. Being a responsible pet owner is key, and we outline in here a number of things that we want New Yorkers who have pets to do, including getting a dog license.
So this is open. I'm not sure which or all of you want to answer this. How does the adoption process work? Because some of the people I've spoken to said it's a cumbersome process, so I want to see if there are ways that we can make it easier for people to adopt.
The process, there's many ways that one can adopt. We have mobile adoption events in different communities, and you can also adopt inside any of the shelters. And we also have people who foster animals who facilitate adoptions. In terms of process, there is an application to fill out just so that our adoption counselors can understand what you're looking for. And we invite people to come into the shelter and take a look and see the animals that we have. You can use our app to identify animals, dogs, cats, rabbits, and guinea pigs. To the extent that it's complicated, where we have a lot of animals and a lot of people are interested, and there's a process where one has to be a little patient with us. The goal is to get as many adopted as possible. Sure. And if there are other specific ways that we can make it even more effective, we're always willing to listen and see if that's feasible.
Is there, maybe there's a way technology-wise or something along those lines that we can discuss and figure out? I appreciate that. Also, what's the process to foster? And if you can go into a little more explanation of what fostering means and what the responsibilities are and how somebody can apply to do that, that'd be great.
Do you mind if I add something on the adoption? I
Sure.
apologize. I just wanted to note, because I assume, I don't, if the question was directed only for ACC, because
No.
I think
Anybody,
Risa's
I said
speaking to-
anybody can answer the
Yeah, no, so Risa, of course, speaking to ACC's policy, I have heard as well that some people have barriers. It's hard to adopt. I wanted to rescue an animal. And each organization that adopts animals out, of course, sets their own policies on how and procedures, so it can really vary depending on which organization and rescue you're working with. Animal sheltering leaders across the country are really promoting what's called open adoption philosophy, encouraging fewer barriers to adoption. So, limiting or not setting up, oh, well, if you don't have a backyard, you can't do that. But it doesn't mean that you don't have any requirements. It's conversation-based. And I know at ACC, the adoption counselors there, that's how they do their process. It's conversation-based. So it's about finding the right fit and not creating more barriers, because ultimately those adopters or those potential adopters are going to get their pets somewhere, and you want to connect them with the adoptable animals and also set up that relationship between rescuer or shelter and adopter so that if there's any follow-up questions. So, sorry, it's a long answer just to say encouraging open adoptions, I think, is
Separate from this hearing, maybe we can set up a small task force with some of the rescue groups and talk about how we can make it easier.
Thank you.
Wave your hands. Thank you. Let's see, sorry. How does DOHMH currently enforce New York City's pet shop laws, and what challenges do you face in ensuring compliance? I presume a lot of them have shut down, the pet shops, but,
So the health department permits pet shops, and we conduct routine annual inspections, and we also inspect in response to complaints. Generally, we see good compliance, but if there are issues where the pet shop is out of compliance, we issue a summons subject to a fine, and we can take other enforcement action as well.
how effective have the regulations been in preventing the sale of animals from puppy mills?
So I think the law that the council enacted was quite effective in preventing the sale of dogs and cats that came from the certain breeders that are set out in that local law. We did a lot of work educating pet shops before the law went into effect. We saw good compliance, though not 100% compliance, and so we did take enforcement action when we saw shops out of compliance.
Because I just want to note, so last year we passed the guinea pig bill to make sure that guinea pigs were not sold in pet shops, and as a result of that, the population has gone down, right, in the shelters, correct? Of the guinea pigs.
That's correct. It was very helpful.
So, I just want to note that it took a while to get that passed, but we were able to do that last year, and it has been quite effective. Can you tell us, like, how much? I think it's quite a big percentage in terms of lowering the numbers of guinea pigs that were coming into the system, correct?
Overall, yeah, I don't have specific
No,
data,
that's
but
fine.
yes, the trend that we saw after the passage of that bill, same thing with rabbits, is that the number of rabbits and guinea pigs declined.
So, Commissioner, how do you track compliance with the pet law?
We do our annual inspection, so every pet shop has to have a permit from us, and we will do an annual routine inspection, and then inspections in response to complaints, and that's how we identify whether the shops are in compliance with a host of issues, not only the source and prohibitions that have been set out by the council and the local law, but the health code sets out a range of animal welfare provisions that pet shops have to follow.
Is there a number or some place that people can connect with at DOHMH to report somebody that's out of compliance?
People who observe pet shops out of compliance should call 311, and we take those complaints and follow up.
To your knowledge, does 311 have a separate section or code for that?
Let me see if we can get the answer to that while we're
If
here.
not,
Let's
that's
see.
something that we might want to legislate.
Yeah.
So now I want to talk about spaying and neutering for a little bit. Local Law 59 of 2011 requires that all free-roaming cats with owners be spayed or neutered to reduce the feral cat population, and requires owners to submit proof of sterilization upon request by DOHMH. Under the law, owners may be fined between $250 and $500 for letting their unsterilized cats roam free. Is DOHMH in full compliance with the requirements of this law?
The health department does enforce that local law, So when we observe a cat that appears to be an outdoor cat, we will ask the owner for information about spay-neuter status for that animal, yes.
How many requests for proof of sterilization has DOHMH filed in the past year?
We don't have that data.
Do you not collect it? Folks,
We collect the information only where we have issued a summons for failing to comply. And in the instances where we have done that enforcement, we have found compliance, and so we do not have the data on having asked for the information.
is there a reason for not doing that, or is there a funding issue, staffing issue?
It has not been part of our protocol to document that in a way that we can pull the data.
All right, but we'll revisit that. What circumstances would trigger a request by DOHMH for proof of sterilization?
So these are typically inspections where we are responding to a complaint, or we're doing a rabies investigation. And so we will be out in the community making observations, and if we do see a cat that appears to be an owned cat that is allowed to roam outdoors, we will ask the owner for that information.
How many notices, let's see if you do this, how many notices of violation has DOHMH issued in the past year?
For this circumstance, you mean? Mm-hmm. So we have, when we have conducted these inspections and made those observations about the cat and asked the owner, we have found that cat to have been altered, and so we have not issued violations.
So none? Now, come out, folks, please be quiet.
Right, that is right. We have found compliance, and so we have not issued violations.
Does DOHMH provide access to low-cost spay and neuter services to help ensure that New Yorkers comply with the requirements of Local Law 59?
So the city, through the council's initiative, has a program to offer low-cost spay-neuter services to people who meet income eligibility requirements.
What additional resources are needed to ensure adequate enforcement of the city's spay-neuter requirements?
We're not asking for additional resources.
I didn't ask if you were asking for it. I'm asking what additional resources are needed to ensure enforcement. So you're saying you don't need any?
We don't need any additional resources to enforce.
So I want to ask Ms. Weinstock, tell us the percentage, because I know we had talked about this when we met, the percentage of animals that you get at the shelters that are not spayed or neutered.
Close to 59% of the animals coming in are not spayed or neutered.
I mean,
And it's been going up.
This just shows that, and one of the reasons for having this hearing today is to see what we may need to do legislatively to increase spaying and neutering opportunities for folks. So,
If I could just add to, I'm so sorry.
yes,
May I
please.
jump in?
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
And also, I'm sure you're taking notes about this as well, so that we can.
Well, it reminded me that actually one of the projects that my office is working on is a flyer about spay-neuter. A mayor's office of animal welfare, possibly co-branded flyer, to explain the importance, to do outreach, to link to the health department's website that has some links to providers, and then just reiterating what I said in my testimony about this office exploring everything to see how we can increase accessibility.
So one of the things that I had asked, and I presume once all of you have finished the admin has finished testifying, there'll be somebody that stays to listen to the testimony, because there are organizations out there that do this work, and I want to see where we can do a public-private partnership as well, so that we can take best practices and figure out how we can deal with this problem together. Does DOHMH receive complaints of unlawful breeding and housing of animals for sale?
I do, while we're on complaints, I can answer your question about 311. There is a separate complaint function for complaints about pet shops, including that the pet shop has received animals from an improper source.
Okay.
So we would take complaints also about, sorry, can you repeat exactly what you were asking about complaints?
Hold on.
Complaint about animals being sold out of a home, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yes, we would take complaints about that as well, yes.
Okay. We'll take a look. Do you have those I realize that you saw that they do take the complaints. Do we have those numbers, or you just don't have them right now?
I don't have our complaint numbers, but we can certainly pull those and send them.
If you can pull those and send them, and
Yeah, we will
make
do that.
note of it. You don't see it? Okay. I'm sorry. All right, can the complaints of unlawful breeding and housing of animals for sale, do you know how many, are you going to get back to us about that?
We'll get back to you
All
on
right,
the
fine.
complaint data.
The health code prohibits keeping animals for sale in a dwelling. Has DOHMH enforced this provision? And how does DOHMH receive information about these violations other than 311, and what steps does it take to address them?
We have done enforcement. We learn about it through complaints, typically. These are difficult to enforce, and it is unusual. It is an unusual complaint. I don't have the numbers, but it is not a frequent complaint that we get.
Okay, what enforcement actions has DOHMH taken against pet dealers that do not comply with the current pet shop regulations, and what penalties are in place for continued violations?
So this is for animals from an improper source? Mm-hmm. So we have done some enforcement actions for the pet shops that were out of compliance. We will issue violations, and then we can take additional enforcement actions, including ordering the pet shop to cease and desist the unlawful behavior. And when we take these actions, they're complicated in the sense that we prioritize the health and safety of the animals in the shop. So we want to take an enforcement action that also recognizes that there are animals that will need to be cared for in an ongoing way.
What about online postings for animals? How do you do enforcement in that regard?
I'll have to get back to you. I'm not sure that we enforce that or have the capacity, the authority to enforce that. So we'll get back to you about that.
What are the types of facilities that DOHMH permits in terms of selling of pets?
The health department permits pet shops.
I mean, do you give permits to any commercial breeding kennels or persons who deal in pet animals in settings other than a traditional pet shop?
We do not. There are state and federal permitting systems.
Okay. Does DOHMH collect and report data on the impact of the bill on the ban of rabbit and guinea pig sales?
I'm not aware of a reporting requirement. We have enforced those prohibitions. We've seen good compliance.
So how do you enforce compliance? Or the effectiveness, I'm sorry.
How do we assess
How do
the
you
effectiveness?
monitor the effectiveness in reducing pet overpopulation and improving animal welfare?
So we will conduct inspections, both the routine annual inspections and inspections in response to complaints. If we observe a pet shop selling prohibited animals, such as a guinea pig or a rabbit or a dog or cat from a source that the council has prohibited, we will issue violations, and we can take additional enforcement action if we see ongoing non-compliance.
What are DOHMH's long-term plans for monitoring pet stores after all of this legislation goes into effect? And I presume you made comment that there are routine inspections and audits.
So we've been working for many months, anticipating the new state law that goes into effect the middle of December, to make sure that the pet shops that are still selling dogs and cats, although they are selling them from the sources that are permitted in New York City, but they will not be allowed to sell dogs, cats, at all after December 15th. We've been in touch with all of them on an ongoing basis, helping them to be prepared to cease the activity that will become illegal. We've been communicating with them, and we'll begin enforcement of that as soon as that state law becomes effective.
Okay, so Ms. Weinstein, now I'm going to come and concentrate on the ACC centers. So, what is the current capacity of each ACC shelter, and how often do you exceed this capacity in each shelter? And can you provide a breakdown by borough of shelter capacity?
When we speak about capacity, it's more than just space. It includes staff, and it includes everything that's going on with all of the populations, all of the species. We currently have in care a lot of animals, and certainly we are looking at ways to creatively house all of these animals. The intake far exceeds the physical cage space in any of the care centers, and it's something that it's really difficult to plan for because we do not want to warehouse animals. So it's not about the number of cages, it's more about what is the capacity. In terms of each borough, we're talking about Manhattan, Staten Island, and Queens. And give me a moment.
Do you have those numbers, or?
Well, right now, the entire census of the animals that we are housing, we are at 797 animals.
And do you have the breakdown by borough? I mean, you can get it to
Well,
us. but-
Queens has over 400.
And that's because of Brooklyn, the Brooklyn shelter closing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's a combination, however. I would say Queens has never had a full-service care center.
Right.
And
right,
so I
right.
think that we're seeing animals from Brooklyn and a more, just more foot traffic from the borough
Right.
of Queens.
How many animals have been in ACC's care for over 6 months, and are there any trends you might have noticed that may play a role in why certain animals are harder to adopt?
Animals that have been with us for over 6 months are large dogs. There's not a lot of them, but there's a trend. Some of the dogs just don't get adopted and they stay. So, it's not the main, our average length of stay right now is about 14 days. So 6 months is a little bit above, is way above the norm. In terms of how to get visibility on them, we do a lot of social media. We invite people to come into the shelter. We ask all of our stakeholders to advocate, to talk about adoption, to direct people to our care centers. I mean, as I testified, there's no shortage of available animals to adopt. And the issues for why they're coming in, it just seems to outpace how many get adopted. And the challenges with dogs that are larger or that are longer stays, I think it's everything I've been testifying to. It's affordability. For the same reasons that they're coming in, I think people are not as, there are not as many people who have the wherewithal to adopt right now.
One of the things that I was impressed with when I visited the Queen Center was that you have a program to try and get people to keep their animals, because especially if they can't afford them or there are issues. Can you talk a little bit about what you do in that regard?
Yes, that's all under the umbrella of our admissions program. It's something that we're really proud of and something for which the Queens Care Center was designed for. So if you notice when you walk in, there are 2 doors. You can go to the left where admissions are directed, or to the right where adoptions are directed. And in the admissions program, it's a really sensitive and painful process for individuals who show up and say, you're my last resort. I don't know what to do. We have private rooms set up so that our admissions counselors can do surrender prevention counseling, which we feel is a very, very important component to what we're seeing in animal welfare right now. And the counseling can be just starting with, what is the issue? And if it's a simple issue that can be corrected, is it food? We have a food pantry. They're not using the litter box. We can help you. We try to provide as many resources as we can to help that family keep their pet. I mean, there's a lot of heartbreak on that side of animal welfare and on that side of the building, and that's why it was created with all those private spaces. And we feel with the public clinic that the clinic as part of the shelter, that is going to be the next step and the arm of our surrender prevention program. If your dog needs a dental, we can do it for you.
About what percentage of people that come in that need to say they want to surrender their pets go away with keeping them? I mean, approximately. I'm not asking for an exact.
Well, in the past, this year, we've been able to keep over 1,000 pets with their families.
That's amazing. So out of how many that come in? Like,
Well, we have a
I
statistic
mean,
of
like,
how many were
no, like, for
surrendered.
example, the 60%, 70%, 65% of those who come in that want to surrender their animals, you're able to keep them together with their owners.
I can get data for you, but
Okay,
I'm, consulting with my
Because
colleagues
obviously, I mean,
over here.
it seems
About
like it's a
20.
successful program. We just want
Yeah.
the numbers.
We think offhand about 20%, but I can, get you more specific
Okay.
data.
How does ACC manage cases involving exotic pets or animals not commonly kept as domestic companions? And what happens to those animals that come into ACC's care?
Exotic animals is we consider anything other than a companion animal that can be adopted. In many ways, those are the easiest cases to handle because we partner with very specific rescue organizations that take that type of animal. I know that if you took the tour on Tuesday, I know you and I took a tour before that, there is a room that was created, the exotics room. We had a duck in there on Tuesday. So those move pretty quickly. And we're very proud of those partnerships. That's really helpful.
What special care protocols are in place for senior animals, both during their time in the shelter and in efforts to find them adoptive or foster homes?
Senior animals, just like young animals, they're all animals. They're all available for adoption. And that's part of the adoption process and what Alex mentioned about the conversation. Based on your lifestyle, a senior pet could be perfect for you. This is especially when you're talking about a dog, this is a dog that's not going to want to go hiking. If your lifestyle is such that a senior pet would be more suitable, we will direct you to senior pets. They are a little harder to place, I think. I think a lot of people come in with a family and they're looking for that lifelong companion. But we have we don't really base it on age, we really base it on what's the suitable placement with what are your needs for a pet?
Can I piggyback on that? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just also about adoptions, because connected with the lowering barriers and open adoptions and why people might be running into problems, I just want to take this opportunity to encourage anyone thinking of getting a pet to just keep an open mind. Like Risa was saying, don't come in with a specific age in mind or restriction. And it's the same with breed or size. They might be running into issues because they're looking for a very specific kind of animal. And if you have a conversation with a counselor who can help you meet the animal that has the right personality, the right lifestyle, the right requirements for you. So I just wanted to throw that in.
No, and while we're talking about it, I
Yeah.
mean, do you guys do any kind of work with the other agencies like Department, for older adults or whatever, that maybe somebody at a senior center is looking for a pet, or, is there any kind of synergy there, or anybody that wants to answer it?
It's not necessarily a partnership, but it's something to explore. We when we have off-site adoption events, it's really, those sites are identified by areas that really want pets, where they've been successful. For other centers or other agencies, we've done a lot of tabling events just for awareness, so people understand you could come in and adopt a senior. This might be a good, a good connection. It's more, I think, more awareness than
Right.
actually having an adoption partnership with certain agencies.
Maybe it's something to look at.
I think there was recently, I don't want to get it wrong, but I think earlier this year, there was an outreach event that we connected, like a senior center and ACC as outreach. Maybe that's what you were.
Because it's possible that, especially at a senior center, somebody doesn't want a young dog because, they're older or whatever. They want a dog that's mature, and so it's just something to think about in terms of trying to see if there's opportunities at some of the agencies to do something like that. How many full-time veterinarians and veterinary technicians does ACC employ, and is the current staff sufficient for the demand?
Based on our
You're
population.
under oath, go ahead.
Oh. What's that?
I get you. You said you're under oath.
I said you're under oath.
Okay. The current staffing for veterinarians and licensed vet techs is not at the number we want it to be. We have always kept those positions open because they are very, very competitive to hire in those departments. It's really important to note that we could have lots of vets, but if we don't have the vet tech support, that's not a good model. We continue to provide medical services. We use per diem vets to fill the holes. We recently, in the last week, have brought on a medical director who was part of a fellowship with the ASPCA in shelter medicine, and we're really excited for the work that she brings to ACC. And we're always growing that department. We have a lot of animals, and we do a lot of work on these animals, and it takes a lot of time. And I think until we have that perfect number, those positions will always be open.
What strategies does ACC use to recruit and retain volunteers?
We hold regular volunteer orientations. We have a volunteer department with a manager who is charged with creating the program and seeing the program through, determining what level of animal husbandry you not only want to do but are qualified to do. There are also lots of other ways that people can volunteer that don't have to necessarily handle animals. We have it on social media. We post it on our website. We ask all of our stakeholders to share our information about when we have volunteer trainings. We recently did one in Queens in person. There were over 100 people who signed up to volunteer in Queens, and then the process from there is onboarding.
Okay. On average, I'm going back to the spaying and neutering for a minute. On average, how many animals does ACC spay or neuter per month?
Per month.
Want to do it per year? Is that what you have?
Well, I would say, give me a second. On average, per month, we spay 400 animals.
What are your biggest challenges in implementing the city's spay and neuter requirements, and what are some of the things the city can do to help alleviate these issues?
So there are two main challenges. One is the number of animals coming in that need spay and neuter. So we have to keep up with that. And then the second challenge is staffing. You need a lot of people to do spay neuter. It's not just the veterinarian, you need the support staff. So it's resources, and it's trying to address what's coming in.
How involved is ACC in the city's trap, neuter, return programs for managing the feral cat population, and what are the major challenges and successes of this program?
We do not have, We don't have a robust trap neuter return.
Okay.
We do work with community cats, but trap neuter return is not a major piece of our portfolio.
Like I said, we're gonna, as I said earlier, we're gonna look at some public-private partnerships in terms of trying to figure this out, because I think there's a lot of talent and resources that are available in the city for this kind of stuff. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Feliz online. I'm going to open it up to some of my other colleagues so that, to give them an opportunity, I may come back to ask questions. I'm going to ask Councilmember Brandon.
Thank you, Chair. How much do we spend every year on spay and neuter? How much does the city spend?
In addition to the resources that we provide to ACC, which spays and neuters animals that it adopts out and provides to animals that go out to rescue groups, the city has a funding for $3 million for 6 years. The current contract that we provide is for 6 years, $3 million, so that would enable us to provide 24,000 surgeries.
So it's $3 million over 6 years?
Correct.
Do you think that's enough?
The program that the council established was to set up the Animal Population Control Fund. The funds are made available through the licensing fees that we generate for people who license an unaltered dog. And our goal is to spend down all of those resources.
And when did you get that money? It's a 6-year contract. When did it start?
The current contract started November 2022.
And how much have you spent down?
I don't have the spending down so far, but I can get that to you.
And what would happen if you ran out of money?
That I don't know.
It's never happened before?
That has not happened before. That would be a great problem. Let me get back to you.
It seems shocking that we wouldn't run out of money, right? If people knew that you offered those services, I'd assume that $3 million would not be anywhere near enough for 6 years.
Well, we're in the first part of the $6 million the $3 million 6-year contract. So we'll see whether we spend that out. But we would welcome, we want people to know about this program. We would welcome your assistance, making sure that people know about it. And then there's the challenges that the providers may face in making sure that they're able to deliver.
Yeah, we're here to be partners. The issue that, and certainly at, serving as finance chair, our challenge is that you've got to help us help you, because when we're in budget negotiations and we're fighting to get more money for XYZ agency, we're going back and forth with different commissioners, and in private they'll tell us, yeah, we need a lot more money. But then when OMB calls or the mayor calls, you say you're fine. So then we look like, we've got no backup. So we want to help, but we need to be on the same page when we're in budget negotiations, because then if we're saying, look, Health Department, ACC need more money for these services, and then they say, well, yeah, but we talked to DOH and they said they're good. I understand no one wants to look like, they're not able to do their job, but it's not helpful when we're not on the same page there. I want to talk about interagency collaboration. Part of the reason why we wrote and passed the bill to start the Mayor's Office of Animal Welfare was because what we were seeing was, when an animal got loose from a slaughterhouse, suddenly you had 10 different agencies going like this, trying to figure out who was in charge of what. That was really one of the first what got me thinking about starting a mayor's office of animal welfare. So, it touches so many different agencies, and what the Department of Transportation thinks about animals, God only knows. Have you seen better interagency coordination now that you've got the mayor's office of animal welfare?
Thank you for that. Thank you, and thank you again for just. I think it's important to highlight that again. Animal welfare does not exist in its own bubble as its own entity. It's going to overlap, as you recognize, with the work that all these agencies are doing that are typically focused on human beings. I'm not sure that I'm the best person to compare it. In terms of has it gotten better, I can certainly tell you that I think it's wonderful that we have such an office that can help with the coordination. And I am frequently in touch with a variety of agencies, some of whom, everyone here would expect. The health department I'm frequently in touch with. The parks department, they deal with wildlife. NYPD about animal cruelty. But then, as you mentioned, DOT. I am sometimes emailing them about animal issues, or DCWP, or of course NYCHA, DSS, all these agencies that wouldn't, if you're not in the animal world, wouldn't necessarily come to mind as partners. So I do think that having an office, mayoral office of animal welfare is very helpful for that. And to bring all the players together, to get everybody brainstorming, to try to hone down on some of the really challenging issues when there may not seem like there's a clear answer, and we can move forward on that. So.
I guess the question is for Ms. Weinstock. Just largely, do you agree with what the council is saying and what the advocates are saying that, the stat you mentioned, I think it was you, about how nearly 60% of animals that are surrendered to AC&C are not spayed or neutered. Do you agree that we've got a serious upstream problem here, that where everyone's freaking out because the shelters are crowded, and at times we had to suspend surrenders and abandonments because there was no room? I think our shelters are going to continue to be packed until we figure out what we're doing to subsidize affordable veterinary care and really grow that outreach for TNR services. Do you agree with that?
I agree. There are a multitude of reasons why we're packed, and I also believe that the data, 60% of our animals that aren't spayed or neutered, if that changed, and it's going up, if that changed, I think that it would be a little bit of a pressure relief on the care center, because we are in the position of being required by law to alter every animal before it's placed with the rescue partner or sent out for adoption.
Are there so what are some of the other issues? If that's not the top issue, what would you say are some of the other reasons why the shelters are so crowded?
Affordability. I think, as I've testified, what we're seeing as the top reasons are financial, and financial is really a big number. A lot of times, financial situations we can help. It's food. They have trouble paying the rent, the lights, the electricity. We can give you a free, access to free food. And in return, what we do is we microchip and we license your pet, and we also give you information about wellness clinics. The clinic that we have coming down the pike, I think, will also help tremendously, because people, again, it's an affordability issue. People are surrendering because the cost of care is so high. So if we can help you out through some type of medical service in our clinic, that's what we're going to do. Financial is a really big issue, and then also housing falls under that umbrella. There are a lot of restrictions, especially for lower income housing. The pet deposit, the restrictions on size. There was a really good article in the New York Times recently about the disparity in housing and rentals and apartments in New York City, where if you are, the restrictions on low-income housing are much greater in terms of pets and pets in the home than it is on other income levels. And we are seeing that. We are really a social service agency at this point. We are helping people try to survive. And part of that survival in this city is keeping your pet, because everyone saw through the pandemic the emotional tug and the value that pets offer. And when a family comes in or a person comes in and says, I can't handle this anymore, we've failed that person. And so we have set our services up so that it's not all about adoption. We would love to adopt every single animal out, but that's not the strategy. The strategy has to be managing what is coming in. And by offering these resources, I think we could start to chisel away a bit, but I think it really takes a lot of community collaboration and collaboration with council and the city.
Okay, just a few more I want to give back to the chair. Just even anecdotally, how many times does someone surrender a pet to ACC and say it's because due to housing? They have to move, they can't afford where they're going, and the new place doesn't allow pets.
It's one of the top reasons for surrender.
Okay. And for the cruelty, could you explain a little bit? I don't know if this was for Alex or maybe DOH, but for the animal cruelty and law enforcement. So I know they disbanded that original NYPD unit, right? That used to go out, the one they had the TV show about. It's a great show.
So this year we actually marked the 10th anniversary of the partnership between NYPD and the ASPCA.
Right.
So previous to the current structure, the ASPCA was responsible for the entire city humane law enforcement. And now we have the entire police department of New York City that can and is responsible for enforcing animal cruelty.
Right.
But they partner, and I don't know if the ASPCA is going to speak to this today, but they partner with their experts. So animal cruelty victims will be taken, that are in part of cases, will be taken to the ASPCA, where they have a veterinary forensics team that will work with them. So it's a very close partnership between the ASPCA and NYPD, but we have the entire NYPD. And then as part of this partnership, what was created was the Animal Cruelty Investigation Squad, which is a unit under the Detectives Bureau focused on animal cruelty. That's an advancement. You know, we just have more resources at our disposal now.
And how does your office collaborate with them?
How does my office what? I'm sorry?
Collaborate with them.
Oh, so, you know, ideally we need to get the word out that if anyone is concerned about animal abuse or neglect, to report it to 311 or 911 if it's in progress. So the Office of Animal Welfare is not meant to be the place where you go because we have a system in place, but what the office can do is certainly follow up. If something seems like it's not working, if you're not getting the attention, I always ask people, you know, send me the 311 service request number, I can follow up. And I'm frequently in touch with the Animal Cruelty Investigation Squad at NYPD, asking them questions, seeing if we need to look into something. On that. But the office does not have enforcement powers itself.
Last thing for me for now. Have you seen progress or have you seen success in prosecution and seeing that through?
Ooh, that is a good question. The number of cases are posted. There's an NYPD website that has it. I don't have it off the top of my head. I can look into it. And then I don't recall if that's where prosecutions are. I'd have to get back to you on that. But I think there have certainly been more cases. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in saying there have been a lot more cases that have been able to be brought because of this partnership.
I worked on a bill when I was a staffer under Councilman Gentili for the Animal Abuse Registry.
Yep.
So I'd love to get an update on that.
That is, yeah. So my understanding of that is any organization that adopts out animals has to check the Animal Abuse Registry. So it's not that it's open to everybody. Everybody just can't see the private details of someone, but an organization, as part of their process, would make sure that if they're not on that.
And is there a reporting mechanism there? Like, do they say, you know, this month we had 3 people who are on the registry try to adopt a pet, you know?
You mean for every organization that adopts to report to a central
Yeah.
location?
Like, how do we know if it's
I'm
working?
not aware of that. I would have to look into it.
Yeah, I guess the only way we would know if it was working is if we knew we were stopping people, right?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know how many people are trying to adopt after it. And I believe it's 5 years they can not
Yeah.
adopt. So someone who was convicted, several years ago could eventually be off, I believe, off the abuse registry.
Okay.
But I'm happy to look into that further and discuss more.
Cool. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to give it over to Councilmember Marmorato to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair Schulman. Thank you. This is amazing to see how many people showed up today. I'm really impressed by this. I think this is one of the bigger committee meetings that I've gone to. So I do want to kind of shift gears a little bit here and go a little bit off topic, but still concerning our pets. And I want to discuss mosquito spraying and our pets. And Commissioner Schiff, I know that your organization is in charge with spraying within the 5 boroughs. And I hope that you can answer some questions for me today. And if you can't get the answers for me today, that you can email them over to my office. So one adulticide used for spraying is called Anvil 10+10, and it's relatively non-toxic after a short inhalation. It's moderately toxic after short-term skin contact, but with high concentration exposures, it's harmful to humans and pets. An active ingredient in Anvil 10+10 is diphenhydramine, and this ingredient does not mix with water, which is good, but it does bond to the soil. So my concern is, are there any concerns for animals and pets that touch and eat off of this soil that has been sprayed?
So what I can say now and what I think we should do is set up a separate meeting so we can talk to you about our West Nile virus prevention program, which is why we conduct mosquito spraying. I will say that we use very, very low amounts, a teaspoon for an area the size of a football field. And so we share the environmental concerns that are implicit in your question. But I don't have that information with me for this hearing, but it's a really important public health program. West Nile virus can be an extremely dangerous illness, and we're very proud of this work. So what I'd like to do is get back to you and even set up a time that we can talk you through what we do in this program and how we work. And we monitor mosquitoes around the city, measuring mosquito infectivity, so that we're only spraying when we see high levels of West Nile virus infectivity in mosquitoes, and drawing boundaries of where we're spraying, where we think that people are at most risk of West Nile virus.
Yeah, I know. I've been in contact with your office, and unfortunately, they have not given me a list of ingredients within. We've been doing our own research on this, and it's been a little frustrating not to have emails returned. And just being that we're talking about pets, I know we do have a big stray colony within my district, and I was just really concerned how that was going to interact with the cats. And
So let's set up a time.
okay, I would like that. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ariola?
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to get back to the 311, where you said that we can report animal abuse. That's incorrect. It kicks you immediately to 911.
I'm sorry. Are you looking at? It says. I think it says if it's in progress. Am I correct?
This is when I put in for 311, there's nothing on the landing page, and then I queried animal abuse, and it kicks to 911. So what can we do? What is the number for a hotline to call for any rescuer, any person that sees or is being called about animal abuse at the time, so that your offices can come out?
So the question that I was, the question that I heard about 311 was about complaints about pet shops. So that's what my colleagues checked about 311 availability to report a concern about a pet shop, including that the pet shop was offering an animal from a prohibited source. As for animal abuse, we can check.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're looking at the same page. So when you go to 311 and you put in animal abuse, it says call 911 to report animal abuse in progress. And then it goes on to say you can report neglect or abuse of any animal in the city. It continues, and it lets you file, report the neglect or abuse of an animal. And if you click on that, and it's the same if you call 311, it gives you a form where you can then fill out the problem details. So for example, here it lists a variety: chained, in car, neglected, no shelter, other, torture, and you can describe it and you can submit. So it's an online form, but if you call 311, what should happen is, I believe it connects you to the precinct that is in the address. But the idea is 911 is if someone is actively,
Right, but which is kicked to 911. And you know what happens with 311? And everyone here can attest to it, they close it out.
And that's where you
what
can
we
follow
say.
up with my office.
It's closed out.
Yeah, and that's where I can get followed up with.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I want to talk about is because we talked about budget before, Councilmember Brandon brought it up and you didn't have a clear answer. So for the mayor's office, what is your budget and operating, what is your operating budget and what is your staffing level?
So the mayor's office, as mentioned, it's the first in the country and it's relatively new. It's about four or 5 years old, almost 5, not quite. The staffing, it's small. It's one person solely issued on animal issues, myself, but we are housed within, and we have the support, the way it's set up, of the mayor's community affairs unit. So as people may know, there's borough directors, there's liaisons that have very deep connections with community members and community organizations. So I lean on quite a few of my colleagues in that. I sit amongst them within the community affairs unit. Of course, we could always do more with more resources.
Okay, and then, may I? Okay. I want to ask the same question for DOHMH. For these problems, what is your staffing and your operating budget?
I take the question, these problems, to mean all of the work that we do regarding animals. Yes? So I'm going to get back to you about that budget.
Okay. Ma'am, your staffing and budget.
Our staffing as it regards cruelty?
As regard to animals, let's say a rescuer calls, or I call, or anyone gives a call. What do you have in resources available to help all the rescuers in this room, the animals who need the help, and the people who are trying to help them?
When we receive calls identifying an animal in distress or cruelty.
No, I need to know what the number is. How many staff and how much money? Because according to Councilmember Brandon, when they ask at the finance hearings, you guys don't ask for extra money. Why?
How many, is the question, how many staff does ACC currently have?
How
Yes.
many ACC staff do you have, and what is your current operating budget?
We currently have 315 staff, and our contract with the Department of Health is $33.5 million.
$33.5 million. How much of that money goes to administrative costs?
A very small percentage of that.
I'd like to know the percentage.
I don't have that available with me.
We need to know that.
Okay, it's broken
Because you have
down.
$33.5 million to work with, and the rescuers in this room are putting money out of their pocket to save animals on a daily basis.
Come on.
I understand that it is a very large number, and I am very grateful to the city and the administration for that very large number. I think that it's very important to look at the budget and the context of the budget. There are facilities and leases, there's other things that have nothing to do with the personnel and the actual day-to-day operation of ACC. So it seems much larger, but
Well, it's all part
will
of
tell
your
you that
operating
it's not
budget.
$34 million that is going to every animal or the person to care for that animal. It sounds out of context. It's
No,
not
I
out of
understand.
context without
I
better
understand that
understanding.
there's a
That's-
lot included, but what I'm not hearing from any one of you is really how you're helping the rescuers, how you're helping the cats, the dogs, and we're going to get into that. Okay. So all three agencies are saying that you have a wonderful relationship with other agencies like law enforcement, FDNY, DSNY, New York City Parks. I have an issue in my district right now where exotic animals, not ducks, exotic animals are being tortured and being abandoned. When ACC was called by law enforcement on various levels of government, they were told, we don't get involved unless the animal is dangerous. Do you find that statement to be true?
I do not know the context of what you are referring to.
So the abandoned animals there are large pigs, some goats, and they're being slaughtered.
Could we follow up on, I would love to have a meeting with you on that and hear more about it and understand what's going on.
Well,
and see-
we're already addressing it with many of the people in this room because they're out there doing the work that your agencies should be doing. What,
We'll follow up with your office.
okay, that would be great. When you say you have a relationship with rescuers, especially in the NYCHA housing, how do you make that contract? How do you contract with that rescue service? And I'd like to know who it is.
I think I mentioned that. I'm sorry, let me find my notes. Yeah, so I mentioned that, well, there's two different things. One is the Office of Animal Welfare is frequently contacted by and in touch with individual rescuers and rescue organizations and trying to collaborate with them and agencies. So, for example, sometimes there have been rescuers who have been working in part of the city where they need access to a city-controlled site, right? So I'll work with the agency to try to figure out, can we get access? What's needed to resolve this? So there's that kind of coordination. With NYCHA, it's different. NYCHA on its own, and I don't want to speak for them, so we'll have to get back and follow up with any specific questions, but they have a contract that it went through NYCHA, not through the Office of Animal Welfare, to contract with well-known animal rescue organization to do TNR. And I think that's actually, you know, as we talk about support for rescuers, I think that's a very promising model. So I'm happy to speak further, you know, we can with NYCHA with you and figure something out.
Right. You also mentioned with ACC that you don't really do a lot of trap, neuter, and release, right? But the people in this room do. And they oftentimes have a problem because they cannot afford. So you say that you provide, especially at the one in Queens, affordable neutering and spaying. What is considered affordable? And how do they qualify? You said it depends on income. When you're talking about rescuers that are coming in, so that's me if I have a pet and I want to have the pet neutered or spayed, and then you look at my income and then I'm charged accordingly. What about the rescue organizations that are working on a bare minimum? How would that be treated?
The rescue organizations that we work with who pull animals from ACC are getting spay and neuter and vaccines and medical exams. The rescuers that need the help in terms of trap, neuter, return, ACC doesn't have the, it's not in our contract to trap cats and to then put them back in the community. We do work with community rescue groups. We have a community cat program that is similar in that they have the ownership of those cats, and we have actually done spay neuter on a limited basis, not to the extent of a robust TNR program, but that is not part of our funding with the City of New York.
The funding that you're going to get back to us on how much is spent on that kind of activity, right? Okay, I'm gonna wrap up. So we recently, a year ago, opened up a base camp. This is for DOHMH, or a base camp over at Floyd Bennett Field, and many animals were displaced at that point. What type of input did you have when that base camp went up? And were there any animals that were rescued because of the building of that base camp?
I'll have to get back to you about that.
Okay. So I'm just going to close by saying that what I'm hearing here is that there is a complete abandonment of your duties, and you need to really understand that these rescuers need your help, and they need you to do more for them. You need to really stick to your mission statement. I work very closely with a number of them. I'm not contracted with them. They're not contracted with anyone. These are good people who go out and help. And when I call ACC, ASPCA, DOHMH, and I get pushback, they are these rescuers that come, and they just did recently, and they helped with the issue with the exotic animals. So do your job better. Thank you.
So, folks, come on. I just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Menon, and before I give it over to the next council member, I want to just say that that's part of what Councilmember Ariola was talking about, was what I was talking about earlier, too, in terms of private-public partnerships, where we have to really all work together on this to make sure that our animals are kept safe and that we do what we can for them. Now I'm going to give it over to Councilmember Holden, and I just want to say, for the other council members that are speaking, we want to give the public an opportunity to testify, so if you can please keep it a little bit brief, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're sitting here, and, Councilmember Ariola's questions were right on, and her comments, but there's a frustration out there. There's a frustration that when we call for animal abuse, that we get the precinct showing up. We get the precinct officers showing up. Now, they're holding 5 911 jobs. Are they going to treat a complaint about animal cruelty seriously? And the answer is no. My experience in the 7 years in the council, there's a huge hole right here that we're not filling. And it's up to the local groups that we fund a little bit. We give them a small piece of our funding, obviously, but it's not resonating, it's not working, and the city, and especially the health department, is asleep at the wheel. This is the truth. In my 7 years, I've really, you go to the health department, the fact that you can't, Deputy Commissioner, the fact that you can't tell me or tell us how many people are working in your office for animal welfare. You can't come up with that number. You should know that. You're coming to a hearing about this. So I'm frustrated. We're not doing enough. And given the pandemic, coming out of the pandemic, ACC was overwhelmed because a lot of people, very few adoptions, we couldn't even contact one another, and they were left holding the bag. And where was the health department? I'm appalled at how the city brags that we're doing a lot, we've done more for that animal welfare. That might be true from the past administrations, but we're woefully, that's a disinvestment over decades in the city for animals. Just look at, let me ask the health department, have you gone into the live markets and inspect those? Is that under your jurisdiction?
Those are under state jurisdiction.
Yeah, but not yours.
Correct.
Okay. And do you contact with the state about this when you get a complaint? When somebody calls 311 about that, the live markets, do you work with the state?
We will refer those issues to the state.
And what about the horse carriage industry? Do you go into the stables and inspect those regularly, or answer complaints on horses that seem lame and and seem to be laboring in the heat or the cold or inclement weather? Do you go into the stables, or do you inspect the locations around Central Park?
We do.
You do. And on a regular basis, how often do you go into the stables?
We're in the stables regularly. I'll get back to you about the frequency of those stable inspections.
So you don't know the number. So again, this is consistent with the health department. This is what I've witnessed. And the mayor's office has one person in the animal welfare, unfortunately. We talked a few years ago, and it still hasn't gone up, unfortunately. The problem I have with some of your comments about the animal cruelty, NYPD, I don't even know if they're functioning, really. I really don't think so. Because every time we've complained, we get an answer like, especially about the horses, we get, oh, well, the vet for the industry said that rider, the horse that collapsed, was okay.
Yeah, and in all cases, please follow up with me if there's a specific, just like that, or anything else that comes up. I think There are trainings that go on for NYPD officers. There's ASPCA trainings. There's ACES, Animal Cruelty Investigation Squad trainings. I do have some ideas of ways the Office of Animal Welfare can hopefully work with NYPD to try to, just raise awareness about the issues. But again, just follow up, if you can always follow up and see.
But it seems to me that ACC has a contract, and they, it's a fixed amount. But there's no like coming out of the pandemic, we knew that more people are surrendering their animals to ACC. That's a given. And I've spoken to President Weinstock on this, and I visited the shelters, and I've seen what they're up against. I mean, they're on the same team as everyone out there. We're trying to help our pets and animals. But I just don't feel that there's enough support, and there was no thinking, nobody sat down apparently and let's say we got to adjust the budget on this for spay and neutering, because that'll help on the back end in the shelters. Once we do an aggressive spay and neutering, and the chair mentioned this, then we wouldn't have overcrowded shelters. So that's the investment that needs to be made, but it's the advocates that are left holding the bag. And it's sad, and it keeps going on. Nothing changes. I've been doing this 7 years, like I said, and even before I have a lot of groups in my district that they give their entire basements over to rescues, and they have to now find spay and neutering or fund it, by raising money. But the city doesn't really help.
And again, this is an issue that my office is very interested in.
So it's a problem, but what is the mayor doing about it?
So I think I mentioned in my testimony, I can try to go back to that, but we're constantly meeting with all the people you met, not all the people, but a lot of the rescuers, the individual groups, where we were trying to see how we can, if there's anything we can do on the vet shortage and veterinary tech shortage, if there's anything we can do, I think like the chair said, to bring the players together. I think a lot of it is coordination, public-private partnership, having a lot of those conversations, trying to figure that out. And I would love to have follow-up meetings to get into the details of how we.
Yeah, the problem is that the Department of Health it's not an issue with them. It's not a serious issue. They contract with ACC, and then they just turn their backs.
Councilmember,
that's what I feel.
Councilmember, we need to move on, so if you have a specific question, ask it. There's other people want to testify, and I have other council members that ain't asked.
It's amazing. I always get cut off. It's amazing. It's like, did you see anybody else get cut off here? Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you. First, I have a question from Councilmember Susan Zwang, who had to leave, and she said, I have 2 kids who love animals. This is for ACC. I have 2 kids who love animals, and they want pets. Does ACC have any programs with the school or the Department of Education that teach children how to take care of pets in the school, as classroom pets, or at home? That was her question from Councilmember Zwang.
We do have a community kids program, and it is really our goal to educate the next generation of pet owners and also to bring kids into our care centers. Queens was set up so that we can have kids there doing things that are related to animal welfare, like planting food for our rabbits. So if I will just reach out afterwards and connect her with our community.
I think you should do that. She would appreciate that. I have a few questions. First of all, just so you know, we have your mobile unit at our district office at 87th Street in Columbus tomorrow at 12 noon, and we appreciate that. Second, we just wrote a letter to all the veterinary services on the Upper West Side stating, because this is the barrier, can you lower the cost? This is even just trying to get the private sector to be supportive. Anybody who wants our letter, we can send it to you. But so many people have called about that issue. So let's see if any of them are able to do that. Third, we have a meeting in November, because every month we have housing lawyers, and this is going to be in pets, housing and pets, which is a huge issue for our city. What we're hearing today, though, is just, I think, a lot of these numbers, and that's what the cost is. You heard, I think the bottom line is the city needs to allocate more funding for animals in our city. Given the cost of sheltering an animal, I don't know how much it is. Why don't we, how much is it per month is what I'd like to know. Does it make sense to increase funding? This is for the Department of Health. For surrender protection, efforts that cost a fraction of that per animal. So how much is it per month? And what is the amount that we could be or should be using for surrender prevention? This is for health department. How much per month is it at ACC to shelter?
The cost of surrender prevention, it really ranges. It could be something so simple as a food pantry, which could make, what would that be, $100 a month?
Okay.
Or a harness, or, you know, a litter box. So it could be something very small.
Or it could be
Or it
something.
could be something like dentistry could cost $1,000. Someone just told me they took their pet for some basic care to a vet. It was over $600. So it really runs the gamut depending on what the issue is. But I think that we could solve a lot, and we have been solving a lot with very lower end, just a lot of people who just need food right now.
But how much does it cost without any of this just to have the animal in your shelter per month? Just what does it cost? Not,
The cost of care to
Yes,
an
per month,
animal
yeah.
per month?
It depends on species.
Yeah, I have to get back to you. That's like dogs, cats are a little different, but there, I can give you a number.
the reason
I
I'm asking is obviously the comparison, right? If it costs, I'm making this up, $1,000 a month, I have no idea, and it's costing much less to work on much more funding for surrender protection, then we should be looking at the latter. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely
Okay.
agree.
What does Health Department allocate? I think you heard a little bit of this from Councilmember Justin Brennan. What does the Health Department allocate to ACC in the last budget? I think we heard this $38 million. And the question is that adequate? In other words, I need that Department of Health to state whether or not whatever ACC gets is adequate. Now, I know OMB says don't talk, don't say, don't do nothing. I got it. But can you be a little bit more honest? Because there's obviously not enough funding going to this effort.
So the city's budget is just under $34 million for ACC, and it does include, and perhaps Ms. Weinstock, when she provides some of those more detailed budget information, the funding from the city does include many of the surrender prevention activities that ACC does. And
It does or does not?
It does. And ACC also does additional private fundraising. And the Surrender Prevention Clinic, which I think is going to be an incredible innovation for ACC and very helpful for people in improving their ability to keep their pets, is funded by the city. I'll channel my commissioner, who will always say at the budget hearings that he would never turn down additional funding, but we're not here to ask for money. That no commissioner, I think he says, no commissioner would ever turn down an offer, but we're not here to ask for resources.
So the other question is, how do we end up with this model of, the private sector basically having to do all of this work? Is that something that you are working on extensively to think about? That would cost more money to have you do some of the work that the private sector is doing. Well, how do you look at that? Does that come up in discussions? Is there some policy change needed, et cetera? How do you answer that?
So we have been implementing the local law, which is the Animal Population Control Fund, that sets aside city funding for low-cost spay neuter for people who meet eligibility requirements. We'd be happy to talk to you about ways to expand the Animal Population Control Fund.
Okay, finally, I know you're going to meet with this chair, who's fabulous, about some of these barriers. Cost is a barrier. That barrier has to be addressed in terms of the spay neuter, et cetera. What are quickly some of the other barriers that you see that end up with so many individual animals in the shelters? What are some of the other barriers? Alex, go ahead.
Housing.
Housing. Okay, in other words, people have the housing that is not appropriate, or they don't have housing to be able to have their animals. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, anything else? Cost, housing? Come on, there must be others.
I
Alex?
think those are interrelated a lot. Finances can be losing a job, can be having to find a more expensive, not finding affordable housing. I know when ACC does intake reasons, it's sometimes hard to select just one or two because, again, they overlap so much. You almost have to choose, like, what's the primary one? If someone loses their job and they have to move somewhere again, it could be 3 different reasons. It's a cost of care for a pet, it's lost job, it's moving. I'm not sure what the current categories
Okay,
are.
so those are not things we can necessarily address, but we can address the cost, for sure.
Cost
I
of
was
care
trying to
for-
look at barriers that are the city's responsibility, which would be different than an individual's responsibility.
Housing is a big one.
All right, but in other words, maybe as an example, you need some kind of care while you're moving. That's something that would be an example of able to deal with. Obviously, the care is expensive also, but that would be an example to me. Those of us, I know my sister, always traveling, puts the dog in some kind of care while she is traveling. Example. Finally, at Department of Health, how many people focus on this issue? Not at ACC, but at Department of Health. How many people actually focus on this issue? In addition to you.
Right. Well, what I can tell you is I can't give you the agency-wide number because there are people beyond my my division and my program that focus on this, but our Office of Veterinary Public Health Services is 18. But there are other people around the department. So that would
18
be
people. you're saying.
18, that would be the minimum number. But we have other people around the agency who work on animal issues.
Okay, I just want to say also my office in the district is right next to the Wild Bird Fund.
Yes.
And we love them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilmember, thank you. I have a couple of questions to ask before we close out. So I just want to get back to the wet market for a second. My understanding from our council is that there are health code provisions under DOHMH to enforce that specifically address the live market. So it's not just totally the state. The city's Department of Health has some responsibility there. So, okay. Isn't this an environmental sanitation issue that DOHMH is responsible for?
You know, it could depend on the particular issue. So the health department would address nuisance conditions perhaps in the area. The sanitation department could address issues out in the area, but the regulation of those markets is under the state. If
you would be kind enough to send us specifically what it is that DOHMH is responsible for under that, that would be very helpful. I want to thank the panel, but I also just want to say that, and I also want to say that I want to make a comment that ACC does the best that it can. I want to say that, which has been told to me by a number of the organizations that are here today, but I also want to say that I am disappointed that DOHMH didn't seem to be as prepared as I would have liked. And so we need to get answers to a number of questions, and I also want DOHMH to really take seriously the issue of animal control. I think it's sort of a side issue as opposed to an upfront issue, and so, but I want to thank everybody for testifying today. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then do the public testimony. Thank you.
Hi, it's Gail Shula. Just in terms of Carl, I don't know what to do. Even today, when I know I sent him that the school thing was postponed. You saw it. Okay, but I did see it. So my question to you, I don't know. Okay, so please make sure he puts it on the other date that's there. Sorry.
May I have your attention, please? Shh. Keep it on, keep it on. Keep it on, please. Shh. Thank you. Can everyone please have a seat? Again, can everyone please have a seat? Thank you. Shh. Again, keep it on, please. Keep it on. Shh. Go out in the chambers. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to get back into session. Thank you. We're going to do public testimony. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times, and you've been pretty good, so I have to thank you for that. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's oversight topic, the state of animal rescue in New York City. I also want to let folks know we're trying to keep to the 2 minutes because we have over 150 people that want to testify. I want to make sure we get to everybody. We're going to be here for the long haul. If your testimony is over 2 minutes, I'm going to ask you to submit it. We will read everything. It will go into the record. So you can just give a summary, and that would be great. And I want to thank everybody for being here today because this is such an important topic, and there's a lot of stuff we're going to follow up on, and I appreciate it. So if you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. And now I'm going to call the first panel, Michelle Villagomez. Sorry if I butcher a name or something. Matt Goldweber. Rena LaFelle. Lucy Jayton. And Dolores DeFari. And these are all members of the ASPCA. Who's going first? Okay. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson Schulman and members of the Health Committee. My name is Michelle Villagomez, and I'm Senior Director for Government Relations for the ASPCA. Shelters across the country are full, with over 6.5 million dogs and cats entering shelters last year, but only 4.8 million of them finding homes. Many shelters, including AC&C, are facing placement challenges due to animals with longer stays, often because of complex medical or behavioral needs, ongoing staffing shortages, and insufficient adoption rates. One of the most effective ways to reduce shelter overcrowding is through the implementation of comprehensive surrender prevention programs. They should include not only affordable veterinary services, but also support for pet owners facing housing instability, domestic violence, or homelessness. Pet-friendly housing is a crucial component of this holistic approach. The city should work with developers, landlords, and housing authorities to increase the availability of pet-friendly apartments, particularly in affordable housing complexes. Housing laws and policies that ban pets, prohibit specific breeds, require cats to be declawed or dogs to be debarked, or severely restrict pet ownership based on size should be rejected. Additionally, policies that protect tenants with pets from unfair eviction or discriminatory practices must be strengthened. We need to expand the availability of pet-friendly shelters for domestic violence victims and the homeless. By ensuring that shelters can accommodate pets, we can provide a lifeline to those in crisis while alleviating pressure on our animal shelters. Today, you will hear from my colleagues in community medicine, community engagement, and adoptions, who will provide further insights into the specific programs and services the ASPCA offers to AC&C, pet owners, and rescue organizations. Our efforts are designed to complement and bolster the essential work that ACC does every day. But it is important to note that ACC needs more resources and continued support from the city and the public to better meet the needs of New York City's animals. The need for affordable veterinary care, shelter resources, and comprehensive animal support far exceeds what any single organization can deliver. We commend the committee for considering a multifaceted approach, and we stand to work with the council to make it a reality. I just want to
You can summarize.
Oh, thank you. My team here is going to talk about what resources already exist, but the takeaway is it's not enough. And we're here to say you can't just rely on the rescues and on the nonprofit partners to do it, but there are some resources available, and my colleagues will speak to it.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Dolores DeFerrari, and I'm the Senior Director of Operations for the ASPCA's Community Medicine Program. New York City is home to countless animal rescue organizations that tirelessly work to save the lives of pets and place them in loving homes. These organizations, often staffed by dedicated volunteers, are on the front lines, addressing the needs of abandoned, neglected, and homeless animals. The work they do is not only vital for the animals they save, but also for the broader community. One of our top priorities is to make veterinary care more accessible to underserved pet owners. Next week, we will cut the ribbon on our new community veterinary clinic in Long Island City, Queens. The Queens Clinic will perform an estimated 11,000 surgeries annually and provide 10,000 animals with primary pet care services. It will join the Bronx and Brooklyn clinics, which opened during the pandemic and have already made a significant impact, caring for over 140,000 cats and dogs across New York City since 2020. In this time frame, we provided ACC over 10,000 free surgeries, rescues with over 71,000 free surgeries, and owned pets with over 6,000 surgeries. While these numbers are significant, they only scratch the surface of the need. The demand for appointments at our clinics is overwhelming, with schedules often booking within minutes of opening. Our strategy and research team estimates that an annual spay-neuter need for lower-income households, which is below 2 times the poverty level, is 85,000 surgeries for dogs and cats, excluding community cats, which would be at 193,000 animals. We have been deeply affected by staffing difficulties due to the national shortage of veterinarians and veterinary techs. The need far outweighs the supply, not just in terms of facilities and funding, but also in terms of qualified veterinary professionals. Vets must be highly skilled to perform high-volume, high-quality spay and neuter surgeries. We are committed to doing all that we can to support the animals and people of New York, but we can't do it alone. The need for affordable veterinary care cannot be met solely through the efforts of nonprofit organizations, no matter how dedicated or expansive their operations. We urge the city to continue to consider implementing programs and policies that increase the availability of low-cost veterinary services.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Matt Goldweber, Senior Program Manager for the ASPCA's Community Engagement Team. Surrender prevention programs are of critical importance to keeping pets and people together. This work includes low-cost veterinary services, pet food assistance, and behavioral support, and helps pet owners address the challenges that might otherwise lead to surrender. By investing in these programs, the city can proactively prevent the influx of animals into shelters, ultimately saving resources and lives. Our team works with pet owners and local agencies to identify solutions to keep animals in their homes when possible. The team is comprised of 11 animal welfare professionals and handles nearly 400 cases per year. In 2023, we assisted nearly 2,000 pets. We provide access to low-cost veterinary care, spay-neuter services, and additional resources such as pet food and supplies and proper pet housing. Our program is a one-time voluntary service intended to provide relief to pets and owners facing hardship and educate them on pet ownership. We cannot compel people to accept our services, and any assistance is provided at their request and/or our recommendation. For any pet needs that fall outside the parameters of what the program can provide, we make referrals to partner organizations and agencies. In addition, we make referrals for pet owners if they have their needs of their own beyond those of their pets. This can include referring them to programs that assist with services such as food assistance, pet-friendly housing, job placement, and more. We work closely with the NYPD and human service providers, including domestic violence and elderly care programs. With NYPD, CE works to prevent and combat animal cruelty across the 5 boroughs. The ASPCA cares for animal cruelty victims by providing medical and behavioral treatment, housing, and placement for these rescued animals. The ASPCA also assists criminal investigations managed by the NYPD and New York City's district attorney's offices through forensic evaluations, legal support, and training. We specifically support NYPD cruelty cases by removing animals from crime scenes and providing transportation of said animals to our 92nd Street facility where they receive the care and sheltering they need. Our program also receives case referrals from the ACC Community Pets Program. Our aim is to improve the lives of our city's pets and pet owners alike, and we look forward to continue working with fellow animal welfare individuals and organizations to accomplish this. Thank you.
Okay, next.
I'm Lucy Chaton, and I'm the manager for training and education of community cats at the ASPCA. We are here to highlight the urgent need for greater funding, access to affordable veterinary care, and overall support for the organizations that dedicate themselves to helping our city's most vulnerable felines. Supporting community cats involves a tremendous amount of behind-the-scenes work. Our program guides the public and rescue groups on cruelty referrals and works directly with law enforcement on such cases. We provide humane education to the NYPD and NYPD Explorers, supporting community cat work on the ground. Our program supports the community through education, training, and connections to outside resources. We offer workshops, both in person and online, to train community members and agencies on how to manage and care for community cats effectively. We recognize that there are very few outside resources available, and we urgently need more. Currently, just one person manages our community cats casework. Half the workload is field work and case management, which includes conducting site visits to assess conditions, gathering information, and developing intervention plans. The remaining half is dedicated to education and training, aimed at empowering the community to take proactive steps in managing community cats. It is important to note that the ASPCA does not directly provide trap, neuter, return, monitor services. To give you a better sense of the scope of our work with rescues, I'd like to share some stats. 892 rescuers are currently active with us. There are over 9,000 rescuers who could become active, and in 2023, we provided appointments to 46 different organizations and 116 individual rescuers. We provide a minimum of 600 free spay-neuter appointments monthly for community cats, including appointments for pregnant cats, which is significantly more than any other private organization. This September alone, we are offering approximately 1,318 free spay-neuter spots in New York City. There have been times when fewer appointments were available. This is not because we want to provide less support or see more unaltered community cats. It is simply because it is what our capacity allows. We have also provided funding for spay-neuter services to other groups to help bolster their efforts. We are grateful to all the rescuers who are making a difference, and we urge the Council to increase funding and access to affordable veterinary care for rescues and community cat programs across the city.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Rena Lafai, Director of Administration at the ASPCA Adoption Center. Shelters and rescues nationwide are dealing with increased intakes, limited resources, and a shortage of veterinary professionals. Despite these challenges, ACC has maintained high placement rates and continues to create programs that support both animals and pet owners. We have a unique perspective on the challenges and successes of animal welfare in our city, and our partnership with ACC has been instrumental in this work. We provide ACC with grant funding for their innovative programs, spay-neuter services, and veterinary care for owned animals in underserved communities. We often transfer dogs and cats from ACC to the ASPCA Adoption Center, providing these animals with the specialized care they need to transition into new homes. We've provided nearly $9.5 million in grants to ACC to advance efforts to reduce euthanasia, increase adoption and placement numbers, and improve access to care for the city's most at-risk animals. ACC established a special case advocate team funded by the ASPCA, which includes 2 full-time staffers with social work backgrounds who work to keep people and pets together by offering resources and support to families and pets who may be temporarily separated. At the ASPCA Adoption Center and Kitten Nursery, we focus on giving second chances to the most vulnerable animals and those who typically stay longer in shelters. In fact, since 2014, the Kitten Nursery has supported more than 11,000 kittens, providing life-saving care during the peak of kitten season, which is right now during the warmer seasons of the year, when shelters are overwhelmed with newborns.
Many animals come to us through our valuable partnership with the NYPD from our community engagement program or as transfers from ACC and often require extensive medical or behavioral rehabilitation. By providing the care they need, we help to alleviate the burden on ACC, giving them the chance to help more animals. So in closing, the support of this committee and the City Council is essential in making sure that ACC and other animal welfare organizations have the necessary resources to continue their life-saving work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer, did you have?
Very quickly, because I know time is of the essence, but obviously when we asked earlier, what are the barriers to having fewer individual animals in the shelters? It was funding, obviously. It was housing for the person because they are losing their housing or their job. Are there any legislative or other ideas that you might have that would reduce the population?
So I'll say, aside from funding, we should take sort of a big picture look at it, and we'd love to work with the council to brainstorm on how to encourage and incentivize more pet-friendly housing. Because when you look at the animals in our shelters and in ACC, they're over 25 pounds, they're mixed breed, and so much of the housing in New York City prohibits anything over 25 pounds. So automatically there, we're cutting off places and homes that animals could go into. So we'd be happy to speak offline about what we can do to protect tenants that are already in place with their animals, and what we might be able to do to incentivize private landlords to be more pet-friendly to
Thank
their
you. That would be very helpful. I know NYCHA, that's an issue also.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Holden?
Yes, thank you all for your work on behalf of animals, and you're doing God's work, and I thank you all. Just a question, Lucy, you mentioned about there's over 9,000 rescuers who have an account, an RSS account, and could become active. What's preventing it? Funding?
So currently, our capacity is such that we cannot onboard new rescuers. The rescuers that are active with us, I mentioned, are 892.
Right, which we, if we had those 9,000, that would certainly help. But
Yeah.
how much money are we talking about? Because the council has to know, if we're going to a budget season, how much should we allocate to the health department, to ACC, to your organization, the ASPCA? How much should we do?
So sorry, Lucy, I'll jump in here. So we have that 800 figure is folks that have signed a rescuer agreement for this year. The 9,000 is the universe that has been, and if they were to renew, it could activate. One of the things I'm going to highlight is that the funding that the ASPCA, we can provide low-cost spay-neuter to owned pets that comes out of that Animal Population Control Fund. But state law limits. It says it only can be owned pets of individuals on public assistance. So unfortunately, that funding cannot be used to help rescues. So that's the legal restriction on how that funding could be used. So we would love to work with you to think about creating different sort of revenue streams that can go to help the rescue community.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, panel. We really appreciate the work that you do. Thank you. Wait, I'm sorry. Councilmember Ariola did ask me. I'm sorry. She did want to say something.
I also just want to thank you for the work that you do for animals, and also let everyone know that our office funds 2 buses, as does Councilmember Holden's office. One is for vet clinics and the other for spay and neutering. And I invite my colleagues to really, because it certainly isn't enough, and it's not enough time, and we can't do enough animals, when the buses come, to please invest your discretionary money, your initiative money, whatever you have, in these services that go out into the community and help our rescuers and help our local citizens to spay and neuter to their animals and animals that they have trapped to be neutered and released. So thank you.
Okay, now thank you, panel. All right, the next panel is Dr. LaCheryl Bao, Natara Luce, and Matt Miller. You can proceed.
Hi, my name is Dr. LaSherle Ball, and I'm the Director of Surgery at Flatbush Veterinary Clinic. I have more than 7 years of experience as a high-quality, high-volume spay-neuter surgeon and have performed approximately 40,000 surgeries for New York City pet owners and rescuers. I greatly appreciate the chair and the members of the committee for convening this hearing. I have worked with several spay and neuter organizations, and the common thread I have observed is the passion, enthusiasm, and urgency that teams across this city have doing this work. Although my colleagues and I are deeply committed to addressing the pet overpopulation crisis, we cannot do this alone. This work takes a heavy physical and emotional toll on us. Those that have pursued spay and neuter as a career shoulder the push to do as many surgeries as we can daily, and many of my peers have considered permanently leaving the field after being overworked and underpaid while witnessing suffering and neglect on a daily basis and feeling that there is not enough support for there to be an end in sight. And this has led me to my greatest passion of teaching. In realizing that I may not always be able to perform 40 surgeries a day, I decided that one of my contributions to the access to care issues we face would be to arm as many veterinarians as I can with the skills to do this important work. I am a veterinary training specialist, and I have trained more than 60 veterinarians so far to perform high-volume surgery. Even still, we cannot tackle this crisis without long-term financial investment from the city. With your leadership and support, we can ensure our colleagues receive fair compensation for providing life-saving services. We can train more veterinarians to increase spay and neuter capacity in New York City. We can open more community-based, affordable veterinary clinics like Flatbush Vet in every borough. And by making basic veterinary services affordable and accessible, we can dramatically reduce shelter intake. But we must act. I know that you count on us as veterinarians to always be there for animals and people who need our care. Well, we're counting on you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm pleased to see so many people advocating for animals today. My name is Matt Miller. I'm a veterinarian who's been in this field for over half my life, the animal welfare field over half my life, and I've been practicing in New York City for the past 5 years. I'm currently serving as the veterinarian for Muddy Paws Rescue, a nonprofit canine rescue organization that has pulled over 100 dogs from the ACC this year. One of my roles at Muddy Paws Rescue is to provide free dental care, spays, neuters, and other medical care for animals that in the care of NPR and partner organizations. Since I was 15 years old, I've been involved with animal shelters and rescue organizations, and I feel very fortunate to be a part of New York's animal welfare community. After all, animal welfare in the U.S. began right here with the ASPCA advocating against the mistreatment of horses in NYC in the 1860s. Here, I'm able to work with compassionate people developing creative solutions to overpopulation, and I empathize with many of the issues raised today. As an associate veterinarian, when I was in general practice, I had to turn away clients and their animals in need due simply to the inability to pay, and it broke my heart every time. Despite some of the criticisms I've heard today, I deeply appreciate the unimaginably difficult work ACC does to reduce barriers to pet ownership so adopted animals can stay in homes rather than return to shelters. And access to veterinary care is just one component to the fundamental problem here, which is overpopulation. There are more animals than homes in New York City. Stray animals, of course, pose a public health risk as multiple cats have tested positive for rabies in recent years, along with parasitic and fungal infections that threaten human health. And so ultimately, for the sake of public health and to reduce the suffering of animals, stray animals must either be adopted or euthanized. And New Yorkers have shown up today to advocate for solutions that make one of those outcomes easier than the other. Whether through funding high-volume spay and neuter programs or stemming the flow of animals from breeders, solutions exist. Animal welfare organizations here and elsewhere have provided funding for high-volume spay and neuter operations in the form of grants, donations, and federal student loan forgiveness to recruit and retain veterinary staff. I look forward to supporting this council as they seek to improve animal welfare and would welcome invitation to any task forces or programs that arise from this hearing. I have ideas with respect to public-private partnerships, the building out of low-cost medical programs, and maximizing the utility of funding toward the shared goals of everyone in this room. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone who showed up today for animals.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I want to thank the council members who are still standing here to listen to all of us here. I'm Nantara Luce. I'm a veterinarian with the Neighborhood Vet and also started Small Bites Rescue during the pandemic. With the most recent corporate takeover of veterinary practices, it has significantly impacted pet ownership and animal welfare. Historically, veterinary care was provided by independent private clinics that offer personalized services at more accessible prices. However, as practices have been consolidated into corporate chains, the cost of veterinary services have surged, leaving pet owners owners struggling to afford routine and emergency care. This has led to heartbreaking decisions to abandon pets on the streets or relinquish them to shelters. I personally started a rescue after witnessing these countless pets being abandoned due to medical needs. Through my own clinic, I was able to provide veterinary care at cost, saving numerous lives. However, even after finding loving homes for these pets, some of these adopters were forced to relinquish them due to the overwhelming cost of ongoing veterinary care. These pets should not suffer because of financial barriers. In response to the urgent need for affordable options, I've organized low-cost free spay-neuter clinics on my days off. Let me repeat, on my days off. I've also worked with organizations such as Positive Tales to help with their spay-neuter clinics as well. I shouldn't have to do this, but I see their struggle every single day. These rescues need more help. These rescue organizations are heavily burdened, taking on not just spay-neuter services, but also advanced medical care that many pet owners can no longer afford. This additional demand restrains private, more affordable vet clinics like myself, which often step in to assess these rescues knowing they need our support. Unfortunately, these clinics like myself are feeling pressure while battling their own constraints, leading to emotional and mental burnout among staff focusing on delivering quality care. To combat this crisis, we must advocate for more affordable veterinary options and explore community-funded services. It's crucial that we come together, veterinarians, pet owners, and community members, to assure that veterinary care is accessible and sustainable for all, safeguarding the bonds between pets and their owners while promoting better animal welfare in our community.
Thank you. I have a question for you. My understanding is that in veterinary school, you don't get a lot of training in spaying and neutering. Is that correct?
Typically.
Okay, so that's something that we should look at as well, yes?
Absolutely.
Can you explain that so that people kind of get a sense of it?
Typically in veterinary school, students are only absolutely guaranteed to perform one full surgery throughout their 4 years before they graduate and go on to be practitioners in the field. They do not feel confident or experienced enough to do this work alone, and there's not enough mentorship. They need a lot more support.
In my vet school, which was quite a while ago, like 21 years ago, you had a certain number of people that basically fought for a spay-neuter clinic. So your rotation would be 3 weeks, in which we would do like up to 20 or 30 spays and neuters during that time. But that would be like basically a lottery. So if you were a fortunate enough vet student to get that, then you would get more spay-neuter experience. But my spay-neuter experience has come through Terra, which was upstate, and that's where I got all my spay-neuter experience.
Do you want to give a opine on this?
Yeah, essentially, my experience was pretty similar. I mean, I went to vet school in the South in Auburn, Alabama, and there were quite a few shelters that were eagerly willing to offer up their stray animals for vet students to practice. So I didn't have the same issue getting experience, but it is certainly true that you are not guaranteed much more than one surgery at most vet schools.
So maybe we can offline get together and talk about that and see what we could do about the veterinary schools to make sure that they have this available so that they train vets to do this so that we can get more done, right? Yes.
We would love that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the panel.
All right. Thanks. Good job.
Next panel is Rachel Zering, Justin DeSola, Allie Taylor. Hey, Allie, let's go. Will Zweigart, I'm sorry if one is that it's hard for me to read the handwriting, and I also don't pronounce very well either. Isabel Klee and Heidi Sisto. Okay, who's going first? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Me?
Oh, go ahead, you may begin.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Isabel Klee, and I have been lucky enough to work with New York City animal rescues and shelters for almost a decade. I fostered 12 dogs in the past 12 months, and most of them have come through Muddy Paws Rescue from the ACC. I share my fostering and volunteer experiences on social media, where I have grown a relatively large audience. Sharing these stories has been wonderful and powerful, but of course with everything there is a dark side as well. I get comments referring to the ACC as a kill shelter, and as a person who has worked with countless rescue organizations around the world, I can confidently say that this choice in words is extremely harmful and misguided. The Animal Care Centers of New York City is an open intake shelter, meaning they cannot turn animals away. It is the shelter that serves the city that we all love so much. The ACC takes in every animal that comes to their doorstep. They take in strays, medical cases, owner surrenders, behavioral cases, and hospice dogs. In August alone, they took in 1,163 animals, a staggering number. Unlike many shelters that claim to be no-kill, they don't get to choose what animals come into their care. Open intake shelters like the ACC are arguably the shelters that need the most support. I've had the opportunity to spend countless hours at the ACC over many, many years. What I see are staff members who work incredibly hard. They are overworked and underpaid. They are doing the best they can with the resources that they have. Every single hallway is filled with pop-up kennels, and every single office has a dog. They're saving as many animals as they possibly can. I agree that something needs to be done about the animal crisis in New York City. We need more funding, we need free spay and neuter clinics, we need education about pet ownership, we need to provide resources to the organizations that are doing the work, we need to crack down on breeding regulations. The answer is not to attack the ACC, but to fix the fundamental overpopulation issue at hand. I am so proud to support New York City's rescue organizations in a way that uplifts them to do even better instead of shaming them for not being the absolute best.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Justin. I'm the CEO of Astoria Animal Society in Astoria, Queens. My not-for-profit animal clinic helps. My not-for-profit animal clinic does low-cost spay and neuter. I roughly do about 200 a month, and we only do surgeries on Wednesdays. With the extra funding, I do believe I can help more days, more surgeries. We do see a lot of rescues coming in. It's very hard to book everybody with no funding. I come up with as much as possible out of my own pocket to help. We're understaffed. It's a big issue with the population. We have a lot of private and non-private clients that comes in, but the majority is a lot of rescues. And if we can get funding and help, we can actually save a lot of more animals. Especially we do free distemper, rabies, and FERCP for the cats and canines. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Allie?
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Taylor, and I serve as the president of Voters for Animal Rights, a volunteer-run organization based in New York City. I also dedicate my time to rescuing cats in my neighborhood in Bushwick. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Councilmember Schulman, Speaker Adrienne Adams, and the Committee on Health for convening today's important hearing. And also thank you to Councilmember Justin Brannan for introducing new legislation aimed at tackling the issue of backyard breeders. This hearing represents a crucial opportunity for the animal rescue community to share our lived experiences and to collaborate with the City Council on meaningful, pragmatic solutions for both humans and animals. Today, we will hear from representatives of over 350 animal rescue organizations caring for dogs, cats, rabbits, guinea pigs, wildlife, and more. We will hear from community cat colony managers, veterinarians, shelter staff, volunteers, and pet parents. Our collective efforts are driven by a deep commitment to our community, our neighbors, and the animals we share the city with. Despite our dedication, we face significant challenges. The high cost of spay-neuter procedures and vet care, combined with inadequate support from our city government, has created a dire situation. We are urging the New York City Council to invest substantial and ongoing funding for high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter services and affordable veterinary care for all New Yorkers, including rescuers and pet parents. Over the past 2 years, many of us involved in animal rescue, particularly those focused on cats, have been getting organized, and we've been meeting with City Council members to advocate for accessible spay-neuter and vet care. It is surprising to many council members that when a constituent calls their office seeking help with stray cats, whether they are pregnant, sick, hungry, or cold, there is no city agency available to provide immediate assistance. Instead, the responsibility falls on volunteers like myself and the others present today. And this is not a knock on ACC by any means. They provide brick and mortar shelter services and many other programs, but they do not have the financial and staffing resources to go out into the field and rescue every cat or dog that needs help in that moment. Instead, consequently, constituents have three options. They can, one, do nothing and allow the cat to continue suffering and reproducing on the street. They can address the issue themselves using their own resources. Or three, they can reach out to numerous volunteer-run rescuers in hopes of finding help. We are an under-recognized, all-volunteer workforce providing a vital municipal service without compensation, often incurring personal financial strain. This system is unsustainable. Imagine instructing city workers to maintain clean streets and repair potholes, but without pay and with only their personal funds and equipment to use. This is the reality for animal rescuers in New York City. Additionally,
Can you just wrap it up, please?
Yes. Additionally, thousands of compassionate New Yorkers have become certified rescuers, yet due to the severe shortage, they are not able to assist effectively. Expanding this service, currently there are only about 12,000 such appointments available annually, and to effectively address the outdoor cat population, we need at least 100,000 appointments annually. And if we were to include low-income pet parents as well, that would be 200,000 per year. For context, New York City's Department of Health allocates only $2.89 per capita for animal care, whereas LA invests $10 per capita, Miami-Dade $13.70, and Dallas nearly $15. The City Council can make a significant impact by creating incentives for veterinarians to obtain training in high-volume spay-neuter and by funding the expansion of these services across all boroughs. I look forward to the day when every one of the 51 City Council districts has access to such low-cost spay-neuter and veterinary care clinics. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please, and I'm just going to say, please keep to as close to the 2 minutes as possible. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heidi Sisto, and for the last 15 years I've lived in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It was approximately 11 years ago that I started helping the stray cats in my neighborhood in my free time after being confronted with cats in need every time I left my house. Getting these homeless cats veterinary care, spay and neuter, and adopted into homes, spending any extra time and money I had on them. Like all cat rescuers, I had a day job that had nothing to do with cats and spread myself thin, juggling both my job and helping cats. It was around this time 11 years ago that I also started posting on social media, documenting the cats I was helping in my neighborhood. Since then, I've rescued over 1,000 cats, of which almost all were originally intact. In documenting this, I've garnered 2.4 million followers across social media platforms, and as a result, I've been able to turn rescuing cats into my full-time job. I can say that I am one of the only New Yorkers who rescues cats as their day job. In 2023, I spent over $100,000 on veterinary care for cats, which I was able to fundraise through my social media platforms. But this is not a sustainable solution. No one should have to become internet famous in order to provide what should be a city service. New York City shouldn't need social media influencers to solve this problem when there are thousands of New Yorkers who want to step up, many of whom you'll hear from today. Every day, New Yorkers want to help the cats on their block and get their pets fixed, but the resources just aren't available to do so, and as a result, the overpopulation crisis of pets gets worse every year. But we can solve this problem by having widespread access to city-funded spay and neuter. Clinics in every borough where pet owners and rescuers alike could bring pets to receive free and low-cost spay and neuter. We need your help. We need New York City to step up and fund high-volume, affordable spay and neuter. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Rachel Ziering, and I'm the founding executive director at Muddy Paws Rescue. We're a foster-based dog rescue group, and we've been a New Hope rescue partner for ACC since 2017. To date this year, we've taken in over 100 dogs from ACC, 12 dogs from the ASPCA, many of whom originated at ACC, and 3 strays directly from the public. The majority of these dogs have been large dogs and seniors. Of the 96 dogs we've taken from ACC since January 1st, 15 were altered prior to entering the shelter, and 23...
You don't have to read so quickly. You could submit... We want to hear what you have to say. Just summarize it so that we can get the gist of it, and you can submit it, because we are going to pay attention.
Okay. Of the 96 dogs we've taken from ACC since January 1st, 15 were altered prior to entering the shelter, and the rest, 23 were altered by the shelter, and the rest we altered in our care through private vet clinics or in the last few months using our own clinic. There are many reasons for this, none of which come back to a lack of care or dedication from any one individual at ACC, and most of which relate to the dog's health, scheduling, and the national shortage of vets and vet techs. Theoretically, we can utilize the A for free alter surgeries, but trying to get these appointments is much like trying to get concert tickets for Backstreet Boys in the 90s. For many years, we jumped through all the hoops to secure those appointments, but it wasn't sustainable, and we concluded that paying $300 to $700 for these alter surgeries at private vet clinics was worth it to reduce the time and energy we were putting into trying to secure the free appointments. For a long time, this meant that we had to very carefully pick and choose who we pulled from ACC and give priority to those who were already altered. In March of this year, we partnered with another rescue group to bring a vet on staff part-time, Dr. Miller, who you heard speak before, and we began doing our own surgeries in-house, and this has allowed us to say yes to far more dogs from ACC. In my opinion, these issues are far more complex than we could ever identify or address in a single hearing, and we would love to be a part of the larger scale solution to support New York City animals, whatever that might look like. That was the extent of what I had prepared for today, but I'd just like to add, in response to some earlier questions about adoption processes, Muddy Paws is a huge proponent of open adoptions and utilizing technology to support open adoptions, and we'd love to be a part of any task force or initiative related to this. We have implemented a registration process versus an application process, and while changing the verbiage isn't the only important part of this, it has made for a much more welcoming and accessible process for potential adopters. Thank you to everyone who's boots on the ground at ACC for saving lives daily, and thank you for letting me speak very quickly today.
Thank you.
My name is Will Zweigert. I'm the founder and executive director of Flatbush Cats. Our mission is to help reduce overcrowded animal shelters in New York City. Thank you to the chair and committee for this hearing. Behind every overcrowded, open admission animal shelter is a city that has not yet made basic veterinary services like spay-neuter affordable and accessible for its residents. Affordability is the top issue for New Yorkers. It's also the #1 reason why people are surrendering their pets to shelters and why many say they will never be able to adopt again. Intakes are up, adoptions are down, and currently less than 5% of the city's animal welfare budget supports upstream efforts like spay-neuter. We cannot rescue or adopt our way out of this crisis. So last year, with support from the public and this council, we opened Flatbush Veterinary Clinic, a nonprofit facility offering affordable spay-neuter services and preventative care for pet owners and rescuers, because spay-neuter is surrender prevention. Next year, we'll perform over 10,000 affordable spay-neuter surgeries, which will provide a massive benefit to reducing shelter intake. We built this clinic as a model to show you what is possible, because we need a minimum of 100,000 spay-neuter appointments per year to dramatically reduce intake numbers. Imagine the possibilities if we scaled community clinics like Flatbush Vet to every borough. And imagine this council as the catalyst that finally turned the tide and inspired the rest of the country to follow suit. Think of how many lives you will save and improve, because behind every city with a manageable shelter population is a group of leaders who made spay-neuter services more accessible for both pet owners and rescuers. This is a solvable problem. Let's get it done.
Thank you. So I have a statement and I have a question. My statement, I went to visit Flatbush Cats, and I'm very impressed with your business model, and so I have made a commitment to bring this to the Queens delegation for next year to see if we can do something like that in Queens. So, and Councilmember Ariola has agreed to partner with me, and I hope that Councilmember Holden will do the same. See that? So, so we're gonna do that for the Queens delegation, and I urge my other colleagues, as Councilmember Ariola said earlier about an additional piece of this, that they try to do that for their boroughs as well. The question I have is for Allie Taylor. Do you want to? This is a softball for you. Do you want to comment on DOH MH's responses to the questions earlier today. And
Well,
they have people here, so.
Okay, that's fine.
No, saying they're here to listen, but go ahead.
I want to say that I was surprised by their lack of preparation and lack of candor, but I'm not surprised. This is a pattern that we've seen from DOH for decades. I don't believe that DOH should have oversight over ACC because they do not care. They have shown that time and time again. It is unfathomable to me that they would show up to a city council hearing and when asked if they want more money for spay-neuter to basically say, nah, we're good. I hope that what you saw today is indicative that we absolutely need change. We need a city separate department of animal welfare that would house ACC and that would provide services for rescuers and pet parents that we so desperately need.
Thank you very much, and thank you to this panel. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Holden.
Yes, and I'd like to thank all of you. And Heidi, it's amazing what you've dedicated your life. My God, it's wonderful. And Will, if you can give us like a budget that we can put in, like the chair said, that we could spread the Queens, but also the other boroughs. We need it in every borough. But that's 10,000 spay and neuters. It's just amazing that you could do that many. That's what you're projecting for next year.
That is the ASPCA's research team has estimated more than double that. I was trying to give you a number that doesn't scare you too much. We actually need over 200,000 affordable spay-neuter surgeries. Trying to baby step our way into some solutions.
But that number is so encouraging that we can get to that point in every borough, or maybe a few in every borough. Then we'll finally get a handle on this. But I have to say, this is so amazing, the advocates that we have in front of us. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all. Hidia, I think this is what it is. Cohen, Stuart Mitchell, Samantha Knox, Tanya Copeland, Libby Post, and Sassy Walker. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Tanya Copeland, and I'm the co-founder and president of Bronx Community Cats. We're based in the 14th Council District, and we would like to thank Councilmember Sanchez for supporting and recognizing our work through discretionary funding. In the last 4 years, we've fixed over 3,600 cats, including a record 1,138 in 2023 alone. Sorry, including a record 1,138 in 2023 alone. We were able to accomplish this with a team of diverse and motivated volunteers, primarily utilizing services provided by the ASPCA, as well as a few smaller private clinics. In response to the alarming number of friendly socialized cats that we were finding in our trapping projects, we decided to allocate more resources to owned pets. Currently, 30% of the animals that we fix every month are owned cats. When it comes to spay-neuter, intensity matters. And by that, I mean it's not just the total number of cats that we're fixing. The surgeries have to be done quickly in order to derive the most benefit from it, namely prevention of reproductive cancers. So the Bronx can't wait another 3 to 5 years for another nonprofit clinic. We really need innovative solutions immediately to address some of these issues. 40% of the pet owners in the Bronx still have unfixed cats. This is versus 7% in Manhattan. A few of our volunteers have young children, including my co-founder who has 2-year-old twins. And so we're trying to envision a future where it's not normalized to see outdoor free-roaming cats in large numbers, neglected animals, and we're hoping with the support of this council that we can see that to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Council. My name is Hadia Cohen. I am the founder and CEO of Bronx Dog Haven, a nonprofit organization dedicated to resources development in Bronx community. We started off as a socialization group in Melrose Projects. We later on gradually became what you see today, which is now developing, rehoming, rescuing, spreading the word for spade and neutering. We also developed a pantry that we do once a month, and then we leave a month for emergency food. What we found is we work with people that own animals, and what we found with them is that a lot of them can't afford foods or don't know that regular kibble isn't the only thing that they can feed their pets. So we teach them how to cook for their animals. We teach them other cost-efficient ways to be able to keep their pets. We also rely on sister rescues and nonprofit organizations for help to be able to get harnesses, leashes, collars, and things like that so that they are able to keep their dogs safe. We also give out cages. I think our urgency is just, like she said, we deal with a lot in the Bronx, and we want to make sure that we have a lot more people that can get the help when it comes to surgeries instead of them just surrendering their pets and or just leaving them in the projects for people like us to then pick up, have to rehome, rehabilitate, and make sure that they can get the help that they need and hopefully find a good home.
Next.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for letting me speak on this very important issue today. My name is Stuart Mitchell. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm a single father of 2 teenagers, Taj and Nazir. I'm an author. I also visit New York City schools to talk about the importance of having compassion for animals, and I share the importance of adopting animals rather than buying from breeders that cause a number of problems. I'm also an animal rights activist. I'm involved in animal rescue. That includes pigeons, cats, and other animals. I'm a cat dad. Me and my kids share our apartment with 3 rescued cats, Fern, Kamala, and Ali. I'm here today with many other animal advocates that include colony managers, feeders, shelter volunteers, veterinarians, and fellow pet parents. And we are here today to urge the City of New York to allocate substantial funding for high-value, low-cost spay and neuter and affordable veterinary care for anyone in need, including rescuers and pet parents, especially the many of us living in public housing. Back in 2021, my baby boy Kamala was sick with FIP, which is a life-threatening disease found in cats. Most cats die within 2 months of acquiring this disease, and death is almost certain if it's not treated promptly and effectively. I could not afford the veterinary bill, and I had to rely on friends, family, and social media followers to donate money so that I could pay the bill to save Kamala's life. I'm very lucky and fortunate to have a strong community to rally around me and save my baby boy's life. And not everyone has that privilege, and unfortunately, because we live in New York where everything is overpriced, from rent to grocery bills and seemingly never-ending inflation, nobody has thousands of dollars just laying around in case of an animal emergency. And by the way, between the vet visits and the medicine for my cat, everything came out to a little over $9,000. No parent or caretaker should have to deal with the stress of an expensive vet care bill when they already have enough on their plate to worry about, like getting their rent paid, clothing our children, putting food on the table, and taking care of utility bills. Our animals mean so much to us, and this is why we are here to fight so hard for them today. Council, you have the power today to impact so many lives in a positive way, human and animal. Low-cost spay and neuter would be such a huge relief for colony managers, feeders who are paying for this cost out of pocket, and who, by the way, are doing an extremely hard task of keeping down cat colony populations in the city due to breeders continuously breeding cats for profit, only to leave these animals to be neglected by those that purchase them and tossed out into the streets to fend for themselves. Without colony managers, The city will have a major crisis and an overpopulation of cats roaming the streets. And keep in mind, these colony managers are doing this out of their own pocket and on their own free time to get these cats fed, spayed, and neutered. And lastly, I just want to say this: cats and dogs and other animals are a huge part of our family and also a huge part of our community. And low-cost spay and neuter plus cracking down on backyard breeding will ensure that we can maintain happy pet homes and easy-to-manage colonies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name is Samantha Knox, and I am the director of Itty Bitty City Kitties based in Rockaway Beach, Queens. In the last 10 years, the population in Rockaway has increased over 8% to nearly 125,000 people, one of the largest population increases in Queens. The median household income is $66,000, which is 14% less than the citywide median. With the poverty rate in Rockaway at over 18% and 14% of our population in public housing. Of that, 52% are pet parents. For all of those people, there are 2 vets. Neither of those vets offer any low-income assistance whatsoever. The basic cost of an exam is over $175. If you throw in spay and neuter, it's well over $1,000, which is too much for a family who's struggling to feed their children. With no access to locally or citywide affordable vet care, the animal population becomes unmanageable and explodes. Pets who are problematic or sick get surrendered to an already overburdened shelter system or abandoned, making more animals found on streets, parking lots, dumpsters, playgrounds, or in the boardwalk. It creates situations where pet parents who take in a few strays end up with more than they asked for. In January, I worked a case where a former NYPD officer couldn't afford to fix her 3 cats. 3 cats became more than 100 in her 850-square-foot bungalow. I worked a case with a man in Broad Channel, a veteran who couldn't afford to sterilize his pets. He had so many in his small home, he started to panic, and he started throwing live kittens in the trash and drowning them in Jamaica Bay. This is just the beginning. This is not the dog fights. This is not kittens used as live bait. This is not animals tied in bags found in dumpsters. I'm one person, I'm one organization, and I cannot shoulder the burden of spay and neuter for the entire peninsula of Rockaway Beach. While the wonderful Councilwoman Ariola and I have discussed options and plans for our area, neither one council member or one rescuer can enact these financial things without the help, physically and financially, of a city who can help us.
Samantha, I want to thank you for coming here today, and I have had the honor of coming to your rescue and seeing the work that you do. And if anybody ever wants to, Samantha runs an amazing show. I mean, it's an incredible place. Disabled cats, kittens, NICU. I mean, it's a full gamut. She does this all from donations and mostly from her own pocket. But I would just like to ask you a question. Risa Weinstock from the ACC stated under oath that every animal that leaves their care from ACC is spayed or neutered. Would you say that that was your experience with ACC?
It is not. Our organization is part of the ACC New Hope program, and while I primarily pull kittens underage, not a single animal that we have ever pulled from the facility, which is well over 100 at this point, has had any spay or neuter service or medical care or has been sent home with any medication or further follow-up.
Thank you. Were there other indiscrepancies from the testimony that you heard from the DOHMH, Mayor's Office, and ACC that kind of really stuck out in your mind?
Yes, especially in regards to reporting animal abuse. Both of these cases, these hoarding cases, these, by the way, are 2 of the 45 cases in Rockaway Beach currently right now on my radar, where there are more than 100 animals in jeopardy. We've reported them, and we are directed to 911, and they close the ticket usually in under 30 seconds with no follow-up. We have reached out to the city for assistance, and the only answer we get from the mayor's office is to go to the aspca.org and find out resources there.
Okay. I want to thank you very much for your testimony, for
Thank you,
coming out
Councilwoman.
today. And I have a lot of rescues in my district, and we work very closely with all of them, and they do an outstanding job. And honestly, the only way, and many of you have said it, to really combat the issue of the overpopulation and strays and feral cats and people just dumping cats off is to have them sprayed and neutered. So you know what we need to work towards? Free spay and neuter for all animals in this city, not just some. If we have money to spend, on things that do not benefit us, in which a lot of money is wasted here in the city, we can find the money for this, and we're going to fight for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Libby Post. I came down from Albany today. I'm the executive director of the New York State Animal Protection Federation. We represent all the animal shelters and a growing number of rescues at the state capitol. You've heard today all the reasons why the shelters are overwhelmed, so I'm not going to get into that as well. But these dynamics are beyond the control of any one shelter, but are being used to continue the demonizations of shelters as some organizations promote the concept that, quote, shelters kill animals. In 2023, the Animal Care Centers of New York, who's a Federation member, had a live release rate, as Teresa said before, of 91%. Anything over 90% is considered, quote, no kill. Yet ACC is continually demonized by many as a kill shelter where animals are routinely euthanized. This organizational demonization, as well as the personal attacks on shelter staff, advocates, and elected officials, has to stop. We have become too inured of being able to just attack people in a way that's really destructive to them. Not only the people working in shelters, managing shelters, advocates, but also our elected officials. I can tell you that in Albany there have been death threats made to elected officials if they don't vote the way some animal advocates would like them to vote. And that's just not right. But we do know that by working together we can make a difference. I want to thank you for holding this hearing and beginning to do the work necessary to change local law to comport with the statewide ban on selling puppies, kittens, and rabbits in pet stores that comes into effect this year on December 15th. The Puppy Mill Pipeline Bill was a major victory for animal welfare. We've seen other major victories in the past few years as well. On the same day that Governor signed the Puppy Mill Bill, she also signed the Companion Animal Care Standards Act for Shelters and Rescues, which takes effect on December 15, 2025. This measure raises the standard of care across the board at all shelters and rescues. Simply put, ACC and all shelters and rescues in New York City will be inspected by the New York State Department of Ag and Markets. We have raised considerable grant funding to provide no-cost consulting services for shelters and rescues. The New York Community Trust has given us funds. We have 8 slots left for New York City organizations. If you are a bricks and mortar rescue or a bricks and mortar shelter, please get in touch. Go to nysapfedfund.org and sign up. Now, I know I'm going to be quick. The Standards Act works hand in hand with the Companion Animal Capital Fund. Since 2018, $33 million has been invested in capital projects at shelters across the state. ACC has gotten some of that money. BIDOE has gotten some of that money. This year, we're asking the governor to put $10 million in. She's put $5 million in for the last 2 years. Double it, and we'll be very happy and be able to move on to other things. Our annual capital needs survey has found 48 shelters across the state have capital needs of $77.2 million. While the fund doesn't cover everything, it really does help, and we've seen a great deal of change. The challenges to animal welfare in the city and state are many, but there are those of us in the policy trenches that are making headway and proposing new innovations. Getting serious about increasing low-cost spay and neuter services means getting serious about dog licensing. We all know a portion of each dog license goes to the state's Animal Population Control Fund, which then funds low-cost spay and neuter programs across the state. While I can't get into specific detail right now, the Federation is ready to discuss with the City Council in more detail outside of this context of this forum how we can enhance licensing in New York City. The other challenge we're all facing, as we've been heard, is the shortage of vets. The Fed is working with the Vet Society. We're doing a matching program to bring vets to shelters in need of those services. And people really responded pretty well. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. I'm more than happy to delve further into these issues with you as a group or individually.
Thank you. And next panelist.
Hello everyone, hi. First I want to thank you guys so much for having this
platform for us to speak. I've done this before a few years ago. Nothing came out of it. But this feels different. This feels like you guys are listening, you're asking the right questions, and I just have a really positive feeling about it. So thank you, and thank God for us all being here and healthy. A big shout out to all the rescuers here that made it. I know a lot of them, so you're going to hear some great testimonies. I want to first say my name is LaTanya Sassy Walker, better known as Sassy. I am a one-woman show. I am in Brooklyn and Brownsville area. I rescue in Canarsie and East New York. They're lower income. I'm a NYCHA resident. So I see it all, I get it all, and I feel it all. I don't have my notes because I'm too busy. Today I had to drop off cats at ASPCA. Yesterday was Cat Cafe, Flatbush Cats. Like, you know, I'm just every day. And I work a full-time job for New York City Health and Hospital. So I work there to support the cats, right? I've bounced so many checks. I was gonna bring you my bag of all the paperwork for just this year alone so you guys could get a kick out of it, but I was rushing and I forgot it. So I just wanna say, you know, I'm coming from the heart. Like, you know, I am the cat person, the dog person, the bird person, the rabbit person. I am called every day, all day. I am so exhausted. I am so exhausted that sometimes I say, I am running and leaving. I am leaving New York. I speak to people all over the world. They have free spay neuter. They don't go through all of this. It's like, why do I have to? Look, I don't even have my nails done. I don't dress up. I don't go nowhere. You know, all I do is cats. Cats. People be like, what you want? Okay, cat food, anything, you know? And it's like, I want a little bit of a life. I would love a little bit, just a little bit of me time. Go to the gym. Just do something nice. So this is all I do. And I'm also the feeder. I have to help 20, 30, 40 people who feed. The elderly are my specialty. They call me for everything. I would never tell them no. I will drop whatever I'm doing, give them my last. I also help the stray population. You know, so I'm going to sum it up and say what the solutions for me would be for NYCHA. I would like for them to start going back to the apartments and seeing what is being done with these dogs, and the breeding is out of control. You have to go in the apartments and see what's going on because it is ridiculous. I am dealing with the dog out of control. Also, I would like to see Department of Health. The stores used to let me fix the cats. Now they all breeding and selling the kittens. Department of Health used to come to the stores. They used to give them tickets. Now no one wants me to even fix the cats. They got to get back on board with that. I've called millions of times. Animal Cruelty Department, I call them all the time. I got all their numbers. I'm not seeing change. I need more help from them as well. ACC has always helped me from the beginning. I've been doing this since 2011. ASPCA, they help me. They do the best they can do. We all do. We're to the max. We're maxed out. So I just want to say that and thank you, and I look forward to free spay neuter in my hood because they not going to Cat Cafe and they not going to Flatbush Cats where I live at. You got to put it in front of their door so they can walk right out and say, here, fix my pet. So yeah, so spay neuter.
Thank you.
Oh, no clapping.
Thank you. And we didn't bring it up today, but we did hear about the breeding issues, so that's a separate thing that has to be addressed. So we're aware, and staff here is taking copious notes and everything else. So, all right. So thank you for this panel. I'm going to call up the next panel. What? Chris is coming. He's going to come. Oh, okay. Marlon, Rob. Oh, you know what? We're going to take like a 2-minute break, rest break.
Never mind. I'm taking a break.
Okay.
Thank you for, Chair, so the guy right up there, that's my husband. He come to bring me lunch. But you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I think it's going, all right?
You're doing great.
DOH, MH must be.
Your mic is on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. Please take your seats. We shall resume momentarily. Once again, please ensure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed on silent or vibrate. Please find your seats. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay. Okay, the next panel, Anna Maria Skurik, I think it is, Victoria Conloris, sorry if I mispronounce, Ann Levin, Jennifer Brooks, Joan Sulaco, Joanne, Joan. Januti Ahmad. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. You can start.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Now we can
my
hear you.
name is Anna Maria Struritz, and I'm with Astoria Cat Rescue. Every single day, no matter the weather, whether it's pouring rain, freezing cold, or blistering heat, we are out there feeding 15 colonies in Astoria and rescuing cats and kitties daily, providing shelter, food, and medical care, and we are struggling. There are way too many cats on the streets and not enough resources. Getting free spay and neuter services is nearly impossible. Even with a regular vet care, the costs, even with our rescue discount, are far too high for a number of cats that we rescue every month. And as you know, ACC and DOH are no help. And it's not just the spay and neuter services. Many of the cats we rescue need emergency medical care, surgery, CT scans, blood transfusions, and there's nowhere affordable to take them. We walked into emergency hospitals like AMC and Blue Pearl with dying cats, knowing that the vet bill will be in thousands, even tens of thousands. But we don't have a choice. These animals need our help, and we're the only ones trying to give it to them. And because of it, we are broke. Donations don't cover our costs. Our founder is even draining her 401k to keep the rescue alive, sacrificing her financial future because the need is so great. And not to mention all of the volunteers that are helping along the way. And the reality is the current system is broken, and we're doing everything that we can, but we are at a breaking point. And this is an emergency. The city needs to act. The city council needs to act now. We need immediate funding for high volume, free or low cost spay and neuter. And we need affordable or low cost emergency vet care. Without the city support, rescues like ours will collapse, and these animals will suffer and die. And we're just not asking, we're begging, please help us. And just to add to one of the previous points on the conversation with the Flatbush cats, we would like to be involved in any initiatives bringing in Flatbush cat initiatives to Queens or anything similar to see how we can help out the best. So feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next panelist. Okay, go ahead. Ken, ma'am.
I worked at 3 shelters, ASPCA, and Animal Care and Control. All right. What I found most distressing in all my years working there was the public that had no regard for dumping their animals and then blaming you for the killing that results from it. Decades later, we still see the same problem, animals coming into the shelter that are not spayed or neutered. If all the shelter and rescue groups are spaying and neutering their animals before adoption, then where are all these intact animals coming from? Are these people that take a chance to adopt from a neighbor or friend, then they find out it doesn't work out, so they bring the animal to the nearest shelter and dump it on the street? There's no 10, 15-year commitment here. There's no time invested in the animal's future. After a week or two, they are ready to give up the animal. These dogs are like foster kids. They need stability. The more times the animals are given up, the more time it needs to adjust to its new surroundings. Why is this happening decades later with no change in sight? Where are the stats that can tell you the pattern? Are these so-called owners moving into the city and then they find out their new place doesn't accept animals and now they dump them at the shelter? I know everyone used to say things like, oh, they're moving or allergic, but I know that's not the truth all the time. The reality is we cannot adopt, rescue, or euthanize our way out of this problem. Years ago, there were more animals, but more cage space. In New York City, it all comes down to cage space. But New York City, being the biggest city in the country, with 6 animal shelters in Manhattan alone, we shouldn't be having this problem, and yet only barely 1 shelter in each borough that performs animal control. We even have yard space in the Manhattan shelter, and I believe the Queens shelter, where animals can exercise and relieve themselves. I used to have up to 100 volunteers, and I would coordinate them and have dogs on a schedule. You can walk the dogs in the neighborhood, in the New Queens neighborhood, with a dog vest saying the dog is adoptable. You can meet and greet people in your neighborhood. You have to be more creative. You're a new kid on the block. What is needed is a spay-neuter clinic. Years ago, when you advocated for spay-neuter clinic, they said, oh, they're going to take the business away from local vets. I walk into a vet, it cost me $80 plus before even doing anything. We have dog parks popping up. Where are the dogs? The shelter has to be more creative in the foot traffic, find ways to increase adoption while at the same time decrease your animal intake. And lastly, you worry about euthanasia. Nobody knows what it's like. When I used to work at the shelter, I had a churning in my stomach every day. I had to do euthanasia. The pressure was enough, but you know, you got to save your soul. I'm trying to skip here now. TNR.
If you could just summarize.
Yeah, TNR is important. Euthanasia can't solve the problem. It's not the only solution. But basically, the bottom line is we need a spay and neuter clinic in New York City because we are the greatest city in the world. We should not be having this problem. Okay. And like I said, 6 shelters in New York City alone, nothing in Queens. And I'm living here. I'm 72. I'm going to be living 65 years in the same house in Queens.
We just opened, ACC just opened a shelter in Queens.
I know. You know, anyway.
Thank you very much,
thank you for letting me speak.
Thank
I'm going
you.
to mail you a copy anyway. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Victoria Koulouris, and I'm the president and founder of LIC Feral Feeders and Cat Rescue Corp. We are a 501c3 based in District 26, which is in Long Island City, Queens. I began feeding neighborhood cats several years ago, which led me to uncover a harsh reality in our city. Every construction site, empty lot, and alleyway harbors colonies of homeless cats. A female cat can start reproducing as early as 6 months old, producing multiple litters each year. Without proper management, a small colony can quickly multiply into a large, uncontrollable population. The crisis is severe, and individual rescuers and organizations cannot solve the problem alone. We are witnessing a relentless increase in abandoned pets, coinciding with rising costs for veterinary care, making the situation even more dire. We need your help. We need accessible, low-cost, or free spay, neuter, and veterinary services. Such services must be available not just to rescue organizations, but to community members who cannot afford the exorbitant costs of private veterinary care. The city's homeless cat population is a problem that demands a citywide solution. I urge you to allocate a budget to address this urgent issue and to support our efforts to manage and reduce the number of homeless cats in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Brooks. I'm the founder and president of New York City Second Chance Animal Rescue. We have been partners with Animal Care and Control since 2009. We've saved over 16,000 dogs and 5,000 cats. We just opened up a new shelter in Long Island City, Queens, our neighbors. there's many problems. It's a multifaceted problem. The lack of low-cost spay and neuter for even members of the public. Our organization provides that for members of the public through our donations that we get. We also have a safety net program to try to keep families and pets together when a medical crisis arises. We cover the medical bills for the pet owners. So there needs to be more programs like that available to the public in the city. We're just a small organization. ACC used to have a program called Safety Net. A lot of the things that they spoke about today, I don't, as a well-versed rescuer, I was not aware of those programs that they have. Also, I am a former New York City school teacher, and I believe that humane education in the classroom is a huge issue. It's not being taught. It's in the New York City school curriculum, and it's up to the principal if they want to do it or not. But unless we educate the future and give the students the tools and the information that they need, this cycle is just going to keep on going. So there needs to be a lot of work done, and hopefully we can all come together for the animals because they need all the help they can get.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Janatul Ahmed, and I am the Director of Operations at Long Island City Feral Feeders. You all just heard from my amazing rescue president, Victoria, here. And like she said, we are a 501c3 nonprofit cat rescue based in District 26, where I am also a resident. In 2020, I campaigned for a District 22 City Council candidate, and it was through that experience that a fellow campaign member introduced me to the cat overpopulation crisis in our city. When I saw the volume of cats outdoors that were living in poor conditions, sick, or simply so friendly that they were begging to be brought indoors, it blew my mind that I had spent 20+ years of my life without knowing that there were so many cats out there in need of dire assistance. I assure you that there are many out there like me who still need the knowledge delivered to them. And the more I learned, the more involved I got in cat rescue management. Our small but mighty team at LIC Feral Feeders has been operating at a volume unlike ever before. Volunteering our free time to help the cats and cat caretakers of our community, we are beyond overwhelmed. There are not enough resources for us to make an effective and long-lasting change, especially after the population surge that multiple veterinary clinic closures during the pandemic have led to. The current supply of subsidized veterinary services is nowhere near the demand that is out there. Council members, I urge you to fund high-volume, no to low-cost spay and neuter services for all New Yorkers. Our community cats, owned pets, and we, your hardworking constituents, need greater access to veterinary services both in cost and in quantity. Constituents should not have to take time off of work to attend appointments, consider surrendering a beloved pet due to the rising cost of care, or compete against each other for the limited services available. The number of cats on New York City streets is not normal, and our city needs to solve this problem before it spirals further out of control. Ultimately, practicing altruism in this city should not come at a cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Ann Levin. I represent Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition, which operates the Brooklyn Cat Cafe and the BBAWC Rescue Clinic. Today I'm going to share the numbers that show that the existing traditional shelter system that we've all been hearing about in New York City does not adequately address the needs of the city's existing cat population, despite all of our efforts. To illustrate, according to the data reported as Shelter Animals Count, in 2023, a total of 18,566 cats were taken in by participating shelters and rescue groups. This does not include the large number of cats helped by individual and small group rescues. Just over 9,500 were stray cats, in other words, removed from the outdoors. The rest were owners rehoming or transfers from other shelters. This means that in 2023, the existing New York City shelter system was able to help less than 2% of the over 500,000 cats suffering on the streets. As a city, we are failing the over 500,000 outdoor cats suffering on the streets, the over 2.3 million kittens born on the streets each year, and the over 1.7 million kittens that die before they reach 6 months on our streets. These cats affect every single community in the city, from animal lovers to residents who see the cats' nuisance behaviors and see them reproducing, starving, and suffering on their doorsteps. The traditional shelter system and current adoption rates are not and will never be sufficient to solve the New York City cat crisis for good. Individual and small group rescuers have stepped up and tried and fill the gap. However, with little financial help, extremely limited access to affordable veterinary care, and no municipal support, we are constantly overwhelmed by the numbers, the death, and the suffering. Please hear our concerns, recognize the magnitude of the cat crisis in the city, and include individual rescuers and small rescue groups in the discussion of implementation of systemic, humane solutions to the New York City cat crisis.
I appreciate that. I just want to, wait, before you go, I wanted to let everyone know that I did introduce a bill last year to educate students in school about pet ownership and animals and all of that, because when we had the guinea pig hearing and heard about, like, guinea pigs are not the kind of animals to have as pets. It's a whole long story that if you saw some of the testimony, you'd know why. But at any rate, teachers would bring guinea pigs into the school, which terrifies them. They die from being touched and all kinds of stuff. At any rate, I put in a bill, and I have to take a look and see where it is. So we have to push it, and I may ask for some assistance there, but I'll let folks know. So I just wanted you to know that that was done, because I think it's so important. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the next panel. Hold on a minute. Kathy Nazari. Marlon Robb. David McClure. Hold on a minute. Sarah Barak. What is this? Rio Poli, sorry if I mispronounce it, and Adita Bernkrant. What?
Clarify that it's Kathy Nazari.
Kathy Nazari? Oh, okay. Hi, sorry. We're missing, who are we missing? Wait 1 second, we're trying to figure this out. David McClure. Oh, okay, so fine. I just want to make sure we called everybody. All right. So why don't you start, sir?
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello.
Wait, when you speak, just press the button to make sure the red light is on, and then the mic is on. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marlon Roberts, and I'm the Executive Director of Best Friends Animal Society's New York City Life Saving Center in Lower Manhattan. It's a privilege to be before you all today, especially after witnessing the grand opening of the Paul A. Ballone Queens Animal Care Center. The center truly exemplifies a strong commitment to its four-legged residents and their human families, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to their dedicated staff and volunteers, as well as all the organizations that support their success. Best Friends Animal Society is a leading animal welfare organization with a mission to end the killing of dogs and cats in America's shelters by 2025. Our reach extends nationwide with a significant local impact here in New York City. We work with Animal Care Centers of New York City in several impactful ways. Best Friends provides a $150,000 grant to ACC New York City over a 2-year period, supporting the facilitation of 650 animals annually to rescue partners to help ease their capacity challenges, also known as the Wheels of Hope program. We sponsored this year 2 off-site adoption events covering all adoption fees for ACC, which resulted in over 100 dogs and cats finding loving homes, and we are committed to continuing this support in 2025. Additionally, we pull directly from Animal Care and Control Center's capacity to our center in New York City. I'm here today in strong support of Animal Care Centers of New York City, the largest animal shelter in our city, which is on track to achieving a remarkable 90% save rate for the animals in their care. Despite their success, the shelter faces ongoing challenges due to the high number of animals being surrendered. Families are often forced to make the difficult decision to give up their pets due to the rising cost of living, veterinary care, and other financial pressures. This situation places increased demands on ACCs and families' already strained resources. With ACC's facility already at capacity, we urgently seek that the council continue to allocate additional funding to ACC's New York City and the community-funded services. By doing so, you will be supporting a vital institution dedicated to the welfare of both animals and people and helping to make a significant positive impact in our community. Continued financial support will enable the shelter and the community to expand their services and save even more animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Sarah Naomi Lukowitz. I'm a co-founder of 10 Lives Rescue. I'm not going to tell you stories about the rescue we've done because there's people here who are way more qualified than me to talk about that. But what I do want to talk to you about is the fact that private equity's influence on the cost of veterinary care has been devastating. I heard neighborhood vets point it out, and I was really glad that they did because it's a massive problem and it's a big reason for why this overpopulation crisis is happening. Nationwide, about a quarter of general veterinary practices are now owned by large corporations, and about 3/4 of specialty practices like emergency and surgery are owned by private equity. I think from 2017, it was something like $45 billion in deal making was done by them. And it's it's Americans in general, and it's New Yorkers who are suffering because of this. We see a pipeline. Kitten comes from an unfixed mother, adopted into a home unfixed. Kitten reaches sexual maturity. Kitten begins spraying or gets pregnant. Kitten is dumped. Rinse and repeat. It's constant. I have a woman who I'm working with who lives in the NYCHA housing near me, and she wants to get her cat fixed. And I asked her to make a statement. She said, I reside in NYCHA. I'm a cat owner. I've had my cat since she was a kitten. I wanted to get her spayed, but the price was too high. I cannot afford it. I have 2 young children to care for. Thousands of cat owners would be grateful and happy for this. There's a need, there's a desire, and this is like a nonpartisan issue. This should be really easy to knock out of the park, and there are other cities that have done it. I think we should think about forgiving veterinary loans for vets that go into this type of affordable spay-neuter. I think you should think about supplementing private vet practices that want to do this kind of work on their off time, but you can't ask them to do it out of the goodness of their hearts. You have to offer them incentives. That's all I got.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Adita.
Hi, my name's Adita Bernkrant, and I'm the Executive Director of NICLAS, and I want to thank you for holding this important hearing. I'll start by saying that we are in full support of Intro 1018. And as we've heard, there's a desperate need for low-cost veterinary services for New Yorkers and for widely available free or low-cost spay-neuter, and we hope to work with the council to make this a reality, and also to make the pets in housing legislation a reality, because we need to get to the roots of the problem. But I want to touch on another species in New York City that needs desperate rescue, and that is the carriage horses. 71% of polled New Yorkers support ending the abuse of horse carriage business, yet every single day, right now, we see senior, unwell horses, many with agonizing, untreated injuries and ailments, pulling carriages in chaotic traffic day and night. Some crash into cars, some collapse or drop dead on the street. In fact, this morning, a few blocks away, there was a trial date at the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse for District Attorney Alvin Bragg's prosecution of longtime horse carriage owner Ian McKeever for criminal animal cruelty for working his elderly sick horse Ryder to death. And by the way, Ryder was given a completely clean bill of health by the Department of Health and licensed to work, an elderly cancer-ridden horse. And that's the case for many. Please, Chair Shulman and the Health Committee, let's not neglect these suffering horses a minute longer. We desperately need a health committee on Ryder's Law, Intro 967, so that we can finally do what the overwhelming majority of New Yorkers want you and the City Council to do, which is to shut down this criminal horse carriage abuse happening every day that is actually being enabled by the city agencies and by the City Council every day those horses are out there. Just want to take one more second to point out that Tuesday's Science Times, the cover story was about New York City's wet markets. Petri dishes for a new pandemic. New York's animal wet markets with weak regulations pose a serious risk for viral transmission, experts say. I worked with the reporter for months behind the scenes. Councilmember Bob Holden is the only council member to ever come with me to see the conditions in these markets that are breeding grounds for infectious diseases. We cannot turn a blind eye any longer, please.
I appreciate it. I will tell you the wet markets are regulated by the state for the most part, and we are trying, I don't know if you were here earlier, we are trying to figure out if there's any connection for DOHMH, and we're going to be doing that offline too. We took notes on that. So
That's great to hear. And
so,
please,
just so that you're aware.
We are begging you, every day we hear from New Yorkers, why is this criminal animal abuse with these carriage horses still happening? I know you have compassion for animals. You haven't signed on to Riders Law. This is in your committee. It's on you. Every day this abuse is happening. We are begging you to do the right thing.
I appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Schulman and members of the Health Committee. A special acknowledgement to Council Member Holden for being a true champion for animals. I'm Kathy Nazari, founder and chair of Lights Out Coalition, a group of more than 50 organizations dedicated to protecting urban wildlife. We are grateful to the committee for holding this hearing on important animal issues and hope the overwhelming support for bills like the guinea pig sale ban and the rat contraception program demonstrate a positive shift in the council towards compassion for animals. We support Intro 1018, calling for regulations and protections for all animals sold in pet stores. Not only do birds and exotics need protection and proper health care, but we hope to see a day where these sales are also banned, especially since illegal dumping of animals in public areas is so prevalent. We also appreciate that any breeder or seller must be issued a permit and look forward to the day they are outlawed as well. As for the state of New York's animal rescue, we feel free spay and neuter services, as well as fully funding trap, neuter, release programs and care by the many volunteer and rescue groups in the city, are necessary to reduce and hopefully eliminate the practice of euthanization. Further, there is a serious need for looking at rescue more holistically or inclusively. Presently, there is no city agency that will take in or attend to injured or abandoned birds and other exotics, whether it means expanding the scope of ACC or giving significant grants to Wild Bird Fund, the city's only wildlife rehabilitation center that tend to wild birds and other animals injured in parks, on the streets, by building collisions, or dumped in parks and other public locations. So many unnecessary deaths could be avoided if we all take our role as stewards more seriously. This also includes the carriage horses who have a long history of abuse. In fact, I'll just
You can
wrap
just,
up.
yeah, just sum up.
One of the owners is presently being prosecuted by Manhattan DA for criminal abuse. The coalition has many ideas on how the city can better protect its animals, and we look forward to meaningful discussions on how to achieve these goals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Thank you so much for the council of everything you're doing. My name is Rio Politi. I am an independent rescuer, animal rights advocate, and former volunteer for the Mayor's Alliance before the 2019 shift from a city-funded organization to privately run charities. I reside in District Number 3 and proudly voted for City Council Representative and VFAR endorsed Eric Botcher. I started doing rescue and TNR work as a child alongside my mother over 25 years ago in Fire Island. Over 50 cats have found their forever homes through our efforts, coming off the streets, getting spayed, neutered, and vaccinated on our personal time and personal dime. In my hometown of Ocean Beach, Fire Island, we had a community-run initiative by an incredible man, John Jay, where all the townspeople trapped as many cats as possible while a team of volunteer vets performed high-volume spay and neuter surgeries. After the first year, we reduced the cat population by 75%. By the second year, 90%. TNR works. But Fire Island is a small community and not the behemoth that New York City is, and individual rescuers are being lost and exploited in the lack of one concerted city effort. My last New York City rescue alone cost me over $1,000 in emergency vet care and 2 weeks of sleepless nights of around-the-clock care. There was no city agency that could assist or provide relief, and unfortunately, I am only one of countless other advocates with the same story. It is not sustainable. The incredible people at ACC and animal heroes in this room and many other beyond have poured their blood, sweat, time, tears, and hardworking dollars into making a difference in the city that we love so much. We are strained and exhausted, but not a single one of us is ready to give up. We are just asking for help. New Yorkers deserve a high-volume, city-funded spay and neuter program. We deserve affordable vet care and vaccination programs. Bob Barker ended every program by telling us to go spay and neuter our pets, so don't let his efforts be in vain, and please let us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes, the answer is yes. I just want to keep things going, so just be brief. Go ahead.
I'm being amazing. It's amazing. But anyway, Dita, I just want to thank you, first of all, for your work with the carriage horses, and all of you for your work on behalf of animals. I just wanted to ask Adita, regarding your complaints about, because I know I'm always looking at your videos, which are great, where you're showing horses that are struggling. And you know, we had a very hot summer, very humid summer, and you kept pointing it out. Tell me your experiences with the Department of Health. We hear earlier, I don't know if anybody's here representing the Department of Health, but what is your experience? They are, right? They are, okay, good. We're ahead of the game. Can you tell us about your experiences, not only with the Department of Health, when you make a complaint, but the NYPD Animal Cruelty Division?
To sum it up, it's a complete fiasco. That's putting it mildly. So reporting things to the NYPD is an exercise in futility. The system is broken. When you cannot access the cruelty squad directly. Even if you are watching cruelty happening, you have to call 911, and then you're at the mercy of officers who, through no fault of their own, don't even know often that they are required to enforce the animal cruelty laws. They don't know, they're not trained in it. So you can't have a handful of officers that are only trained and the public can't access them. So it's basically a fiasco. What I do is I report things through the online system. As others have said, it's immediately closed. But at least you have a paper trail. But as far as the DOH saying that they're in the stables inspecting these horses, like I said, we have cancer-ridden elderly horses where their ages were forged that are getting clean bill of health. It's only the industry vets that are checking on these horses, and even when I send constant videos of lame, injured horses with their ribs sticking out, we can barely get the DOH to even require their vet to check the horses out. So this is why when I say that the city is enabling and rubber stamping the abuse, criminal abuse of horses, this is the reality. So this is why we need to shut it down. And so we have a bill in this committee. I understand that there might be pushback because of union corruption with the Transport Workers Union Local 100 representing abusive owners like Ian McKeever. The carriage drivers have no union benefits. They're being screwed over and exploited just like the horses. So please don't let a union representing owners at the expense of workers, at the expense of horses, bully you from supporting the bill that 71% of New Yorkers want. At least hold a hearing. The fact that, Councilmember Schulman, you promised to sign on to this bill. I understand maybe you're getting pressure. Not only have you not signed on to Rider's Law, you won't even hold a hearing as a criminal abuse trial against the business is happening a few blocks away. What is it going to take?
Okay,
Please.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you to this panel. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't
I came in
speak.
late because I was a little confused. My name is Sarah Borok, and I am here on behalf of Dr. Andrew Kaplan of City Vet. He's one of our partner vets, and I'm going to read his testimony. My name is Dr. Andrew Kaplan, and I am a licensed veterinarian in the state of New York with over 30 years of professional experience. I own a private practice on the Upper West Side where we provide over $350,000 worth of free veterinary care every year for 35 nonprofit animal rescue charities. I am also the founder and president of the Toby Project, a free and very low-cost spay and neuter service operating in the Bronx and Queens, servicing low-income pet owners since 2009, during which time we have performed over 190,000 spay and neuter surgeries. The work that we do alongside grassroots rescuers comes from our hearts. We do it because we care, we are driven, and we will continue. However, even if they are not doing the actual work, most taxpayers in the city care as well. Additionally, our sacrifice financially benefits the city. More animals receiving care in my private hospital means fewer tax dollars spent on those same animals in our own municipal animal shelter. The more animals that receive spay and neuter surgeries from the Toby Project, the fewer dollars are spent on those same animals in our municipal shelters, and the fewer animals are born to perpetuate the cycle of unwanted births and unnecessary death. This all works, but in order for it to be truly successful, it has to scale up, and the entire responsibility cannot fall on the few private entities burning themselves out to prevent this house of cards from falling. If not from a compassion point of view, it financially benefits the city to prevent the existence of the very animals that would ultimately need medical care through a massive, well-funded spay-neuter initiative targeting low-income pet owners. This is proven in the publication by attorney Peter Marsh, Replacing Myth with Math, using evidence-based programs to eradicate shelter overpopulation. With an ounce of prevention, this problem can be solved and ultimately at a huge financial benefit to New York City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you to this panel. I have the next panel is Janlyn Freeman, Farah Gopp, Sarah Lukowitz. What? Oh, okay. Marie Mandaka, Manuela Senator, and Eileen Richmond, I'm sorry. Okay, you may begin. Make sure the microphone's on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Janlyn Freeman. I'm an independent rescuer and volunteer for Flatbush Cats, and for many years I volunteered with Neighborhood Cats. I live in District 40. Rita Joseph is my council member, and I want to thank her for the work she did to get Flatbush Vet funded. It's an invaluable resource. I started organizing other rescuers at the end of the pandemic in the New York City Cat Rescuer Alliance. This stopped being about cats 4 years ago when I realized that privately funded spay-neuter appointments were not going to resume the service levels we had before the pandemic. For me, it became about the crushing burden that rescue work has become for New York City residents, particularly in the epicenters of cat overpopulation, low-income neighborhoods where low-income residents are taking it upon themselves to solve this municipal problem with their own limited money, their precious free time, working themselves to physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion. The over-reliance on private institutions to provide spay-neuter for all of our needs has become a disaster for animal welfare in New York City. Only an elite few can afford the rising cost of spay-neuter. So many residents have abandoned their unfixed cats, which are now reproducing outdoors in exponential numbers. Many of us who wanted to focus on feral cats are now overflowing with abandoned pets, some found too late to save or with serious injuries that need expensive veterinary care. We compete for an ever-dwindling number of rescue appointments for spay-neuter each month. We don't push this rock up a hill every summer and watch it roll back down because we're crazy. We do it because this crisis is solvable. Not every city is in a crisis. Washington, D.C. and Boston invested in preventing an animal welfare crisis by providing adequate spay-neuter programs to all residents. As spay-neuter availability increased, shelter intake decreased. It's that simple. It's a great relief to hear from City Council members today that the ACC is overfunded. Now that we agree on that, I'd like to hear you say that we're going to allocate funding and start city-funded spay-neuter. We're not talking about discretionary funding, $5,000 here or $150,000 there. We're talking about a program that would get us out of this crisis, more like $65 million or more. You've shortchanged us for years, driving us into debt. Will the city now pick up the tab for the public work we've been doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Thank you. My name is Farah, and I am a co-founder of a cat rescue called 10 Lives Rescue New York. I am here to advocate for the city to increase the number of affordable spay-neuter services for pet owners and rescues, especially in underserved communities. We've heard a lot today about Brooklyn and the Bronx, but my rescue focuses their efforts in East Harlem and Upper Manhattan, where there are absolutely no options for folks to spay or neuter their animals affordably. Uptown, we joke that we are a small but determined group of dedicated animal lovers and rescuers. The nearest option for affordable vet care or spay and neuter services is in the Bronx, and the second nearest options are in Queens and Brooklyn, which is unfeasible for many individuals. Just 2 weeks ago, my co-founder and I spent collectively 6 hours on a single day outside of our day jobs, driving a car full of cats to and from their spay appointments in Brooklyn because it was the only affordable and available option. While helpful and important, this is not a sustainable option for the thousands of individuals who live uptown and wish to care for their animals. East Harlem is also where the Manhattan ACC is located. While the new animal care centers that are opening up will offer a clinic, the existing location does not offer this. Despite the hyper-local option for people to adopt a new pet, there are no affordable local options where people can take these new family members to get continuing care. The neighborhood has seen an increase in the amount of friendly dumped animals outside, in addition to the feral cat populations. Currently, there's advocacy to implement a business improvement district in East Harlem and Upper Manhattan separately or together, and to help revitalize these neighborhoods. And including plans for an affordable veterinary care center is vital to the health and development of these communities.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Marie Madaka. I am a volunteer with KittyKind, an all-volunteer cat adoption group that works with cat rescuers, colony caretakers, and the general public to help get friendly cats adopted. We are also one of the only privately run cat groups that takes cats and kittens directly from the public as opposed to sending cats through the Animal Care Center. Prior to the pandemic, KittyKind had standing appointments with the ASPCA for multiple spay and neuters per month at a discounted rate. This took pressure off rescuers to provide pediatric spay and neuter for adoptable kittens and freed up money for feral cat populations. During the pandemic, we were informed that we would no longer have our monthly appointment. Now there are hundreds of rescuers and groups competing for a small number of spots each month. The appointments are released at 6 a.m. on a specific day and taken very quickly. We are now using private vets for spay and neuter, raising our monthly cost from $5,000 to $8,500 a month. Funds that were previously used to get teeth cleanings or advanced medical diagnostics for cats that came to us with medical issues are now being used for spay and neuter. We can no longer pay for vet visits for as many cats, and we cut back on the number of unneutered kittens that we can take from rescuers. Additionally, we are seeing more owner surrenders as the price of vet care in New York increases and access to low-cost vet care decreases. Our ability to help people rehome their pets has greatly decreased. We hope that New York City can find money to fund low-cost spay and neuter and vet care for rescuers and for low-income New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Manuela Senatore, and I'm a Brooklyn resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This is simply a personal experience. Since moving to Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn in 2014, I was surprised by the number of stray cats wandering the streets, and I wasn't long before a few curious cats, some were friendly and some were born on the streets, made their way into my backyard. Compassion got the best of me, and I began feeding them, and word must have spread out in the feline community because more cats showed up, and some even were born there. Realizing the scope of the stray cat problem, I became actively involved in addressing it In 2016, I took on the responsibility of getting these cats spayed and neutered to prevent further overpopulation, and I couldn't have it done without some of the people that are here that helped me. Over time, I managed to have some of them adopted into loving homes, but I now find myself with 3 indoor cats and a routine that includes feeding 15 strays in my backyard. This effort, which started as act of kindness, has turned into a years-long commitment. And when I think about it, the money I've spent caring for these cats could have easily gone towards purchasing a commercial vehicle for my video business. But instead, here I am without a vehicle and with 18 cats under my care, still dedicated to making sure they're safe and healthy. The problem now is if I have to move, which is probably happening soon, I don't know what to do, because, cats like these that are already there, they're not really belong to the wild, and nobody will want to adopt them. So it will take some major effort to try to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you, Chairperson Shulman and members of the council. My name is Eileen Richmond. In 2011, I moved to District 36, now represented by Chio Se from Manhattan, and I was immediately struck by the differences. Bed-Stuy, of course, had been a redlined community that was neglected and uninvested in for decades. I saw that it was underbanked with almost no green space. I learned that it had 57 bodegas for every 1 supermarket, with life expectancy 5 years lower than the city overall. And it had unhoused cats. Everywhere I looked, I saw cats. And while it wasn't in the data sheets, I came to understand that the enormous population of street cats was yet another manifestation of inequity. You do not see unhoused cats running around affluent neighborhoods. People in under-resourced communities are experts at self-help. They organize to meet their own needs. As I got involved in local animal rescue, I was hugely impressed by how much was being done, but I also saw untapped capacity. So in the self-help tradition, I created a collective called NARN CB, the Neighborhood Animal Rescue Network of Central Brooklyn. Some of our 75 members are testifying today. I wish I had time to tell you about the incredible work our members undertake, about the hundreds of cats we rescue every year, about the many community members that we help, and about the tremendous toll that this work takes on us emotionally and financially. I hope that you will hear these stories today. But what I want to close with is this: it's not enough. Self-help can only go so far. The city is not investing nearly enough in animal welfare, and New Yorkers all over the city, but especially in neighborhoods like Bed-Stuy, need access to free spay-neuter and affordable veterinary care, along with other approaches to make pet ownership sustainable and accessible for all.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, I wasn't called up, but I saw the empty chair and it was driving me crazy. I'm Courtney Chandler.
You need to be registered to talk. To
I'm
speak.
registered to.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Courtney Chandler. I filled out, I sent the email and I filled out a paper.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, we're doing this by panels. It's okay, you can do that. But even if there's an empty chair, we're doing this, we have a specific grouping of...
Oh, no.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But just for future reference, it's fine, perfectly fine.
No, I don't mind to go back there. It just was like an empty chair.
Have you down, okay.
I'm the co-founder of Little Wanderers, a 501c3 nonprofit animal rescue group who takes calls from the public for rescue of sick and injured homeless cats as well as spay and neuter. And thank you for having all of us here today. If anyone is still under the impression that our efforts are putting animals before people, they're not. This is equally a human quality of life issue. I'm a person, all of us here are people. The lack of spay and neuter resources in New York City has great impact on the lives of every citizen and volunteer rescuer in the city who cares about animals, which are millions. Go into the neighborhoods. This issue crosses every demographic, class, age, gender, race, religion, even political backgrounds, and I could go on. Again, it's a human quality of life issue. And of course, this has especially the greatest impact in underserved communities. If there's enough money for art installations and flowers in the park, there's enough money for animal concerns. This is about priorities. I've been rescuing cats in the Bronx streets, in the poorest congressional district in the country, for the past 15 years, which is hundreds of cats a year, and our vet records show that no more than 5% of the animals we pick up are spayed or neutered. While many of these cats are abandoned family cats, and come look at our vet records if you like. To answer calls for help from the public, I have to go into abandoned buildings, alleyways, parking lots, junkyards, at all seasons and weather, all times of the day and night, to pull out cats. This should not have to happen, but I ask you, who else is going to do it? We are in a crisis. We need affordable spay-neuter veterinary services in the city, not later, not down the road, but we need it now. The time for talk is over. The physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, and financial, sometimes we have to raise money for $30,000 a month on veterinary care. Toll is immense. We're people and we vote. About the horses, there was an initiative brought up a long time ago for antique cars. What happened to that? Jobs are still there. It's not about jobs. It's about something else. I'd love to know what it is.
Can you sum up your,
Yes,
as the time, thank you.
And about the abuse, we're asked for have abuse on video, all kinds of proof. We know that's not going to happen ever. It has to be done a different way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel.
Thank you.
Okay, next panel is Dana I think it's Jacobs or Jacobs? So I can't read it. Molly Caldwell. Rachel Poussin. Megan Salerno. Patrice Miller. Ashley Carter. Okay, first panelist. Make sure the mic is on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Patrice Miller. I'm a native New Yorker, and I live in District 36 currently. I'm a cultural arts worker and an independent rescuer. In addition to everything that you've heard about our cats and dog crisis right now, I also wanted to bring forward my current experience, which is that in addition to holding rescue cats in my basement and doing all those things that many people here do, my weekly happy hour at my local pub has become a bit of a drop-in for social workers, advocates, caretakers, and other people who are working with the disabled and elderly community. Because of the unclear pathways to reaching things like ACC or the ASPCA for care, people who are working regularly within the DOH, who are regularly in contact with city agencies, do not know what to do when their own clients or their own parents, as it were for caretakers, are at a loss of veterinary services, when the kitten they brought in is starting to have kittens, et cetera. So I've become known as that person, and at least once a week, I'm sitting with my local social workers and caretakers, and we are going through what options we have within the Bed-Stuy-Bushwick area. If and when, hopefully, we move towards a city initiative, it will not only help regular pet owners, but it will ensure that the people who are already working with our city also have clear and easy access to support their clients.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Molly Caldwell, and I'm an independent rescuer in District 42 in East New York. I'm a small business owner, a homeowner, and a core member of the New York City Cat Rescuer Alliance that John Lynn started. I've been doing cat rescue for over 10 years. I concentrate on my own block and my neighbors who need help. East New York is overflowing with cats, whether injured, skinny, pregnant, flea-ridden, dumped, or sick. Unfixed cats have multiple litters a year, and those cats have more cats. The cycle continues because people are either ignorant of the spay-neuter laws, can't afford to care for, or don't have access to low-cost spay-neuter and vet care, and rescuers can't keep up with the need. Over the years, I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money and countless hours caring for friendly abandoned cats and feral community cats. I'm lucky and grateful for the network of rescuers who help me when I can't manage, but I or any other private citizen shouldn't have to rely on other private citizens or private rescues to solve our city's cat crisis. There's a lot more to this conversation than the time limit allows, but a good place to start is high-volume, low-cost spay, neuter, and veterinary care provided by the city. There are several organizations that spoke earlier, such as Flatbush Cats, who have built small, neighborhood-specific, cost-efficient models that could be replicated. You have a vast wealth of experience, knowledge, and creativity right here at your fingertips. I urge you to use this wonderful resource to develop multiple low-cost, high-volume spay, neuter, and veterinary services in all 5 boroughs of New York City, and I would add to that more than one in a borough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Rachel Pousson. I'm an independent cat rescuer, although I've done a lot of volunteering for neighborhood cats through the years and a few other organizations as well. I live in District 33. Lincoln Ressler is my representative. I'm also the trap bank manager for neighborhood cats, for those who need traps. All right, I just want to mention a few things about this whole issue of unaffordable and unavailable vet care and spay, neuter, et cetera, especially in regard to how it affects seniors. Here's my credential for seniors. Just to remember, in general, many seniors, not all, are characterized by limited or fixed income, health challenges, be they mental or physical, social support issues possibly, transportation limits. So this is a backdrop. So the problem with spay, neuter, and vet costs could be forced surrender of cats that are a beloved part of this person's family, leading to the killing in shelters, which is a horrible thing we all think of. Possibly delayed spay and neutering services leading to pregnancies and those many, many kittens that cannot find homes or that die on the streets at a 50 to 75% rate. Sick cats or dead cats because of that delayed care, again, tragedies. The extreme distress and depression developing among seniors who love their animals or who are devoted to their feral colonies that they care for, and they see the deterioration and they can't do anything about it because they have no resources to fall back on. Seniors neglecting their own health, including medications, nutrition, et cetera, or living in worse housing because they're trying to take care of their animals and the ones outdoors as well. And you know, that's how it goes. People self-sacrifice. Just a couple.
Sure.
Intense loneliness and grief at loss of animals, increased morbidity and mortality in seniors, social isolation, and just a great deal of anger over the losses.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. I want to start by sincerely thanking the council for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Megan Salerno, and I'm an operations volunteer for Waggy Tail Rescue, as well as an independent cat rescuer in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York. I'm here today to urge the council to invest in low-cost veterinary services so that we can end the cycle of cats and kittens living and dying on our streets, and empower our communities to provide all animals with the care and dignity they deserve without fear of a financial burden. My time in rescue, like so many other rescuers, has been plagued by the question, how much? When a neighbor found a sick and starving kitten behind their apartment, I was forced to work through how much of my savings I could part with in order to take that kitten to an emergency vet. When multiple unfixed cats made themselves at home in a local backyard, the homeowner and I nervously calculated how much it would cost to get them spayed and neutered. And when a box of kittens was found dumped in the park, with a note that made it clear that their former owners had also been haunted by the question, how much? My rescue and I had to shoulder the time and financial commitment required to give these kittens a chance. These stories are clearly not unique to my experience. Rescuers and rescue organizations across the city are regularly having to make tough decisions about whether they can afford even the most basic vetting for the animals in their care. With low-cost vet options not being able to meet the needs of those in our city, I fear that the answer to the question, how much, will soon be too much for rescuers like me who just want to make a difference. By investing in high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter and affordable veterinary care, the City Council will tackle the animal crisis in our city on multiple fronts. Low and no-cost vetting will reduce the amount of animals in our city that need homes and care, will make pet ownership possible and sustainable for the people the council represents, and will support rescuers like me in helping as many animals as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this topic. My name is Ashley Carter. I've been an independent rescuer in the Bronx since 2019. My first rescue was 2 injured kittens I picked up from a busy intersection. Having no resources and no plan, I reached out to several city animal agencies for assistance. None could help. It wasn't until I drove an hour north out of the city that I found assistance securing medical care and loving homes for the cats. I've poured hundreds of hours and over $8,000 into tackling cat overpopulation. In rain and snow, at 2 p.m. and 2 a.m., I am on the streets rescuing the city's most vulnerable residents. I trap, medicate, socialize, transport, foster, feed, and recover. I have no choice but to do it all. Here are just some harsh realities of what I've witnessed these animals endure in the Bronx. Blistering cold, newborn kittens found frozen to death, devastating injuries, death by starvation, overwhelmed citizens attempting population control by poisoning cats, individuals keeping breeder cats and selling off their babies for $20 a pop, reliance on private vetting pushing rescuers into financial turmoil, an increase in abandoned friendly cats, and an overall increase in birth rates, all while the availability of spay-neuter appointments and space in adoption shelters continues to decrease. And this is not just an animal issue. Rescuers rely on good-hearted New Yorkers to provide food and shelter to strays. I myself am currently holding 9 cats in a 600-square-foot apartment. Members of the public come to me desperate for help. They can't get appointments and they can't afford to feed their pets and their colonies. Despite my desire to help, I've had to start turning people away. As someone currently out of work, I cannot continue to exhaust my resources solving a municipal issue, but I'm willing to continue doing so because I know that it's the right thing to do and I know spay-neuter works. The welfare of these animals is the city's responsibility. Volunteers shouldn't carry this burden alone simply because we did the right thing and showed these animals compassion. Without council support for high-volume, low-cost, or free vet care, this crisis will only worsen. Please help us help this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work that you do. Next panel, Michelle Marwitz. Lisa Lamberti, sorry. O.C. Kamenev, Betty Arce, Julia Rassman, and Elizabeth Champ. Hold on to it.
Hello.
You
good
may
afternoon.
proceed. Go ahead.
My name is Osi Kaminer. I represent Community Board 12 Manhattan. I'm a member of the board, and I'm the assistant chair for the Health and Environment Committee. The median household income in Washington Heights Inwood is about $59,000. 45% of the residents earn less than $50,000 a year. The average cost of spay-neuter services in New York City is anywhere around $500 to $1,000 per pet. The 3 for-profit veterinary clinics in Community Board 12 are financially out of reach for many of our district's pet owners. Consequently, many pets in our district never visit a vet for basic wellness vaccination services, let alone spay-neuter. On June 2024, Community Board 12 Manhattan passed a resolution requesting that the large spay-neuter, wellness, and vaccination providers in the city bring back services that were shut down at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Community Board 12 Manhattan urged ASPCA or any other larger organization to open a brick-and-mortar clinic in our district, as it has done or is planning to do in all other boroughs, and that it provides its mobile van services in our district. We currently have zero, Manhattan has zero affordable clinic, and that's a serious issue. Community Board 12 Manhattan also asked that ACC run its surrender prevention and food banks in our district. They're not back since the pandemic. And finally, Community Board 12 Manhattan requests that our state and city representative allocate funds for wellness and vaccination clinics for pets in our district, including sponsoring a nonprofit such as the Toby Project for spay-neuter clinic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Betty Arce, and I am representing Bronxdale's Cat Rescue. First and foremost, I'd like to really acknowledge the work of all the groups that are here today, and as well, I'd like to also acknowledge the council members who have shown their compassion and concern for the animals that we work with. I've been involved in animal rescue for over 20 years, and I've been with Bronx Tales for the past 15. Bronx Tales is a nonprofit charitable organization, and we have been working with most of the cats and cat populations in the Bronx. The Bronx is one of the epicenters of the cat overpopulation in neighborhoods with low median incomes, and that is where we have focused much of our rescue efforts. Soundview, Williamsbridge, Castle Hill, Morris Heights, Claremont, and University Heights are just a few of the neighborhoods where we have been called upon to assist with cat rescue. With the increased costs of vet care and spay-neuters and the fewer spay-neuter appointments that we're able to get, we're finding that pet owners are reaching out to us asking for help in terms of being able to take care of their animals. As a result, rescuers are experiencing burnout, and we would like to see more services provided for spay-neuter. And what we would like to see is more city-funded, high-volume spay-neuter services and veterinary care for rescuers and pet owners in communities of color. I'd like to see the creation of a Department of Animal Welfare within the municipal government, which would include the management of the Animal Care Center with a staff and budget commensurate to address the many animal issues facing the city. And we'd like to see more funds committed for emergency response and possibly begin to do this through a task force that would look at and address the crisis that includes rescuers, rescue organizations, and those who work closely with the rescue community. In closing, I'd like to say that I'd like to see that strong leadership from the New York City should make clear to all residents that spay-neuter is not just encouraged but required. Let's address the animal welfare crisis and make sure New York City can show its heart as a responsible municipal government that cares about animals and the people who have been at the forefront of animal rescue. Let's make cities funded spay-neuter happen in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, I'm Michelle Morowitz, founder and president of Lincoln Terrace Park Cats. I first just want to say thank you so much to the council. I've really been encouraged by the support that I've heard from you guys today. Our organization spays and neuters community cats primarily through organizations like the ASPCA and Flatbush Vet, when we can actually get appointments, and rescues unowned cats in District 41 around Southeast Crown Heights in Brooklyn, where I lived for many years. I now live in District 46 in Bergen Beach, which unfortunately also has a very high number of cats on the street. And currently we're on hiatus, mostly due to extreme burnout. We unfortunately don't all have Sassy's superhuman powers, God bless her. Unlike typical volunteer jobs, our rescue work is always on call. there is very little time off for most of us. On top of our full-time day jobs, we're taking cats to the vet, transporting them to foster, helping neighbors who don't want so many cats in their yard. And when we finally get home after an exhausting day, there's often an urgent message about an emergency situation. Cats who have been hit by a car, cats in such poor condition that they're unable to move, orphan neonatal kittens. And though our bodies are calling out for rest, the cry for help is louder. We know we're usually the only ones who can help. Neighbors often lack the skills necessary, and other rescuers are just as overwhelmed as we are. So we spend the night in the ER with the sick cat. We pick up the neonatal kittens, feeding them every 3 hours, and providing basic medical care because most vets aren't even qualified or aren't even trained in how to handle kittens that young. We're the first responders to cats. But unlike traditional first responders, our community services aren't funded by the city. There's no support for all the fires we put out. There's no coverage for all the medical care our patients require, for the vehicles often used almost exclusively for cat transport, for all the supplies we need. We have to beg over and over again on social media just to raise funds for basic care like spay, neuter, and vaccines. At the very least, we desperately need city-funded, high-volume spay, neuter services and basic veterinary care for rescuers as well as pet owners. The hundreds of thousands of cats on the city's streets are far more than the number of rescuers can handle, and it's not fair for this community work to fall on us. The animals on the city's streets are a city problem. We cannot reduce their numbers in a meaningful capacity without the city's help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for having us today. My name is Lisa Lamberti. I'm from South Brooklyn. I cover Gravesend, Bensonhurst, Coney Island, Dyker Heights, Midwood, and any other neighborhood that needs help. I have been rescuing for the past 12 years. I also handle 28 buildings which are called Marlboro Houses in Gravesend, Brooklyn. I have rescued 450 cats off the property of NYCHA, which does not take responsibility. I am willing to do everything I can for the state of New York. I would like for the state of New York to start doing for us. I think every single person in this room deserves a chance not having to have to pay $890 for dental for a cat that I rescued off the street. I am on disability for the rest of my life. I have a mother who died of chemotherapy in Florida. 5 months I was there, I spayed and neutered 35 cats alone in her community with a place called Operation Catnip. They do donations only. There is no paying. You make a donation, they cover the rest. We need help, and I'm serious. My district does not help at all. I am the only one in my district has been servicing my area for the past 12 years. I asked for some guidance. I asked for transparency. I ask that you guys come out and visit us in our communities to see what we're going through and what we're fighting. I've spent close to $65,000 alone on bills. I work off of donations. I get 1 paycheck per month. I got 2 dogs, a 7x7 shed in my backyard with 9 rescues and a crate full of kittens in my bedroom with my husband tolerating coccidia. So we're asking for help, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Champ. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I manage Brooklyn Fat Cats, a small rescue group based in Flatbush, Brooklyn. That is District 40. And I would like to thank Member Rita Josephs for meeting with me earlier last week to discuss these issues. People are going to own pets. They're going to sneak them into NYCHA houses. They're going to hide them in no-pet apartments. People get something from animal companionship that they simply can't get from people, and they are not going to go without it. My group assists people with their animals, whether they are indoors or outdoors. The ownership of pets is something that we are never going to be able to legislate, and spay-neuter is never something that we're going to be able to find a way or create. I believe strongly that spay-neuter is something that the city should be providing. It is the most basic medical services for the pets of our city. The majority of pet owners would like their pets to be fixed, but the current groups that provide services simply can't provide enough. Our group is constantly being asked for assistance. To those that would say just don't own pets if you can't afford them, I'd like to describe my own experience of the pandemic. For days at a time, my dog was the only one I saw because I live alone. Walking her, feeding her, and caring for her was what made the pandemic survivable for me. The thing is that for some people, life now is not much very different than before the pandemic, and their companion animals continue to be anchors to their lives that keep them involved in their neighborhood and in their community. Please help them by providing free or low-cost spay and neuter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next panelist.
My name is Julia Rossman, and I represent Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition, which operates the Brooklyn Cat Cafe and Brooklyn Bridge Animal BBAWC Rescue Clinic, which is a high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter clinic. Ensuring widespread access to low-cost, high-quality spay-neuter services would address the two biggest drivers of the New York City homeless cat population. First, it would prevent the birth, suffering, and early death of hundreds of thousands of kittens. Second, it would decrease the number of pets abandoned due to nuisance behavior shown by unaltered cats, such as fighting and spraying. Vet care today is unaffordable for most pet parents and rescuers. In 2020, we called every veterinary hospital in the city to find out how much they would charge for spay-neuter. The average cost of a neuter was $480 and $540 for a spay. Few offer discounts for rescuers or individuals on public assistance. Prices have only gone up since then. We were recently quoted as much as $1,600 for a spay, over 10 times what BBAWC Rescue Clinic charges for the same procedure. Cost is not the only barrier. In 2020, existing high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter providers stopped providing surgeries entirely, and even now perform only a fraction of the surgery volume that is needed. Pet parents and their beloved cats are the other group that suffer the consequences of this scarcity. It's easy to demonize the people who abandon their cats on the street, but we have met pet owners terrified of losing housing due to complaints or who cannot handle their intact cats' nuisance behaviors. Too often they release their cats outside once they reach puberty, which exacerbates the already exponentially growing outdoor cat population. To effectively address the homeless cat crisis, New York City needs an estimated 100 to 150,000 low-cost spay-neuter surgeries to be made readily available to rescuers and pet owners each year. No singular group can achieve that alone. It can only happen with the productive collaboration among individuals, municipal, and private entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel for your testimony. Thank you so much. Okay, next panel is Elizabeth Powers, Erica Kubersky? I don't know. Christina Liu, Megan Liari, Lynn Pacifico, Rebecca Wisdom, you ready? You can begin. Is the lights on?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Beth Powers. I'm a board member with Positive Tales. Positive Tales is a nonprofit organization founded to improve both animal and community welfare. In New York City, we fund emergency veterinary care for those who can't afford treatment. We host veterinary clinics for people who don't have access to veterinary care, and we provide follow-up spay and neuter services. Through our clinics, we've seen firsthand the incredible demand for affordable veterinary services, the desire for spay and neuter services, and the lengths people will go in order to obtain affordable care. They will travel all over the city. They will arrive at 5 a.m. They'll do whatever it takes if they have access to this care. Many common diseases and emergencies that we see could be prevented with routine care and low-cost spay and neuter. And I want to give you just a few examples from clinics that we've had. We recently met a family who brought their puppy to a clinic who was extremely lethargic and was immediately flagged as a in pretty serious condition, was sent to a veterinary partner where she was diagnosed with parvo, which is likely to result in death if untreated. Parvo can be vaccinated against. A vaccine can cost $40 at a private clinic. Treating it can cost thousands, but we were able to help this family out, and happy to say the puppy survived. Another common preventable life-threatening condition that we see is pyometra, which is an infected uterus, which is also likely to result in death if untreated. We had a client recently who was lethargic and had no appetite, and her family rushed her to the vet. We were able to help them cover the cost of the emergency service. But pyometras are 100% avoidable if your pet is spayed, and 20 to 25% of intact females will suffer a pyometra before they're 10. Unfortunately, the cost of spay, as you've heard today, is out of reach for many, and the cost of an emergency pyometra is significantly more than the cost of a spay. As a small volunteer-run nonprofit, we have a limited reach compared to the outsized need in the city. As you've heard, investing in veterinary care like spay and neuter is significantly more cost-effective, prevents families from making heartbreaking decisions, and relieves the city's overtaxed shelters. So thank you, and we urge you to support families by funding spay and neuter and wellness services.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Erica Kaburski. I am also with Positive Tales, and I am reading a letter from one of our veterinarians that we work with. My name is Justin Lamb. I'm a veterinarian at a private practice in Manhattan. I am also the medical director of the Positive Tales Street Clinics, where we see hundreds of families. And for many, we are their only access to care. We provide the service free of cost, and Positive Tales in 2023 has provided close to $200,000 of veterinary care without any public funding. At our clinics, the need seems to be so great that we are forced to turn away hundreds of families with the promise that we'll be back as soon as we can, but it is never soon enough. We've had the chance to catch emergencies where the animal certainly would have died if they did not attend the clinic, and while I'm so relieved for these wins, I know we are not seeing all of them. Of all the attendees, I would say at least 75% are requesting spay and neuter. As a veterinarian, I know the best thing medically we can do for these families is spay and neuter their companion animals, but we simply can't do them all. The dedication of our medical and non-medical volunteers is inspiring, but frankly, it shouldn't be our burden alone, nor should it be the burden of the other nonprofits who we've been so lucky, sitting here, who we've been so lucky to collaborate with. We are always going to be limited by the budget of our nonprofit and the number of facilities that we can work with, but just to be clear, we have no plans of walking away from this work. We just need the city as a partner. Over 50% of all households in New York City have companion animals, so this is not something that affects some, it affects many. I believe strongly that the city should be providing more resources to their residents, because I think our common goal is to keep companion animals healthy, prevent them from entering our overburdened shelter, and to always keep families together.
Thank you. Next panelist, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina, and I am an independent rescuer and a colony caretaker from Gravesend, Brooklyn in District 47. I began rescuing cats after the pandemic when I saw the alarming number of stray and abandoned cats in my neighborhood. What began as a simple effort to help has become a significant part of my life, but it's important to emphasize that this is volunteer work, not my full-time job. Like many other individual rescuers, I do this out of compassion on top of my other responsibilities. While the city has made strides in animal welfare, the reality is that there are limited low-cost spay and neuter programs available. This gap leaves rescuers, many of whom are working on their own and paying out of pocket with an overwhelming financial strain. Spaying and neutering is essential to managing the population of community cats, but without affordable resources, it's difficult to keep up. The cost of procedures, medication, ongoing care quickly pile up, leaving rescuers financially strained. In addition, we are taking responsibility for the care of abandoned friendly cats, former pets left behind to fend for themselves. These animals require urgent help, but the financial burden of caring for them falls heavily on individual rescuers like myself with limited resources. I urge the City Council to fund high-volume, no to low-cost spay and neuter services and provide more support to rescuers and pet owners in the city. Community cats and abandoned pets need care, and individuals like myself who are stepping up to assist are doing our best, but we need more support. This would not only help individual rescuers, but also improve the overall quality of life for both the animals and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Portia Jones. I'm a former client and current volunteer.
I wanted to take the opportunity to tell you my story as someone who comes from a community that is affected by the lack of affordable resources for pet care. As a trans woman and member of the LGBT community, having a dog to me means having a child. I put everything into caring for him as a mother would, and that means doing everything I can to prolong his life, ensure he will receive all most important preventative care necessary. I come from an underserved community that is deprived of the resources needed to take care of our fur baby. And what I've learned is that also means we get further from access to the education that comes from having those resources within reach. It wasn't until I came across a wonderful organization called Positive Tales that I was able to learn more about what I needed to care for my first baby, Machiavelli. And thank God for them. They were able to provide me with the financial support to do so. I was so moved by how much they did for my fur baby and how much they taught me about his needs that I immediately wanted to spread the word among my friends, about their services. I will share the details of their pop-up veterinarian clinics, and my friends will arrive with their fur babies and wait sometimes up to 5 hours to receive the benefits their free veterinarian clinics offered. Little by little, I also see my community changing their attitudes towards animal care. As they begin to see how these services impacted their animals and them, but the problem is there's only one positive tail, and their resources and time is so limited. And the problem is that we need hundreds and hundreds of them. At a time when living and surviving is becoming almost impossible for so many, it is our children that get us through our hardships. Please help us prolong their lives. Please unburden the shelters by investing in more resources for families that want to keep their children. Please help.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Thank you, Chairwoman and Council members, for your time and attention to this matter. My name is Megan LeCarry, and I run Puppy Kitty New York City. As one of the large privately run rescues here in NYC, I can promise you there is only one clear solution to an overpopulation crisis, and that is high-volume, low-cost, city-funded spay and neuter. My organization has 432 cats, which is the highest number we have ever had since our founding 10 years ago. While that number might not seem high to you, it's an overwhelming number for a group run mainly by volunteers. 99% of the cats we take in are not spayed or neutered. Dogs and cats must be spayed and neutered, and the city needs to provide the resources for citizens to do so. The city also must provide the resources to enforce the current laws and regulations. It has been made clear today that the Department of Health is not doing that at all, which is completely unacceptable, and I hope you will work to address that. If they won't ask for more resources, we all will, and that's why we are here today. We cannot win this battle with breeding going on in our backyards, bodegas, and city streets. It is utterly unacceptable for individuals to profit from breeding while the city shelter and rescuers are overwhelmed and struggling to keep up financially and physically. This not only goes against everything we stand for, but directly undermines our mission to reduce the overpopulation crisis and save lives. So many situations I've encountered this year could have been avoided if spay-neuter resources were available to people. One example is a 37-cat hoarding case that started from just 2 cats. This case was handled by my organization with zero support from the city, including the NYPD, who were called repeatedly and responded, but then did nothing. As a wife of an NYPD detective, I can say with 100% confidence that the NYPD does not have the training or resources to deal with animal issues, which is extremely sad and disappointing. If we don't act now, this crisis will only continue to escalate, leaving countless animals to suffer and stretching our city's resources even thinner. I urge you to not only support Council members Brandon's Bill 1018, but to work together to create a comprehensive, lasting solution to this issue. There is no reason stray and homeless animals should be suffering on our streets when all of us, this sea of green, is giving you the solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next panelist.
Hello, and thank you for having this hearing today. My name is Becky Wisdom, and I run a nonprofit cat rescue organization called Greenpoint Cats. Like a lot of rescuers, I first started doing this work because I couldn't ignore the many free-roaming and abandoned cats and kittens all living and dying within blocks of my home. My inability to turn my back on this kind of suffering and my commitment to helping my local community is how I became part of the New York City volunteer workforce of animal rescuers. Sadly, my personal values, compassion, and care are not enough to solve this crisis. I am working around the clock, often in response to the many, many desperate pleas for help from the community, and my work is barely making a dent. We are now in a full-blown animal overpopulation crisis in New York City due to this lack of low-cost, city-funded spay-neuter services and the lack of enforcement of current laws of spay and neuter of free-roaming pets, which includes the many cats in warehouses and bodegas and other working cat settings. I have met too many pet owners and caretakers who want to do the right thing by spay-neutering the animals in their care, but they simply can't find an affordable and accessible option. I talked to Good Samaritans who thought they were doing a kind thing by bringing home a few kittens or rescuing some local cats, not realizing that without spay and neuter surgery, cats are not great indoor pets. Male kittens grow up to be males that spray, or females that go into heat, and a home with just one unsterilized male and one unsterilized female will inevitably lead to more cats, many of which end up abandoned. As a rescuer, I have access to a very small number of spay-neuter appointments every month that are intended for stray and free-roaming cats. Allocating those few spots to the thousands of cats needing spay-neuter is like bailing out the Titanic with a teaspoon. And yet I do what I can, and I also extend whatever appointments I can spare to pet owners who are coming very close to the decision to abandon their pet rather than surrendering it to an overcrowded city shelter. It is time for New York to recognize the crisis and do its part by prioritizing spay-neuter services to all New Yorkers rather than offloading this problem to exhausted rescuers like myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the panel. Oh, and Councilmember Ariella
I would
would
just like to share a story, Megan, about how we met. Puppy Kitty, New York City, and our office we received a phone call from the NYPD because it was a rescuer who was a bad actor and not taking care of the cats in her care. And we called the ASPCA and they wouldn't help, and we called ACC and they wouldn't help. But the NYPD, and now I know the connection because your husband is a member of service, knew to reach out to you. And you came and you trapped and you brought them to the hospital, those that needed care, and that's how our relationship began. But that's the story of each and every person in this room. And I'm very lucky to have you in my district. Zion's Mission, Itty Bitty City Kitties, Puppy Kitty, New York City, the Meow Squad, Bobby and the Strays, some individuals who want to remain nameless but are here as just citizens. That's why we have to support you, because you're there when no one else comes for us, not the city agencies. They tell us no. They're overburdened and they have too much, but I doubt they have as many cats as you do. And I've been to your facility and I know what it's like and I know how much you care. So thank you so much. And thank you for coming down today and giving your testimony, and others who did not come from my district but did submit testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. So, yes.
Could I just want to echo that, by the way, Megan and Puppy Kitty. I called Megan about a number of things, and because there's no city agency that we can get to come and help, so we have to call on the not-for-profits. And 432 cats you have? Mm-hmm. That's incredible. That's double the amount of any of the larger shelter in the city of New York. So just imagine volunteering your time to do that and working like that. And all of you out there is just amazing. But we're still trying to trap that mama cat, which I've been feeding now for a few years. Megan sat in my driveway for 2.5 hours, and the cat outsmarted all of us. Yep. No, she won't. We can't trap her. She's too smart. Had 2 litters already, and it's frustrating. But just imagine that. Magnify that 1,000,000 times in the city of New York, and that's what we're facing. But thank you all. Thanks again. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you. So the next panel is April Lang, Cindy Stutz, I think it is, Chloe Rain, R-E-I-N. Rain. Emily Olive Pettit, and, hold on, Crystal Hayes, and Chloe Rice. I know. We have 2 Chloes on the panel. Okay, please, the first panelist, you may
Yes.
proceed.
Yes, hi there. My name is April Lang, and as a member of the Kitty Kind intake team, I received many heartbreaking requests for help from people wanting to relinquish their animal family members or finding abandoned animals on the streets. And I just wanted to highlight a few examples of the issues that the city is currently facing, that we have experienced. A woman wanted to give up her newly ill cat because she couldn't afford the treatment that her vet recommended. We suggested she reach out to the AMC and apply for financial assistance. She did, and without that financial help, her cat would have died. A family who started out with a male and a female cat, and because they couldn't afford the cost of spay-neuter, ended up with over 30 additional unfixed cats in their apartment. Then there's a longtime cat rescuer who for years made sure cats and their kittens who gave birth in backyards in her neighborhood got spayed and neutered, and discovered that the low-cost clinic in her area had pulled back the number of spay-neuter appointments they had been offering due to a veterinarian shortage. Without the ability to arrange those appointments, more kittens would be giving birth in her neighborhood. A couple who were moving wanted to give, well, they wanted to give up their 3 cats. They really didn't want to, but they needed to give up their 3 cats because they couldn't find an affordable apartment that was pet-friendly. The need is great for high volume and low cost spay-neuter services, affordable vet care, and pet-friendly housing. Without these 3 things, the animals and the people in our city will continue to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hello. Thank you very much, Chair Schulman and the rest of the committee. My name is Cindy Stutz, and I am the founder of Bunnies and Beyond. We've been a partner with ACC for years. I spoke back with the guinea pig ban. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. And at one point we had, and it addresses what everyone's been saying, there's a lack of veterinarians, and even more so for our organization, because not all vets are trained, they're barely trained to do cats and dogs, and we can't even, and rabbits and guinea pigs, forget about it. The last clinic in New York City that can do low-cost spay and neuters, and they offer it through ACC and All of Us Rescues, was bought by private equity and is about to cut off the rescue and ACC. So what do we do with all these lack of veterinary clinics to get these animals spayed and neutered? And a rabbit and a guinea pig both can have babies like every 30 days. So I'm ready to, I've talked to some of my vets, we're ready to open a clinic here. But I need funding. I have the people resources and I have the vet resources, but I need the money to open something. And I think after a while I can self-fund myself, but we need to open something like this for the small animals.
Thank you. And just to your point, if you remember the hearing we had about the guinea pigs, there's only 1 vet in the entire city that actually does the spaying.
Well, now 2, but they're
there's
about
2?
Yeah, it was Dr. Cleary and Dr. Wilson, and they're part of the veterinary clinic on the west side.
They're the only 2 that do that. So yeah, to your point. I'm sorry. Next panelist.
Hi, I'm Chloe Ryan. I'm the president of a small rescue organization in Brooklyn called Brooklyn Kitty Committee. I wanted to thank you for listening to our community today. It's really important that we feel like we're heard. My story is in 2015, a friend of mine asked me to trap a kitty that was living under her house in Crown Heights. And upon further investigation, I found that there were 30 cats within a 1-block radius, which we ended up trapping, neutering, and rehoming. The primary source had actually come from a city-run parks building called St. John's Rec Center within the District 36, and this project was not supported by the city. Though I used the cheapest spay-neuter services available at the time, in 2015, the project still cost me $4,000 personally to complete, which I scrambled to fundraise over months and months of pushing on social media and emailing friends and family and people I did not know on Nextdoor and things like that. The project also triggered numerous parks employees and neighbors in that area to ask me to help with spay-neuter for their own pets because they also could not afford these services, which I did and covered personally. 10 years later, spay-neuter and vet services are still unaffordable and inaccessible to many rescuers and pet parents. Though private animal organizations have opened and increased these accessibilities, their version of low cost is still unaffordable for a majority of New Yorkers that qualify for these services. Thus, the problem remains and continues to grow in the form of a cat overpopulation crisis. Unaffordable spay-neuter surgeries and basic vet care costs have essentially become a class issue. A low-income family having to make the choice between doing the right thing for their pet versus paying their rent is unacceptable in the richest city in the world. Expecting small private rescue organizations and independent rescuers to shoulder the spay-neuter of 500,000 to 1 million plus outdoor cats is incomprehensible. This is a city problem and not a private institution problem. Animal rescuers are essentially unpaid city workers with no recognition from the city. We're doing all of the sad and disgusting and tragic work because we care about our city and these cats. But this is an unsustainable model, and rescuers and organizations are going broke.
Sum up?
I'm almost finished. Rescuers and organizations are going broke, shutting doors, hiding from their emails, and burning out. The city needs to step up and take responsibility for its shortcomings and allocate funds to push our efforts forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Emily Olive Pettit. I work with 2 rescue groups, Harlem Animal Rescue and New York City Animal Rescue Girls. I live in Ridgewood in Queens, and I work in Harlem, where there is an enormous cat colony. It's a neighborhood overrun with feral, stray, and dumped cats. This summer alone, I facilitated the trapping, fostering, adoption, and veterinary treatment of multiple cats, several kittens, 1 abandoned blind pit bull. Seeking affordable medical care for these animals almost always involves drastic financial sacrifice from me and from those with whom I work closely, and who love these abused and abandoned animals as much as I do. I have witnessed death and sickness firsthand. I've witnessed mother cats yowling for their deceased babies. I've witnessed dogs wagging their tails for a human who left and never came back. When the time comes to seek veterinary intervention for those who survive, I often must choose between their well-being and mine. Additionally, feral cats' increased street presence harms the ornithological population of a city with limited green space. And as of now, there are 2 primary gaps in our animal welfare system. The first is the paucity of funding for spay and neuter services. Such intervention is integral, as has been covered today, over and over again, to reducing the number of reproductive cats and dogs who are starving and struggling before our eyes. And secondly, we need a streamlined source with information about where to find and how to access such services. These are domestic animals in whose company we as New Yorkers and as human beings revel and thrive. We love them and they love us in return. In order to build a healthier city for them and for us, we need to make it easier to access affordable veterinary care and spay and neuter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My phone died hours ago, so bear with me. I'm gonna wing it. Okay, yeah, I will send it.
By the way, you can also submit that subsequently, so you have up to 72 hours to do that.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. I am here just as an individual cat lady with no children who rescued a cat from Baidowi 5 years ago that was found on the streets of Brooklyn with a broken paw. The only reason he wasn't dead was because it was full of maggots, keeping him alive, or really keeping infection away. So last summer, he was diagnosed with FIP after a week of being hospitalized between VEG in Williamsburg and Animal Medical Center in the Upper West Side. And the cost of that hospitalization alone was over $18,000. Until, honestly, like 6-8 weeks ago, the medication for treating FIP was illegal to prescribe to cats. And that's because it is also used to treat the immunocompromised for COVID. This has since changed, thank God, after years of cat lover unification across the world to organize to make sure that people have access to that treatment. But the treatment also costs thousands of dollars. So if I wasn't creditworthy enough to be able to take out a loan, my cat would be dead. And he's been through way too much to die from that. So I just want to make sure that the council is aware that this is a treatable disease that is becoming more common because the population is so high and the disease that it mutates from is very infectious. So.
It's appreciated. You can, by the way, you can send the testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov, and you have up to 72 hours from the hearing. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to this panel. We're going to call the next one. We have, believe it or not, we still have a lot of panels to go through, and we appreciate everyone waiting because this is a really important issue, and the fact that you're here and testifying is going to make a huge difference in how we're able to move forward. So really appreciate you spending the time and being here. So the next panel is Esther Regelson, Ileana Gibbs, Nicole Fell, I don't know if you're still here, Jennifer Ryan, R-H-E-I-N, Margaret Lee, and Michael Phillips. Okay, no, they're here. What I'm going to do is, since there are two people not here, I'm going to call two other folks to come up and join this panel so that it hopefully will cut down on the time that it takes here. Tony Poon, P-O-O-N. Is Tony here? And Erin Hendry. Okay. Great. Let them be seated. Okay, first panelist, you can begin.
Hi, my name is Esther Regelson, and I've been doing animal rescue for several decades. I'm a typical example of with all these people, childless cat lady, among other things. And I live in the neighborhood. And I just want to point out, as you know, there's no infrastructure for us. We have no space, we have no transportation, to take care of animals, and vet care is expensive. And I echo what everyone else has said. You've heard it all before, okay? I've done trapping in Virginia. I have access to a car, access to space, access to low-cost care, and it's really simple. Here, it's immensely stressful and depressing. I do want to say that there are several other things that should be addressed. For one thing, I support congestion pricing, but those of us who do rescue in Manhattan are going to be further diminished by it, if that's the case, okay? Also, sorry, I'm off my script, trying to rush. I do also want to point out that we also do wildlife rescue often, and we suffer the same stresses, and I hope that you'll address that in future very soon. And one other thing, I have 3 feral cats that I'm taking care of in Brooklyn Bridge. There's a woman in Brooklyn who was a hoarder, and she's in assisted living and just sold her house, and she has 7 ferals in her home. We need sanctuaries for ferals because they often have to be relocated. And that's a huge issue. We don't have the resources.
Okay.
We don't have the resources to move cats. I had a colony of 9 cats at the seaport, and it cost me alone $5,000 plus other costs that we generated with donations. It's prohibitively expensive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, my name's Erin Hendry, and I volunteer at Ollie's Place in East Village. We're an all donation-based, all volunteer-run shelter, so if people don't show up to their shift, the cats don't get fed, the cats don't get their meds. Something beautiful about East Village is that there's so much traffic from the public that comes in and sees them in the window, and whether they've owned before or whether they're new to the cat world, they light up and see how great the cats are doing there because we diligently take care of their health. They have a lot of vet bills. The med list that I get every morning when I go in on Sunday can be really long and extensive, but because of the compassion of all the volunteers and how hands-on we are, it really shows how much they transform, and then it makes them ideal for people to adopt. And I think some of the things that, along with what everyone else is saying, is education. There are a lot of people that come in. There was a girl last week when we were switching shifts saying, you know, there's a deli where it's their 3rd litter. There's, 2 female and male cats that they've had forever, but they're on their 3rd batch of kittens, and it's like, where are those kittens gonna go? It's about not only providing those services, but letting the community know that they're available and why they're important. One time I went into a deli and a guy had a cat that wasn't neutered, and I asked him, is this yours? He said, I can't take it home because it sprays. My mom won't let me. But, you know, if he had been neutered, it might have been a different story. So there's a lot of that happens, and we almost lost funding to stay open and pay our rent in January, and luckily everyone banded together. But like everyone here, we're kind of at our wits' end of what we can provide. We're picking out of our own pockets. We're doing all we can, but if we had a little more assistance, we could do so much more and maybe give each other a little breather and empower the community to feel more involved and to feel more bonded with animals and truly see what they give you. I took home a cat from our shelter when we were about to close, Coco, and quickly, I've been unemployed for a year, and it's very new for me. And on the days where I feel really worthless, I look at her and I see the progress she's made, and I'm reminded that I'm doing a good job, and I don't know what I'd do without her, and I want that for everybody that needs that companion. So thank you for letting us talk today.
No, thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, I'm Margaret Lee, a Manhattan animal advocate, here to thank the Council for Intro 1018 for the rescue of cats and dogs, and at the same time, urgently ask you to expand your circle of compassion to other animals under our stewardship. Many New Yorkers, the latest poll shows 71%, want carriage horses to be rescued from their enslavement and retired to the sanctuaries waiting for them. Those of us who care deeply about animals have been pleading for a hearing to pass Ryder's Law, Intro 967. So as an animal defender, I must put in another plea for them. Their misery must end. Passing a horse carriage ban will help New Yorkers as well, because so many of us find it extremely tormenting to witness the horses' constant daily suffering. The plight of these long-suffering horses also has global attention. The world has been watching and waiting for us to do the right thing, as more vigorously compassionate cities have already done. Also on the subject of animal rescue, I'm calling on the Council to please end wet markets in New York. A bill had been introduced in 2020 but got nowhere. In October, wet market pop-up tents will once again appear on city streets as part of a ritual torture of chickens. This should have stopped long ago. At this very moment, millions of chickens are being raised for this torturous ritual, with children participating in these cruel and dangerous wet markets, with the cruelty starting even months ahead of the ritual itself. The Council can preemptively rescue these chickens and protect the public by banning wet markets. This is an emergency. It must be done. Please do the right thing.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tony Poon, and I volunteer for different rescue in the Bronx, Manhattan, and Queens. So first I want to tell you what my friend Andy said last week. He lives in Richmond Hill, and his family loves community cats and feed them. But unfortunately, they cannot afford to treat the sick ones. So when the cats got sick and died, Andy and his family got very sad and could not stand it. So they decided to stop feeding the cats so they would go away. So I'm not here to judge them because they are good people. But I hope that there's a low-cost vegetarian program so good people don't have to make terrible decisions. So I used to volunteer for Puppy Kitty New York City in Queens, and they are an excellent organization, as you could hear from Megan, right? And they take in all kinds of animals, but they are so max out of capacity. But unfortunately, from time to time, they would find people dump the cats outside the shelter. So another sad story. So for 7 years, I volunteer once a week with all these places in the East Village, like Aaron over here, from time to time. And people would come in and surround the cats. So the reality is lots of people who love cats, but for whatever reason, they need help. So people are in dire need of support to address the overpopulation of street cats. Now, in my neighborhood, I'm in Amherst. My neighbor and I feed street cats on our block. But on every other block, I see colonies of cats everywhere. So most of them are not neuter. So if there is a low-cost trap and neuter program, it will help to hold down the street cat population. So finally, I want to give a shout out to Little Wanderers, who saved one of my community cat, who I named Blackberry. Little Wanderer got the cat much needed dental work with AMC, which cost thousands of dollars. And because of that dental work, Blackberry needs a feeding tube. Since I'm not experienced with the feeding tube, Little Wanderer found someone from New Haven, Connecticut to foster Blackberry. So I'm so happy Little Wanderer is able to help individuals like me. So this is another great shelter that could use more help from the city, so Little Wanderer can help individuals like me.
Okay, thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Ryan. I'm representing For Animals, Inc. We are a not-for-profit animal rescue based in Queens, New York, focused on TNR and adoption of the friendly animals. We run solely on volunteers and donations. I've volunteered with For Animals, Inc. for over 8 years, and during that time, I've not only been able to help numerous cats myself, but also the people who care for them. For the last few months, I've been helping an 85-year-old woman who feeds cats near my school in Richmond Hill, Queens, in Councilmember Schulman's district. She herself has taken many of these cats to the vet herself. Over the last decade, she's spent thousands of dollars out of pocket, getting them spayed, neutered, dental surgeries, tail amputations, other surgeries, and I see the suffering that it causes her. I've also met some of the most caring and kind people in my life during the time that I've been volunteering. Other volunteers who commit their free time to helping as many animals as they can who are in need. And their stories bring me to tears, not only about the suffering of the animals, but what they themselves go through. Most of them are in financial crisis. They have maxed out credit cards. They're watching their own health deteriorate. They miss out on family gatherings and vacations because they can't leave the animals and they don't have anyone else to help care for them. I want to bring their stories to you today, as they couldn't be here today to tell them themselves. They couldn't take off another day from work, and they couldn't leave the shelters or the cats that they're caring for. Our founder and another volunteer just this morning were at the vet with a cat that crashed and is costing now almost $1,000 with a rescue discount that we will have to do fundraising on social media to cover. Every day, I see multiple posts and receive multiple emails on social media about an animal in need. Most of the people in this city want to help these animals, but they worry that in doing so, they themselves will go into debt. It shouldn't be this way. New York needs high-volume, free and low-cost spay and neuter programs for all of New Yorkers. We need to help New York's kindest so that we can continue to help the community and the animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for what you do. It's really appreciated, and anytime you call my office, whatever you need, so thank you.
Hello, Mike Phillips, President and co-founder of Urban Cat League. Before I start, I just wanted to commend and thank you all on the committee for your astute questioning earlier in the hearing. It's clear that you understand all the catch-22s that we confront, and it's deeply appreciated. In Hell's Kitchen, what time is it? 4 o'clock on Friday, there are no large free-roaming cat colonies in Hell's Kitchen. In the 90s, at the turn of the century, we had several very large feral cat colonies, most notably 85 cats on the railroad tracks in front of the Jacob Javits Center. We humanely reduced that colony to 0. It took us several years to do it. In 2003, a group of neighbors in Hell's Kitchen, we incorporated. And with the mission to spay and neuter every cat with 4 paws on the ground in all of Hell's Kitchen. It took us several years to do it, but we had a secret weapon. The council member, she mentioned the Wild Bird Fund. One of the founders of the Wild Bird Fund, Karen Heidgerd, she ran a vet clinic. She was the manager of a vet office on the Upper West Side. She thought our mission was wonderful and commendable. She gave us unlimited spay-neuter at a price that we could afford. Now in Hell's Kitchen, our vet practices are all owned by corporations. When we did our 200 cats to get to all the 100% spay-neuter with the colonies, we paid about $15,000 for 200 cats. Now, in Hell's Kitchen, the vet practice closest to where I live, they charge $800 for a male neuter and $1,250 for female spay. It would take us about $130,000 today to do what we call getting to a kitten-free zone. We have the luxury of being in sort of a maintenance mode now in Hell's Kitchen. Don't understand me, we have a constant stream of abandoned animals on the street, but we pick them up as soon as we can. We get them spayed and neutered, notably at, someone read testimony from Andy Kaplan, the founder of the Toby Project. We take cats to his clinic, very reasonably get them spayed and neutered, and we get them adopted. They don't land on the street and start reproducing and gravitate to a large feral cat colony. So the only difference, the people here in this room, they're working just as hard as we did, even harder. The only difference is they have their hands tied behind them. We had access to unlimited spay-neuter when we needed at a price that we could afford. This is such an eminently solvable problem that that's the encouraging thing about this. With enough spay-neuter, they could all do the same thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel. Appreciate it very much. Next panel is Laura Leopardo. Huh? Oh. Desiree Matos. Linda Mann. Deborah Thomas. Raquel Battle. And Sharon Jeter, Brown Jeter. We're missing a couple people? All right, we're gonna take from the other panel then. Wait, before we, no, here they come. Okay, never mind. Did we call your name? Yeah, Vincent. What's her name? No, we didn't. We can.
Have a seat.
No, we didn't. What, do you have it there? Sorry. Bonnie, why don't you come up? First panelist, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Laura Leopardo. I'm in District 35, and I'm a New York animal advocate. I'm here to support Councilmember Brannan's bill regarding independent, unlicensed breeders selling animals and its impact on the city's animal shelters, as well as the relationship to affordable vet care. Breeding dogs and cats is cruel. Breeders treat sentient individuals as nothing more than canine cash machines. They often have substandard breeding practices, and very often animals are raised in poor and filthy conditions because there is no oversight. There's also no customer vetting process. On numerous occasions, I've seen people selling pets on the street, like at Union Square, on my neighborhood blog, and on Craigslist. This can lead to animals ending up in the hands of unscrupulous characters and used such as for bait dogs in the dog fighting industry. Overbreeding a dog or a cat can lead to life-threatening health issues for the puppies and the kittens. There's no protection for consumers who end up with a sick animal. If vet costs are prohibitive, animals are often turned over to an already overpopulated shelter. And we know, unfortunately, what can happen when shelters are overpopulated. Often some healthy, adoptable animals do get euthanized. We don't need more puppies and kittens being bred. There have been several recent articles noting the crisis at shelters and the lack of low-cost city-funded vet clinics. The Gothamist had an article titled, quote, "New York City animal shelters are overcrowded with dogs," end quote. The Brooklyn paper had an article titled, quote, "A solvable problem. Brooklyn's animal rescuers say city-funded veterinary clinics could help end shelter crisis," end of quote. The New York Times reported, which was stated earlier, that the price of vet care has soared more than 60% over the past decade. Let's help the empty shelters by stopping independent breeders from selling animals and fund affordable vet clinics, which can prevent animals from flooding the city shelters. I just want to quickly close and say I respectfully am pleading with you, Liz Shulman and Speaker Adams, that we move ahead and rescue the poor horses in the horse carriage industry. As it was said before, more than 71% of New Yorkers want them banned. As was said before, this very morning there was a criminal trial for Ryder's owner, just another case of abuse in this industry. Many cities worldwide have banned them. It's now time for New York City to do the same. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next panelist, and I also, for folks, there are some folks who signed up late. I just want to let everyone, just remind everyone that everyone has about 2 minutes. We'll obviously let you sum up and all of that. We have we still have a lot of more people to testify, and we want to make sure that we get to everybody. So, but thank you very much. Go ahead, next panelist.
Councilmember Schulman and council members of the Health Committee. My name is Linda Mann. As an animal rights activist, I so appreciate this committee hearing. I am here today to support Intro 1018 and all of the people who do whatever is needed to rescue, help, and care for animals in our city, regardless of their personal and financial costs. They are the ones who always answer the call and step up. They are constantly fighting an uphill battle, but shouldn't have to bear the costs alone. I urge this committee and the City Council to make adequate funding available for affordable spay, neuter, and affordable vet care for all in need. This committee can create change and transform the state of animal welfare in New York City. The decisions you make here will determine what the future of animal welfare looks like in our city. In that spirit, I am hopeful that this committee, sometime very soon, will hold a hearing on Intro 967 Riders Law to end the suffering of our beautiful abused horses. They too need to be rescued.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Thomas, and I've been a volunteer at the New York City ACC Manhattan Shelter in cat adoptions for nearly 20 years. I'll get straight to the point. Since we're currently seeing troubling overcrowding at the ACC and other shelters due to people surrendering their pets in large numbers due to evictions, people moving out of New York City, or people moving into buildings that do not allow pets, as well as extremely high veterinary costs, I respectfully urge the City Council to do two things to help turn around this animal surrender surge. Number one, please allocate additional funding to the ACC so that they can hire more animal care and placement staff, as well as additional veterinarians and medical support staff to help with intake and in-shelter care once the animals are at the ACC, including spay and neuter, which would facilitate and promote more and faster adoptions. And number two, please write and pass a Pets in Housing bill that would outlaw landlords prohibiting pet owners from having household pets in any and all New York City housing, no matter the type of housing or the size or breed of the dog, cat, or rabbit. And I'd be happy to help anyone who wants to write something like this, to help them write it and lobby for it. And finally, I also support Intro 1018, and I would like to respectfully urge Chair Schulman to please bring to the floor and pass Intro 967, Riders Law, which would ban and discontinue the suffering of carriage horses in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Desiree Matos, and I'm the president of Keep Me Warm Dog Houses, Inc. We provide free wooden insulated dog houses for dogs living in their owners' backyards without shelter or who have inadequate shelter. These dogs are not allowed to live indoors with their families and are often used as guard dogs. We also offer free spay and neuter, which we had to introduce that a couple of years ago because of the demand and the need. Collars, leashes, toys, bedding, and whatever is needed to improve the quality of lives for these dogs. I'm sure we all agree that we have a serious problem with overcrowding in our city shelters, with many animals being euthanized simply because there isn't enough space at the shelters. Perfectly adoptable, beautiful animals being put down, put to sleep, killed. I strongly believe that we could greatly reduce the number of dogs, cats, and other animals in the shelter if free or low-cost spay neuter were available. It is the only humane way to control the pet population. I am currently working on getting 2 pit bulls spayed. They are in a house with 3 intact males and have had several litters already, and they are only 2 years old. The owner was breeding them and had decided after much discussion with him to have them fixed. I found a low-cost vet to do the procedures at a cost of $500 each. I don't consider $1,000 for 2 dogs to be low cost. Nevertheless, it has to be done along with the 3 other dogs that need to be fixed. I worry about the puppies that were born to these mothers who were sold, and of course, were not spayed or neutered, and the many litters that will be born from them. It is highly likely that some of these dogs will be surrendered to the shelters, and some of them might not make it out alive. This doesn't have to be their fate. We can address these serious issues, and we could start by offering easily accessible, free, low-cost spay, neuter, and affordable veterinary care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist. Give the mic. Yeah.
Hi there. My name is Bonnie Behrens. Very nice to be here today. Thank you for accommodating me. This is probably the best audience I've had since I worked in television. CNBC, Court TV, CBS, and Bloomberg Television. So I'm very proud to be here. My take today is just slightly different, and I'm not sure I'm saying this right, but this is what I want to do is I formally submit a citizens' legislative proposal of a comprehensive solution for animal care reform that we all acknowledge today.
You can submit that to testimony at council.nyc.gov.
I did on Friday, the same thing.
All right, so we're after this hearing, everything because people have 72 hours to submit written testimony or written materials, and then it gets looked at by the committee staff, and then we sit and go over it. So just so you know.
And what I wanted, it's a short thing, if you allow me. I'm calling it Noah's Act. It has nothing to do with religion, but it's a story that we all can recognize. And this is the first presentation of this legislative proposal, Noah's Act, which saves kid animal lives and helps millions of precious, hurting companion animals who desperately need us to act more, better, faster. I also submitted a poster that describes it, and I was hoping to be able to share it here, but I am unable to at this moment. And what it is, succinctly, it's Noah's Act, state, federal regulation and legislation financed by public-private funding, starting, though, with New York City. This is because of so many great people here, so many people struggling and doing it every day for years and years and years to protect animals, to give, to sacrifice for them. You know, we could set the standard for this national effort. And here's what it includes, though. And it doesn't work with separate pieces. It all has to be comprehensive. And
if you can summarize it.
Yes, I am. Okay, sure. It's ban euthanasia, ban breeding of companion animals for 10 years while we absorb all that are out there. Fund universal pet care. Fund vetted shelters at home, eliminating pet jail cells. Fund vetted adopters as employment. Pay people to take care. Fund Noah's Act pet acres. In other words, homes with acres around it. And fund a crackdown on cruelty with more true animal-loving care staffing, more law enforcement, and greater penalties for animal cruelty. You know, these are our babies, our whole life.
Appreciate it. Looking forward to reading it.
All right, thank you.
So thank you. Next panelist.
Hi. I'm the founder and director of For Real NYC, a small Black-owned rescue and sanctuary in Queens in the Richmond Hill, Kew Gardens area. I've worked to save and help New York City's animals in 5 different decades, spanning from walking dogs every Saturday in the 80s at the age of 8 at Animal Haven, which at the time was a hole-in-the-wall shelter 3 blocks from the housing projects where I grew up, to today running a broke, failing rescue with over 60 street cats, some of whom are blind, crippled, and neurologically impaired. I am in debilitating poverty. Sorry. It's the first time I've had to say it publicly. It's hard.
Okay.
I collect bottles and I rummage through recycling bins and to find things to sell so I can feed our animals, because there's no money. I go back and forth between my rescue and housing court. Thank you. Between my rescue and housing court, because I'm being evicted from the 3 apartments that I have to house our cats. I have no more credit cards, I have no more bank account, I have nothing. I emptied out my retirement to keep my rescue on life support. I haven't had a connected phone for almost a year. I fair beat to get here today, and I'll fair beat when I leave. That's like a way of life. I'm on the train with cats, I'm carrying trapping equipment. I've been doing it for over a year now. People don't like it, but it's my life. I've spent nearly $1.9 million of my own money to get this far while working over 100 hours a week. I haven't had a day off in nearly 5 years since becoming a nonprofit. I pay to do this unseen work. I've paid with everything I own as well as with my health. I'm among the full-time rescuers who do this for a living, except I've never been paid a dime. I've written personalized pleas to a number of local politicians only to be ignored. I've witnessed famous wealthy rescues receive generous funding from local government while ignoring the rest of us. This only builds monopolies and will not save more animals. Our animals are dying and we all need money. We need help. Not all of us have the resources or time to become social media famous, and I applaud those who have been able to do that, but that would be another full-time job for me to become a content creator. I don't have the time. I've worked too long to be stuck in this situation. I'm not alone in this plea. Many of us are suffering out here alongside of our animals. The big name rescues aren't the only ones who deserve attention. I, along with so many others who've served the city for decades, are all compassion fatigued for many years. Where's the relief? And one more thing, just vets offices, which this has been coming up all day. The animal crisis is being fueled by egregious price gouging by both private and nonprofit veterinary clinics and hospitals. When the guy down the road raises his prices, the guy over here will follow suit, and so on and so forth. Now just walking into most vets' offices around the city is $80 to $100 just to sit in the waiting room. For emergency hospitals, even those who are fellow nonprofits, the charge is up to $330 just to have your companion animal looked at while they're in crisis. Why are these businesses not being regulated? Being able to help your fur family has now become a luxury rather than a necessity. Who gets priced out of this the most? This is the roach on the wall that we all want to ignore. It's the Black community. Black people cannot afford to spay and neuter their animals. Black people cannot afford urgent care for their animals. It's literal discrimination. New Yorkers are being priced out of vet care. What can the council do to change this? And I just want to add one more thing very quickly. I have done a lot of international rescue. Yes, it's not New York City, but what led me to that, number one, I love animals all around the world, and I used to travel a lot.
Right.
I emptied out a shelter in Thailand, and I got a lot of flack from New Yorkers. Oh, you could help animals here. I spent exponentially less doing that than rescuing here from the ACC and using vets' offices here. That should tell you something.
Right.
I brought 120 animals myself over from Thailand and got them all homes here. That would have cost me the same amount of money to save 20 animals here.
No, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. The next panel is Natasha Resny. Sorry. Oh, wait, did I?
Did you do this already?
Dana Jacobs, I think.
Let me see the other names.
Dana Jacobs. Dana Jacobs?
No, these are new people.
All right. No, she came up before. Maybe she wasn't here. Claire Corey, Maddie Johnson, Samadou Johnson, Roberto Benelli, and Anna Gautier. We have first panelist, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Natasha Resnick. And I want to thank this committee for holding and addressing the need for low-cost spay, neuter, and vet services for New York City residents and rescuers to help the animals stay in their homes and get animals off the streets. And I want to underline the importance to pass the bill to stop the sale from self-breeders, because New York education law requires elementary schools to teach students the necessity of controlling the proliferation of animals which are subsequently abandoned and caused to suffer extreme cruelty. Humane education is mandated in New York schools for all elementary students, but it is not promoted or enforced. And we should stress that breeders selling cute baby animals have no regard for their animals' health or provide health or spay-neuter services. In addition, encourage New York City schools to advertise flyers of the wonderful animals for adoption that showcase many good girls and boy animals that ended up in their situations and help the community see that adopting is better than buying, that spay-neuter helps animals live longer, healthier lives, and low-cost spay-neuter and vet services helps communities and neighborhoods get resources, therefore reducing homeless animals off the streets. New York City can be a model for compassion and respect to all animals, and we could start with passing Ryder's Law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
My name is Dana Jacobs, and I'm a resident of Bed-Stuy in District 36. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the council today. I'm here on behalf of Neighborhood Animal Rescue Network, or NARN. We are an organized group of about 75 animal rescuers living in central Brooklyn, spanning Bed-Stuy, Ocean Hill, Crown Heights, and some neighboring areas. We focus on spaying and neutering cats to lower the overall population of feral cats, giving them healthier lives, rescuing abandoned pets that have been put out on the street, and assisting community members who ask for help getting vet care for their own pets. Most members of NARN, including myself, got started in rescue the same way. We noticed cats suffering in our neighborhoods. And when we researched what agencies and organizations we might call for help, many of us discovered the same thing. No city agency exists to help these cats. I myself went on social media. I found Heidi, who you heard from earlier, and got involved from there. In the last 5 years, NARN has rescued, spayed, and or neutered about 1,500 cats, a drop in the bucket, but certainly something to be proud of. Consider that we are not a traditional public-facing nonprofit. Rather, we are a network of regular New Yorkers and some formal rescue organizations who operate like a mutual aid group. We are bakers, policy advocates, artists, operations managers, sales professionals, and youth education professionals. Rescue is not our full-time job, and in fact often takes away from our full-time jobs. It's not a hobby. It's a service that we are volunteering in place of organized services. Like you've heard, many of us are self-funded, crowdfunding the money to cover the cost of rescue, and our collective was formed to help the many cats who we see struggling outside. It's clear that widespread access to affordable spay, neuter, and basic vet care can be hugely consequential. In Brooklyn alone, we've seen Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition, Flatbush Vet, Pioneer Low-Cost Vet Care, and ASPCA Brooklyn chapter has been foundational for our work. I'd lastly just like to say and highlight one particular issue around dumped pets. Nearly a quarter of the cats we rescued in the last 2 years were abandoned pets. Finding themselves outside suddenly, these abandoned pets often lack the skills to find food and shelter. And the ask is the same to our group every time from community members. It's a photo of an animal huddled, scared, and an urgent ask. Can somebody intake? Does somebody have room in their bathroom? I myself have hosted 47 of these types of cats over the past 2 years, and the epidemic, as you have heard, is very real. Animals are suffering. My hope today is that this hearing is the part of a paradigm shift in the city of New York, and we're grateful for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Dana Heiss, and I'm here on behalf of Claire Corey and Brooklyn Animal Action, and I'm also a member of NARN with Dana Jacobs. As Brooklyn Animal Action is a rescue that's been going for over 14 years, our hope was that this situation was going to get better, not worse. Brooklyn Animal Action vets and adopts out 600 to 1,000 cats a year. Our costs in 2010 were $100,000, and they're now $350,000. And our intake capacity did not increase, costs did. We are volunteer run, and we are all working full-time jobs. I personally got involved in this when I moved here from Australia 5 years ago, and I lived across the street from a NYCHA complex. There was over 40 intact cats living in a cockroach-infested crawl space, and I had no idea how to help them. I quickly realized that there was no city agency that was going to come in with a solution, but Brooklyn Animal Action did. We don't get paid for this, and we have to beg for money to cover these bills. And we run ourselves ragged trying to help as many as we can, but we'll never get there without help. Our inbox at Brooklyn Animal Action currently sits at about 25,000 unread emails. We just can't get to them all. But boy, do we try. We are drowning, and I know for a fact that there are rescuers here today that have had to dip in and out of this meeting because we're running to vet appointments, we're taking calls from emergency vets, we're consulting with foster homes, and we're trying to decide if we can actually intake that cat that we've just been begged to take in, all while working our full-time jobs. This is a city issue, and we're excited to see these issues are now on the agenda, and we're hopeful for the solutions that may come from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Council members, for this opportunity. I'm Maddie Samadara Johnson. I'm a triracial multilingual woman who lives in District 39. I've been rescuing animals, cats, dogs, birds, squirrels from the time I was a little girl and continue to do so even today, though it has focused more on cats and dogs in the past 2 decades, whether in NYC or in the several other countries I've lived and worked at, including helping animals in India, Canada, the UK, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Sudan, Madagascar, and several others, on my own and with rescue groups. I run the newly launched group Park Slope Cats, which was the cover story of the local mag. Recently, I also successfully resolved a 40-cat hoarding situation within 2 weeks after their 85-year-old human passed away, and it should have been a Department of Health issue. A simple spay-neuter of the original 2 cats 25 years ago would have prevented the situation. All the issues have already been covered by others, so this is just more of an appeal. Those in the rescue world, especially the individual ones like myself without a big volunteer network, have zero funding and have been working without a break, depleting our finances, mental and physical health, and running on dry but never giving up. Despite insurmountable odds and low sleep, we have kept going. Every day I receive innumerable calls and texts to help our dumped, stray, feral, injured animals and step in as individual rescuers. We have to work several hours day and night along with our day jobs. I work in architecture and urban planning, and I think you should get designers who have hands-on experience with animals when you design the facilities. No, we are not crazy cat ladies. We are ladies who rescue animals due to the compassion in our heart and are getting driven crazy due to the lack of sustainable support. The stories, I could say, bottle babies, abuse seniors, but similar to many I've already heard before, so I'll spare those. We all know we cannot adopt, foster our way out of homeless cat suffering. The only way is dedicated, extensive, compulsory spay, neuter, and building a support network which can help in funding, educating, and solving. The best way to prevent suffering is to stop it at the source. Why do we do this? Are we masochists? I'm wrapping up, don't worry. No, the real reason is that someone has to. Throughout the world, the ultimate suffering imparted through human cruelty, apathy, and destructive activity, regardless of the human's race, geography, region of the globe, is always borne by innocent animals. And I suppose as much as a cynic or a realist as I am, to keep going, we have to focus on finding the kind ones, the compassionate ones of the human species among you, those who help the most innocent and the most vulnerable, the voiceless animals. New York City, we can do this. Please institute city-funded, high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter. I'll just end by saying that even if the human rescuers, pet owners, and others—
You have to wrap up.
Yeah. May growl, scratch, hiss, piss, get territorial with each other, we are all united in one front. We want the city to help us with high-volume, low-cost spay-neuter in a functional, honest, efficient way, and equitable way to all, the ones who need it, not just to the lobbyists.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Bonelli. I live in Queens, and I run an advocacy and TNR group called the Animals Battalion. This summer has not been a pleasant one, as I've struggled to get affordable veterinary appointments for spay and neuter and medical services. In the course of my rescue work so far this summer, I've pulled over 20 kittens from the streets. Most have found homes, but not all. A few weeks ago, I responded to a call in Sunnyside to trap a cat that was severely slashed from its shoulder blade to shoulder blade across its chest. The cat required emergency services. The medical bills for the rescue group that took possession of the cat, Astoria Cat Rescue, have been quite high, over $6,000. Situations like those are typical for anyone who does rescue in New York City. We attempt to save lives while navigating through a problematic city. Let's not kid ourselves. Life here is extremely expensive, and it's not going to get better anytime soon. With skyrocketing costs of living expenses, people are just abandoning their cats. This past Sunday, the New York Post covered a story about a 100-cat colony by Shea Stadium. These problems will not be solved by just educating the public. Situations like that can only be fixed by the moral resolve and the work ethic of New York City's rescue community. We do, however, have monetary limitations. There is only so much we can finance through our everyday jobs. We can put in the volunteer hours, but we need affordable veterinary services to control the homeless animal population and to hopefully dissuade lower-income residents from abandoning their pets. If our government can't provide low-cost veterinary care, this city will just become a giant dumping ground of unwanted pets. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank this panel. Appreciate it. We're going to take a 5-minute break because we have a lot more folks to testify and just need to do a couple things. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Thank you. You're still waiting. I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay. That's right. Someone else here went. Yeah. She went to the restroom, but I'm sorry. She's had to wait so long too. I don't know because I didn't say night class. I just said the ACC. Or maybe that's why. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please find a seat. Please ensure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. We shall resume momentarily. Once again, please find a seat. Please ensure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed to silent. We shall resume momentarily. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, we're ready to start again. So the next panel is Marilyn Zucker. Okay. India Mazzaro. Alexandra Stemska. Lily Trapper Aide. Dan Teachout. Okay, first panelist.
My name is Marilyn Zucker. I'm honored to speak to the City Council Health Committee today addressing the state of animal rescue. I applaud Justin Brannan on Bill 1018, which will make it harder for backyard breeders to circumvent the new law which prohibits the retail sale of dogs and cats, and I urge you to pass it. But dogs and cats aren't the only New York City non-human residents who desperately need our help, your help. As a Jewish person, I'm saddened each year to know chickens starve and suffer in distress in cramped crates for the annual ritual of Kippuros, and in wet markets across the city, even as bird flu spreads rampantly. Just this week, the New York Times featured an expose of New York City's wet markets and the danger they pose to public health, and the barbaric and cruel treatment these poor animals are forced to endure. Also this week, the New York Post exposed birds, rats, and pigs being intentionally tortured, their torment ignored in sadistic animal sacrifice rituals in Howard Beach, Queens, with full knowledge of authorities. And elderly, malnourished former racehorses and Amish workhorses continue to lug 3,000-pound carriages, no matter how they feel, even while, well, I wrote at this very moment, but we know that the trial has been postponed until October. Carriage horse owner Ian McKeever stands trial for criminal animal abuse in a downtown courthouse for the torture and death of Ryder, one of many carriage horses owned by Ian and his brother. And despite the fact that 71% of New Yorkers say they'd like to see the carriages banned, we've been exhaustively fighting for an end to this abusive industry since 2014. And I have an article from 10 years ago, 2014, when we were trying to end the carriages then. I'm urging you, pleading with you, Chair Schulman, to please hold a hearing for Ryder's Law, Intro 967. As our representatives, you have the task of making sure New York remains a great and humane city for all of its residents. Please protect and rescue the most vulnerable, the animals. You're their voice and their only hope.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Teachout. I'm a longtime resident of Inwood, and Carmen De La Rosa is my council member. I'm a 20-year monthly supporter of the ASPCA. I have a cat colony that I maintain in Inwood, and across the fence is a dangerous dog that recently killed a young cat that I had never seen. I filed 2 311 reports and had a strong discussion with the owner. This is an ongoing daily concern, to say the least. I am certified as a TNR person. In 2020, my mother-in-law took in a pregnant feral cat, and When it came time to vet and spay and neuter, I was horrified by the cost. I was unemployed because of the pandemic. I reached out to rescue groups, but they were buried with requests. One group, Kitty Kind, got one of my kittens adopted, and I thanked them. Finally, the Federal Pandemic Insurance Fund kicked in, and I was able to spay and neuter all of the cats. I don't know what I would have done except gone into debt. I don't know. Here we are 4 years later with few low-cost spay and neuter options available. The effort a person needs to go through to help to stop this endless cycle of misery is almost impossible. It should not be so difficult to do the right thing. We created this problem, and we certainly can fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Okay, sorry, I've never used one of these before. My name is India Mazzaro, and I represent Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition. We operate the Brooklyn Cat Cafe and BBAWC Rescue Clinic. BBAWC would now like to highlight the individuals and small group rescuers who have stepped up to fill the gaps left by the inadequate shelter system and lack of accessible vet care, while the city and its agencies are shielded from the harsh reality of the New York City cat crisis. A sadly common story, a family facing eviction is forced to leave their pet cat behind after being turned away from a full shelter. NYCHA employees then put the cat outside with no shelter or food, where it ends up either critically ill or injured due to a lack of survival skills outside. Most rescuers get calls about situations like this multiple times a week, and knowing the cats have no other options, take on the costs and effort required to get the cats fixed and adopted. This is draining mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially, yet rescuers feel unable to stop or even take a break because they know that no one else will help these cats. Until long-term humane policies and programs are established, the city can lend immediate support to rescuers by enforcing existing laws and policies. Ag and Markets Law 355 prohibits abandoning an animal, and NYCHA policy states unowned animals are to be taken to shelters. We need to empower NYCHA employees to bring pets to the city shelter rather than leaving them unsterilized on premises. We need to help residents comply with NYCHA policies requiring animals to be spayed and neutered, so if a cat does end up outside, it cannot reproduce freely. Shut down parties operating as unlicensed breeders, such as bodegas, private breeders, and people looking to make money selling kittens on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. We need to fine pet owners who let their intact, unvaccinated cats outside, and we need to leverage dog licensing fees and other fines to fund the Animal Overpopulation Fund. And finally, we need to increase or provide humane education in schools to encourage children to learn about adopting and animal care. Every day of inaction is another day that homeless cats suffer and another day that you are failing your constituents and the community.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, City Council and community members. My name is Alexandra Swomska. I am user interface designer and one of the founders of Trapper Aid platform. Today, you have heard of the urgent need for city-founded, high-volume spay and neuter services and additional resources to combat the growing cat overpopulation crisis. Large-scale solutions require a data-driven approach, and our platform, Trapper Aid, provides the foundation for a comprehensive solution. Currently, there is no centralized evidence-based system to address this issue, leading to fragmented funding, inefficient resource use, and public health risk from unmanaged feral cat populations. Our team can change this by unifying data and providing insights to justify new budget allocations for clinics, rescue organizations, certified individuals, and eventually colony caretakers, guiding us toward a future free from cat overpopulation. Trapper Aid stands for those who are currently unseen. Our platform benefits everyone: government agencies, shelters, large organizations, veterinary clinics, and especially those individuals and rescues who perform TNR. These amazing people fight every day to save and help cats in need, often with limited resources and recognition. For the past 1 year, Our team has been working on a platform that will revolutionize the efforts. Our plan would not only help demonstrate the value of the work, but also advocate for more funding, support, and awareness from local communities and larger institutions.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, council members and community participants. My name is Lily Komitsky. I am a health informaticist, data scientist, and one of the founders of Trapper Aid. Today, I'm here to provide a brief overview of our team's upcoming objectives and plans. In its first phase, Trapper Aid acts as an all-in-one platform for managing appointments and services for rescues and certified individuals, consolidating and streamlining scheduling and certification verification across all clinics. For clinics, Trapper Aid consolidates a specialized subset of low-cost services and users, reducing administrative burdens with automated processes and saving valuable time. With their support and participation, our system will enhance efficiency and generate critical data, which is currently missing, on trends, demands, and regional needs, providing the city with valuable insights to allocate funds and resources more effectively. After a successful launch, we will introduce a mobile feature to centralize coordination for certified individuals and rescues, streamlining tasks like trapping, transport, holding space, while generating field data to further provide future funding and resource allocation. Our solution can scale across boroughs, but for now we propose starting with a pilot program in Brooklyn, where there is a high feral cat population and existing infrastructure. We seek community and city support along with modest investment to cover our pilot's operational and development costs, ensuring our platform is free for all users. This investment could come from the city, private donors, investors, or anyone committed to addressing this persistent problem with a modern solution. We welcome your feedback and support in building a better future for our community and the animals we care for. To learn more or to express interest, please email us at trapperaid@gmail.com. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank this panel. Appreciate you testifying. The next panel, Patricia Batista, Erica Parks, Frania Shelley Griller, sorry. Deborah Kalish, Laura, sorry if I'm mispronouncing, Laura McAvoy, and Candace Kumai Gwiazdowski. We're all here. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, sorry if I repeat anything. I'm echoing a lot of what I've heard today, and I'm reading off my testimony. I'm a volunteer rescuer and pet owner who lives from paycheck to paycheck, often struggling with the highest costs associated with veterinary care. My cat Lucy is not just a pet. She's not just an emotional support animal. She's my only family that I come home to and a crucial part of my life. Apologies for the overshare, but I do so to speak for others going through the same. I've been diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder and major depressive disorder, and Lucy plays an essential role in managing my symptoms. Her presence and support are invaluable to my mental health and well-being. Recently, I faced significant financial challenges while trying to provide Lucy with necessary veterinary care. Fortunately, I was able to access affordable care or affordable services at Flatbush Vets, which made a critical difference in her health. However, not everyone has access to such low-cost care, and many pet owners and rescuers struggle to provide for their animals due to prohibitive costs. To ensure that more people like me can afford essential veterinary services and to support our efforts in rescuing and caring for animals, it is crucial that the New York City government allocates substantial funding for high-volume, free and/or low-cost spay and neuter programs and affordable vet care. Despite the financial strain, I commuted 1 hour on the train to ensure Lucy received that care she deserved. This experience highlighted both the critical need for affordable care and the lengths to which pet owners will go to protect their beloved companions. Solutions? Let's work on providing the same example Flatbush Vets has offered. in all boroughs of New York City. Like previously stated, we need the city as a partner. Let's focus on electing and employing experienced leaders to ensure that funding is properly allocated to the rescuers and programs. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. If you have something more extended, you can submit it. You can submit the testimony, and you can send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov.
All right.
You have 72 hours to do that, so you can expand on what you said. I'm more than happy to
Thank you.
take it. Next panelist.
Thank you. My name is Franya Shelley Greerlin. I'm an applied animal behaviorist residing in Morningside Heights and working in New York City. Research and experience tell us that behavior concerns are among the top reasons for surrender to animal shelters and for consulting animal professionals. But it is surrender to shelters that happens more frequently than addressing a behavior issue. And when surrender is not possible, as in shelter capacity not allowing, we see what we are seeing now. More animals, namely cats, being dumped or turned out of homes onto public spaces. Former house cats are not socialized or equipped to the very hard life of living on the streets, nor are the street cats equipped for the life they're born into. Most of them will not make it, and that journey towards death is fraught with illness, starvation, predation, and savagery. TNR organizations and rescues do tremendous heavy lifting in this city to ameliorate the onslaught, but it is simply not and never enough. Not enough people on the other end of rescue, and forever homes may not be forever, or no one would be getting surrendered or dumped in the first place. Neutering companion animals and managing behavior are vital to ensuring permanence in homes. Neither can happen without support, cultural acceptance, and access to resources. There is a law in place that speaks directly to this. New York State Education Law 809 requires, quote, instruction to be given in every elementary school in the humane treatment and protection of animals, as well as the necessity of controlling the proliferation of animals which are subsequently abandoned and caused to suffer extreme cruelty. Strong language, but we need to ask whether or not such a law is just on the books or is implemented in today's classrooms or yesterday's or tomorrow's. Research on students in classrooms where humane education was offered showed it to be effective significantly. We are morally, legally, and ethically obligated to implement it. Let's.
Thank you so much. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Deborah Kalish. I'm a dog volunteer at ACC Manhattan. I live in District 6, and my city council rep is Gail Brewer. I've been volunteering at ACC for over 3 years, 7 years somewhere else. The overpopulation situation is the worst I've ever seen. It's a tragic, unending parade of surrendered and abandoned dogs. Many of them come in ungroomed, unvetted, underfed, and now unaltered, largely a function of the insane cost of New York City vet care. Unaltered dogs in shelter contribute to behavioral problems. On a good day, shelter dogs can deteriorate from stress, noise, fear, not enough exercise. Unaltered dogs can exacerbate bad behavior, leading to more emergency placement pleas and more euthanasia. It's just simply heartbreaking. Unaltered dogs have medical issues too. I recently teamed with an ACC rescue partner to pull a 7-year-old unaltered male who now needs a perineal hernia operation to fix his very serious GI problems. It will cost thousands of dollars, so unnecessary for us and so avoidable for this poor dog. Here are some things that I think the city can do to kind of help this overpopulation crisis and add to spay-neuter services. Fund existing nonprofits to expand their services. They're already doing the work. Work with boards of vet schools to introduce spay-neuter rotations into their curricula. Give vet students course credit or tuition breaks for semester-long spay-neuter work in the city. Jointly fund a program to train city vet techs to perform spay-neuters throughout the city and pay them to do so. Use tax breaks or other incentives to incent private vets and corporate chains to perform a minimum number of low-cost spay-neuters per year. There are too many unwanted animals in New York City. We can't rescue our way out of this crisis. We need more affordable, accessible services. Please help us help the animals of New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, Lynn. Hi, Joanne. I'm Candace Kumai. I am a volunteer frequently with various cat rescue between NYC ACC and Little Wanderers and NYC, among many others. I love spending time getting to know the individuals that are at each of these organizations. Professionally, I write and report on the Today Show and for Vogue, Bon Appetit, etc. Throughout my years of volunteering, I've seen firsthand the dire need for accessible spay, neuter, and veterinary services across New York. I know this because when I was 20, I used a low-cost clinic to spay my own cat, Cece. I had her for 20 years. She saved my life numerous times. I hope that one day, when I have a 20-year-old daughter, that she'd be able to do the same thing here in New York and experience the love of a companion pet. Flash to now, at 42, I'm going on set to report about health and wellness on the Today Show, and nobody knows that I had just had to euthanize a cat that was in an accident on behalf of one of the rescue groups I'm with. It is literally hours before some of us step into our professional positions that we have to do this kind of work and put on a brave face every day. I also urge you to put on that golden standard that we know that New York has to be an example for the rest of the world to follow. I most recently have read horrible articles in places like New York Magazine, Curbed, Vox, The Cut, that exacerbate the situation that all of us in animal rescue are up against. They write horrible things about cats, dogs, and animal rescue, and I urge them to really seek out the truth and get to know all of us neighbors together in our community. Thank you so much for your time. It really, truly means the world to all of us.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Laura McAvoy, and I'm the Volunteer Director of Data and Policy Strategy for Puppy Kitty New York City in Queens. And I call it my second full-time job that I don't get paid for. As you're hearing today, animal welfare is an incredibly large and complex issue in New York City, and while many rescues are working tirelessly to solve it, we can't do it without resources and support. I'd like to tell you a story today about a kitten named Ticonderoga No. 2 Pencil. I name a lot of cats. And he came to me with his siblings at a couple of days old as a bottle baby. After their finder took them from their mom, fed them cow's milk, and then realized that they were in over their head. I tried for several days to keep him alive, getting up every 2 hours to bottle feed while working my full-time non-rescue job, but eventually it was clear that he was actively dying. I took him to a very expensive emergency clinic where his veins were so small and dehydrated that they had to euthanize him with an injection to the stomach while I held him in the palm of my hand. But he didn't have to die like that. If his parents had been spayed and neutered, he never would have suffered like that for his small, short 10 days of life. And those cats are probably still out there having more litters. This isn't a unique story. Kittens die like this every day, whether it's outside, in homes, in shelters. And the only way out of this is high volume, low cost or free spay or neuter for both individuals and rescues. We need government support for widespread TNR programs, education on community and bodega cats, actual enforcement on the ban on companion animal breeding and selling, enforcement of animal cruelty laws under ag and markets, and educating the public about the importance of responsible pet ownership and what that entails, including why spay and neuter is necessary, not just making it affordable. Thank you for your time and opportunity to discuss this issue.
Thank you all, and thank you all for your volunteering and everything that you do. We hear all of you, and we're going to take that back. So just know that, okay? Thank you very much. The next panel is Portia Jones, Sarah Hauser, Christine Kennelly, Nara Marino, Margot Holland, Margaret Holland, Leslie Ramos. Do you know who she ran for state senate? This one over here. In Queens. They'll tell it. Maybe. First, you know what, before we do that, we're gonna add a couple more since they're not here. Jimmy?
Two more?
Yeah, give me 2 more. Just so we can get out of here quicker. The last name is Colin Santiago. I can't make out the first name. Is that person here? No, okay. Sheila Sanchez? Oh. Come sit at the panel. Okay, this one's not here. And then Joan Novak? No? Oh, she left? Okay. Helene Hartman? Can do one more. And Bill Sackery. Oh, never mind, we're full. For the next panel, okay. So the first panelists, are you ready?
I came here prepared for 2 minutes. My name is Sheila Sanchez. I am part of the Northwest Bronx Democrats, and I was the president of Friends of the Oval Park. But more than anything else, I'm an animal lover and a rescuer. After hearing my fellowship rescuers, I realized after the pandemic, I lost track with what is going on. And I realized I came as 2 people, really, the pet owner and the rescuer. For 20 years, I lived in the same place, and I was lucky enough that my landlord loved cats, so he allowed me to practically have a rescue in the house. I never asked for help other than what is offered for other rescuers, or like my friend here used to call the cat angels in the neighborhood. I fed them. I took them to the ASPCA truck. I got the help of the neighbors to actually borrow me their Medicaid cards so I can afford to spay the animals, because I never had the money. Even though I have 2 jobs and my own little business. But I lost my house at 22. And 8 of my cats. Only 2 are still with me. My Miss Hissy Fissy Purr, who was supposed to be a foster for 10 days and has been 13 years now. And my last feral, who I couldn't let there when I knew they were going to condemn the house. I'm sorry. The other 5, 2 were 18-year-old, and I have to ask for help, and I have to surrender it to a senior cat home because I couldn't take care of the cost anymore. My Gypsy died from a sudden kidney failure, and my Gio, who was 18, for a fatal seizure. At the time, I couldn't afford the bed. I still cannot afford a vet. The last one, my Malefica, we were almost able to get to the ER, but she died anyway. And I was told it was because of the poison they used to kill the mosquitoes for kidney failure. And I finally broke, economically and emotionally.
If you could summarize,
Yes.
please, thank you.
Over a year ago, we rescued a dog, my Lucy. Oh, she most rescued me. She was supposed to be my support animal. She came sick and scared. She has been stolen for a homeless, mentally ill person who wasn't able to take care of her, and fed her cat food and kept her in a small bag all the time. Thanks to the intervention of other rescuers, she came at me. Thanks to the continued work of rescuers, I was able to get her vaccines and neuter her. But I shouldn't have to wait 6 months. I should have been able to go to an accessible clinic. For 20 years, I have done rescue. I don't know what I would have done is not for the ASPCA's trucks, but that wasn't enough. For 20 years, I pushed for the animal shelter in the Bronx, but that is not enough. Organizing with other rescuers, trapping, releasing, it is not enough. Every single spring, every single station, really, I will have new sets of kittens that need help, and a frightened, hungry new cat living with me till or if I found a new home. When my baby Lucy was hit by a truck driver, she died in my arms because it's a holiday. It's impossible to find where to get your animal if something wrong. Here I am today, asking for more support, more help. And this city, nobody should go with any of us has gone through. But more than anything else, I am asking for the DOH to have a divorce for the animal welfare, because that marriage is not working for none of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi, I guess it's good evening at this point. My name is Helene Hartman Kutnowski. I live in the Bronx. I'm a member of Community Board 7. I'm on the Environmental Committee. I have 3 cats that are all rescues from my building that my neighbors have put out, and I also feed 2 feral cats. I don't do what most of the people here do. I'm in awe of all of them. I just want to say, though, that I think the education component really needs to be stressed. Last month, I did rescue 2 cats. One was a little kitten that my neighbor was carrying out. She was taking it to the bodega. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of people think that's an appropriate place to take an animal. And fortunately, Iris Lugo, who's a cat rescuer, she takes care of kittens in our community. She's marvelous. I was able to call her, and she did take the little redhead. And so that was a happy story, but I don't know whether it's education. I think it might be partly lack of knowledge as to where to take animals, because she said if the bodega doesn't want the animal, she was going to put it on Moshulu Parkway. So we were pretty horrified. And the same month, my neighbor called me because she found an animal in our courtyard. It looked like a dried mop. I don't think I would have even recognized it as an animal. Fortunately, again, Bronx Tales, I called Betty Arce. Jamie Lehman took the cat, and it looks like a whole different animal now. All right? But again, I'm fortunate in that I know who to call, and they were able to help. I think what we need to do is, again, this is what I'm thinking with my landlord, but I think we need to maybe consider it for leases in New York City. We need some kind of rider that basically outlines that you cannot put animals out, these are the places to go, this is where you got to get help, whether it's a rider. I don't think you're going to put it on leases, but it needs to be done in a citywide way because it's really a pandemic. And we know what Gandhi says about how a society is treated, how we treat our animals, I'm not quoting, is really what we're about. And we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hauser, and I'm happy to be able to share with you today. I've worked with animals in shelters and rescue environments for many years, sharing modalities such as T-Touch and Reiki combined with socialization techniques, specializing in fearful and feral cats. These environments have spanned several boroughs and many neighborhoods. I've worked with animals in larger shelters, with individual rescuers, with fosters, and in vets' offices. I also work with people and their rescued pets in their homes. And these experiences have allowed me to see the animal rescue world from many perspectives and to see how the current situation is impacting so many people and animals. And the pandemic started a chain reaction of crises in the animal rescue and animal care, a world already so stressed, overworked, underpaid, and overwhelmed. And during this time period, spay and neuter was pretty much on hold, resulting in a huge increase in the population of animals that need help. And during this time, so many people lost their jobs, resulting in more people having to surrender their pets as they could no longer care for them. And many vet offices closed or have been taken over by large corporations whose priorities may not be as well oriented as private practices. And the remaining vets not run by these corporations are overworked. And the prices of vet care have risen, and the rising prices and less availability of reasonably priced vet care are impacting shelters, rescues, and pet parents. The whole system is overwhelmed in every way, and so many individual rescuers who I know are working tirelessly, now more than ever, stretched way past their limits, often paying for everything out of their own pockets. The NYC animal rescue community deserves support and funding to continue the important work that they do. We need the New York City government to allocate funding for high-volume, low-cost spay, neuter, and affordable veterinary care for anyone in need. Help the rescuers to help the animals, and help pet parents to be able to keep their pets. Pets are our family, and we want everyone to be able to afford to care for them and keep them in their homes.
Thank you very much. Next panelist.
Hi there, my name is Christine Keneally. I am just an individual that cats started to find, and then I became a rescuer, colony taking care of her, and whatever else comes up. 5.5 years ago, I received a very strong cancer diagnosis and went through major treatments and then metastasized and still going through. But I said, give me a way to give back for all I'm receiving. And the cats, dogs, birds found me. I have been not able to work. Disability doesn't cover much, so I stay where I can. It's been in 3 low-income Bronx neighborhoods where it seems that people really do not know what to do with the animals and wind up on the street. When I've come across cruelty, the police department has not been very helpful. I'm not sure if I'm being heard. I guess they're busy. Okay. Like these wonderful people here, I am incredibly moved by the people that are coming here, and I'm incredibly moved and really hopeful by the interest and the questions being asked. And I'm, please, you know what needs to be done. I don't know how to make these things happen. Education also is key. Where I'm living now is a horror story one day after the next of people not knowing what to do, and a cat that was bone being seen by the dog in the house, biting it and leaving it for 4 days before bringing it someplace and then not knowing where to bring it. We can't have this. How do people know where to go?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, thank you so much for having this hearing and hearing us all out today. My name is Nora Marino. I'm a litigation attorney for over 20 years. I've been involved in animal rescue and animal rights and animal law for 20 years, and I have a not-for-profit called the Legal Action Network for Animals. I don't want to repeat what's been said today. There have been very moving stories today by a lot of rescues, and it's unbelievable what these people do. And I'd like to offer, hopefully, some ideas for solutions. Pets in housing. One of the number one reasons animals get surrendered is because they're moving to an apartment that doesn't take pets. We can't force landlords to take pets, but we can offer, the city can offer tax incentives. How about a tax incentive? You take animals, we'll give you a break on your taxes. Now, another issue is that insurance. A lot of landlords don't want to take dogs, especially the big dogs, which are the number one problem animal to get adopted, as one of the ACC representatives said. They need insurance. They don't want to take these animals because they're afraid of liability. And that's understandable. I'm an attorney. I get that, liability. So I think we need to work with the state, the New York State Department of Financial Services, which regulates insurance, to get some regulations in. These insurance companies have to provide dog bite insurance to landlords, so landlords can then open their doors for people with animals. And I know these might seem like big objectives, but what these rescues are doing are bigger. I mean, what they're doing every day is bigger, and I'm happy to offer my assistance in any way. Vet care, another reason why animals get surrendered, and the big problem with spay-neuter. Same thing, can we offer some type of tax incentive for the vets that are out there to offer low-cost and no-cost veterinary services and free spay-neuter? Can the city interject with that? Instead of building whole facilities, I think it would be much more cost-effective to use the vets that are already there and just give them some tax incentives to do free spay-neuter or low spay-neuter, low-cost spay-neuter. That's all I'll say about that. Breeding. Breeding is really the root cause here. We can't clear a clogged sink when the faucets are pouring out water. We've got to do something about the breeding. There's no good breeding right now. Maybe a moratorium, maybe a year to just let these rescuers catch their breath. If we could issue some type of a temporary moratorium so it's kind of palatable for people, and where we have no animals can be brought into the city unless they come from a rescue. I mean, that would maybe just give these people a chance to catch their breath.
Can you sum up?
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I have more of these notes. The 2 minutes goes quick. All right, just real quick, I do want to mention that I'm also involved in dog rescue, and there's really little to no enforcement, and there's no training with our NYPD with respect to the animal cruelty statute, and that's really needed. A lot of times these officers don't even know that it's their responsibility. They still think it's ASPCA, which was 10 years ago now. It's not their fault. They're not properly trained. And just real quick, the DOH does nothing about the horses. They do nothing about turtles being illegally sold in the streets. They do nothing about the health crisis coming from live animal markets. The DOH should not be responsible for the city's animals because they are failing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next panelist.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for staying with us the entire day. It means a lot for me to know that our elected officials are with us in this battle. And I wish more of your colleagues were here to hear the stories that everyone has been sharing today. But my name is Leslie Ramos.
I do want to point out that because it's live streamed, a lot of them are watching in their districts and all.
I mean, that is good. And I know some of them that have helped.
Know that. Yeah.
I mean, I know a few of them are animal lovers, but I also wish they would be here to meet us. So my name is Leslie Ramos. I'm a proud animal lover, advocate. I have owned dogs all my life, but about 10 years ago, I went from being scared of cats to now owning 2 special needs cats and having fostered over hundreds of cats. I'm perfect for those hissy kittens. I'm a Brooklyn resident, but I work in Queens, New York, with immigrant community in Jackson Heights, Elmhurst, and Corona. It is often that I come across people within the community, a lot of them elderly, that are either owning pets or have rescue pets, but they don't have any access to affordable vet care, food, or transportation to take the animals to low-cost clinics. There's a myth that among the Latino community, we don't want to spay or neuter our animals. That's not true, is that their resources are not there. Many of times we come from countries where there's no vet around, so it just becomes customary, but people are willing to spay the animals. They're looking for vaccination, and there's no access to it. I'm sorry, I lost my glasses, so I'm kind of skipping around here. So I just want to basically advocate for three things. Affordable spay and neuter. One, we need food spaces for people who are poor, where they can go and get food for their pets. And we also need more education in non-English languages. I speak Spanish. I volunteer for the Brooklyn Bridge Animal Welfare Coalition, but it is often that I have to step from my job to translate. But it could help if people understand. Like me, I was lucky to have a support group to understand cats, but I know a lot of people who want to take care of animals, they just don't know how to. So thank you so much for your
Thank you so
support.
much, and I want to thank this panel. Thank you. Okay, the last in-person panel, and then we're going to do online, is Bill Zachary, Roxanne. I can't make out the last name. No, is it enough to say Roxanne? Because I can't read the last name. I can't make it out. I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. She left?
Let me see.
Oh, it's you. I'm sorry. Oh, I got it. Sorry about that. It's a long day. Sure? Maggie Schneerson, stop. Judith Lustgarten Goldstein, and Marilyn Galfin. So I guess Bill's not here.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Schneerson, and I volunteer as an independent rescuer under the name Bay Ridge Kittens. I have been rescuing, vetting, and finding adopters for homeless animals in Brooklyn since coming across a friendly injured cat dodging traffic on my way home from a late shift as an EMT in 2019. In my District 47 neighborhood, I assist shop owners and those with limited income or mobility by bringing their pets to a handful of low-cost spay-neuter clinics throughout the city for basic vet care. I do not own a vehicle. I use rideshare services and cover those costs myself, along with vet bills, equipment, food, medication, and so much more, like many of the rescuers you've heard from here. I ask friends, neighbors, and those on social media to contribute when they can, but last year alone, the cost of my little community service effort was nearly $37,000. I also assist my many neighbors who discover cats and kittens living under their porches and windows. Invariably, they are stunned to realize no city support exists to help them navigate that predicament. On more than one occasion, my state senator and city council persons have found themselves in that scenario at their homes and their district offices. The only solution available, even to them, was to request help from me, an individual volunteer donating her time while balancing a job and family obligations. This is a solvable problem, should you choose to allocate funds to upstream solutions that we know work. We need high volume, high quality, low or no cost spay-neuter services and affordable vet care for any rescuer or pet owner who needs it. As a native New Yorker who knows full well what my beloved city is capable of when we set our minds to something, I know this is something that we can get done. Thank you to the community for this opportunity and to my fellow rescuers for their unheralded dedication.
Thank you very much. Next,
Hello.
Roxanne Yeager.
My name is Roxanne Delgado. I'm the founder of Bronx Animal Rights Elector, which is not active normally, but we were very instrumental in fighting for the Bronx Animal Shelter in Bartow or Bay Plaza, as well as stopping the park's proposed ban on feeding squirrels and birds. And now I'm an active founder, a group run for over 7 years of Friends of Pelham Parkway, environmental social justice groups that rescue a lot of wildlife in the parks, as well as teach our children to respect nature and care for the trees. I'm here because I live in District 13, and our district has such a large political spectrum, but what unites our community is our love for animals. So despite our differences, we tend to unite in District 13 a lot. There's a lot of animal lovers, a lot of animal rescuers. I'm here to speak for people like my neighbor, who lost her house because she spent all her time feeding animals and rescuing them. Another neighbor who lost her husband because he left her because she spent more time rescuing animals. And another neighbor, a couple who don't speak English, are out there feeding cats and asking for help because homeowners are harassing them and they don't speak English. These are people who are not animal rescuers, but these are people who are in need. So I'm saying this because this city can help these people by first a resolution to remove sales tax on pet food. Because if I told you how much money I spend on pet food, you would not believe it, because I myself cannot believe it when I see the numbers. Pet food is not a luxury item, it's a necessity. Secondly, I ask you to mandate spay and neutering in leases, because unfortunately, people are not good pet parents or owners. And lastly, I'm here on behalf, I spend my day off here for many hours with no food and not even a jacket. I'm here for a Bronx resident, Happy, the confined, lonely elephant. The Bronx has been notorious for being very scandalous headlines, but what's the top of the list is what the Bronx Zoo is doing to Happy, the confined elephant. This is not conservation, this is animal cruelty. I'm asking you not to give 1 penny of public money to the Bronx Zoo until they do the right thing, because she's 50 years old already, over 50. She has very few years left in her lifespan. Let her have her remaining days in the sanctuary and have actually a day of freedom. So I'm asking you, because I'm very upset what's happening with the Bronx Zoo and what's happening to Happy. I do not want 1 penny of my money that I worked very hard for to go to that Bronx Zoo. Nor do I want this legislation to set Happy free, because what they're doing to Happy and bringing shame to the Bronx is very upsetting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Stop. Go ahead, next.
I see a light. Okay. We have formal city committees chaired by council members for everything, though nothing for animals other than what I feel is a non-operative animal welfare agency consisting of 1 person, not a council member, who doesn't reply to public inquiries. The animal arena isn't just a business, it's in fact an enormous business. Yet the field isn't being dealt with responsibly, and it's treated as an appendage. Oh, they're just animals. It's time proper, effective business protocol be put into place, along with a civilian review board with the proper independent people, so this field can finally be done in the right way, successfully and responsibly to the animals. There's a way, and then there's the right way. All people of wisdom know, as with any cause, it's always the advocates who live and breathe the cause every day who really know what's going on. People in general love animals. If the public knew what the advocates know, the roar would become utterly deafening. If you're brave enough to follow the to-be-destroyed list of ACC, but I warn you, it'll sear your soul, because you're watching animals, you're reading everything, and all of a sudden they're killed. And it starts affecting you. ACC, Basic Business Protocol 101, none in place. Dire protocols for nearly every business are customer service, follow-through, consistency. And for ACC, marketing. There's not 1 line item allotted for marketing, nothing. Their only marketing is done if it's for free. The majority of New Yorkers don't even know they exist. So, no marketing equals no public awareness, equals little to no adoptions. Look at ASPCA marketing. Everyone knows them, as they sit with $500,000 in their reserve fund growing annually, yet ACC does none. And two, as with any successful business, you put the proper, brilliant, ethical professionals, in this case, business, admin, marketing, and animal professionals at ACC, in the proper positions, with the proper plans implemented and the proper motivational mindset behind it, honorable to the entities of this business, which in this case are these helpless, homeless animals. In January...
Can you sum up, please?
Oh, boy. I don't know. I've got a lot.
You've got to, well, you can submit it.
I will. In truth, I wish I never tripped into this arena because it's changed me, because I follow the kill list. It's changed me not in a good way. I walk around most of the time with such sadness in my heart, in my mind, on the ground, while oddly enough, it's overseen and protected by the wall of steel of the Department of Human Health and Mental Hygiene. It's quite the dichotomy, and rather ironic, because DOH is creating human mental depression and anxiety for all those who know what's happening behind those closed doors. Manhattan ACC is crawling with bugs. I have videos. The cages and kennels already in Queens are filthy. None of this makes sense. And the new Queens shelter, no access to public transportation. Where is the logic? I'm big on business logic, and it's just not happening. And oddly enough, with no fair bidding process, they were simply granted a 34-year, $1.4 billion contract after receiving scathing city audits, having filthy diseased shelters, crawling with bugs, mega drugging. Now, these drugs are very dangerous, and these drugs you need to be weaned off of.
Listen, we have 15 people waiting to testify online, so please wrap it up.
All right.
Like I said, you can submit it in writing.
I will, but I do want to say this. What they do is irresponsible and it's dangerous. The animals need to be weaned off the drugs, but they don't give the medication to the adopters, fosters, rescues, so it can be done responsibly. It goes against the manufacturer's recommendation. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible. They miss contract deadlines. I can go on, and I'll put it all in a...
You'll submit that. Just, you want to
Yes.
make a last sentence? You want to give a last sentence to wrap it up?
January 2024 board meeting, it was the first time they ever ended the video after the ACC presentation, purposefully cutting out the entire portion of the members of the public speaking because they didn't want the outside public and the politicians to hear what was said because it got heated. And it's just more control of more proof of how they are controlling and their continued lack of transparency.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And please make sure that you submit your entire...
I will. Thank you. I'll call your office also. I'll call you too, Joanne. I won't.
Okay,
I'm
next
very thorough
panelist.
And detail-oriented.
The last person.
The
Marilyn
last
Gelfand,
in-person,
Voices
yes.
for Shelter Animals. As you've heard, this crisis is out of control. It's created a mental health crisis. We need help. This council, we don't have anything, as has been said. These animals in the city have no standing. We have even asked, I've been fighting for an animal welfare committee on the city council. We can't even get that. We need a Department of Animal Welfare. What's going on? There's so much cruelty in this city. Right now, we need a crackdown on animal abandonment, which is in the law, against the law, but we need a special force, a special unit. This shouldn't be with the police. We have to send a message because this is really out of control. We need to have a moratorium, as we said before. We need a moratorium on backyard breeding right now. We need to have no-nonsense laws, and we've never had anything. Shelter reform for these animals, as much as we fought for it. Everything else has been covered with spay and neuter, microchipping, all the things that's needed to help the rescues. But how can we have healthy dogs come in to the Manhattan deplorable shelter, then they get deathly ill, and then the rescuers on burdens, hey, you take on the financial cost, you save them. How can this be? We need emergency overflow spaces right now. We need places. If you're a homeless person, you've lost everything. I've seen people on the internet, help, I've lost everything. Where are they to go? The city cannot tell me that we can get more beds for people in a crisis situation where they can go with pets, victims of domestic violence. If you get arrested and you have no family member, where is the dog going? To the kill shelter. We need the police. They shouldn't be taking dogs tied to poles into the kill shelter. We need to have another funnel where these dogs go. There's so much that needs to be done and not the opportunity to speak with this, which is the problem. So I'd like to know after this, can we continue this? Because this is so much. We need an entity to address what's been given you today, because something needs to happen, but no one has the time and no one has the energy. Many council members not even interested in this concept. But right now, to continue, because this is important, we have animals sitting in the shelter right now, who are not getting walked. Then when they start to deteriorate, but they're putting kill lists, they're giving them these bios to make them look unadoptable, to make them look dangerous. And then when people get them, they're nothing like the bio. It's being used against them. I have people calling me, what is this? It's got to stop.
Can you please sum up?
Well, I'm summing up that we need an opportunity so we don't have to sum up. We need an ongoing dialogue. We need to coordinate this information. We need a database. Some people don't even know what to do when they lose an animal. There is so much needs to be done. The question is, will we be given an opportunity to address this again? This is not a one oversight hearing. And
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your testimony.
But my question is, will this be continued, and will this be an organized thing to continue? Because this is a big thing. It's not a one-shot deal.
Yes. This hearing is going to be, we're going to get all the information, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do afterwards, so.
But how do we get involved in the process? Because, you know, we'd like to be part of the process, not left out of the process. I have model legislation in housing, but I couldn't get anyone to enforce it. To work on it.
We're going to circle back after we go through all the testimony. We have to wait until testimony is submitted. The people have up to 72 hours to do that. And then we're going to circle back with folks, so. Thank you very much.
And I hope we're given an opportunity that we have forums and everything.
Thank you.
And people need to know that what might even be available
like with the when COVID was out.
Thank you, guys.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Announcement. Let the public know that ACC exists because they don't know.
This is not.
We have online panel who.
Councilman, what's the email for the testimony to submit?
It's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Council.nyc.gov. Thank you very much. No, but thank you.
Wait for the Sergeant at Arms to call time before they begin their testimony. Then you can start at number 1.
Okay, so we're ready to do the online panels. Okay, we're going to call it in groups of 3, and I'm going to ask you not to start until the sergeant gives you the cue. So the first person is Ann Margaret Daniel, and then it'll be Caitlin Kelly, and then Teresa Noto.
You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Ann Margaret Daniel, and the first thing I'd like to do is add my voice to the chorus of people who are thanking you for today. Thank you all for this hearing, to Madam Chair Schulman, Councilors Ariola and Holden, to the vets who donate their care to NYC ACC New Hope Partner Rescues, special thanks. There's been much praise of the new NYC ACC buildings today, and anticipation of others to be opened, or in the case of Brooklyn, to be reopened in the future. Large, modern buildings with light throughout and medical rooms are wonderful, but not when they have dirty kennels and untended dogs. The recent issues that were reported by the NY Post and other news organizations at the New Queens facility are grave, and I'd like to ask that they really must be monitored for the safety of the animals as well as the people working there. Upgrades and renovations have provided nice public space and office space, but the new Staten Island building actually has fewer kennels for dogs than did the crumbling old building, and things like that just shouldn't be. I do want to commend the ACC Foster Program, and I'm very proud to be a member of it. Please foster an ACC dog or cat if you can, and go volunteer at the nearest shelter building. It literally makes all the difference. I also am very proud to be an ACC adopter. However, I'd like to tell you just briefly about my adoption experience. We saw a puppy named Beauty, a pit bull lab mix, on the at-risk list back in July of 2019. We saw her solely because she was shared by animal advocates on the website then known as Twitter.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
Just, if you could just summarize and,
I'm happy to summarize. Thank you for the chance to do so. This puppy was to be killed not for any health or behavioral reasons, just for being fearful. She was fearful because she was in heat. There was no sort of proper attention given to her physical condition, and there was absolutely no follow-up whatsoever on our adoption. As to the overcrowding issue, thank heavens for adoptions, but in conclusion, there must be oversight of these adoptions. No one followed up at all on our adoption. Our references were not called, not even our vet. There was no site visit, no request even for a video tour or photographs of our home. And Beauty was delivered to us in heat and unspayed. It was only because I'm honest that I had her spayed myself and provided a certificate of that to the ACC about a month and a half later. I never heard anything at all from that follow-up. So thank you for listening to what I have to say
Sure.
and for caring about New York City dogs and other animals in need. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I'm going to ask Caitlin Kelly, and please, we have a lot of people online that are testifying, and it's getting late in the evening, so I'm going to ask people to please, please, please limit your comments to 2 minutes. You can always submit written testimony. Thank you. Caitlin?
You may begin.
Thank you. Sorry, remuted myself there. Hi, my name is Caitlin Kelly, and I am testifying on behalf of the Animal Legal Defense Fund. We are the nation's preeminent legal advocacy organization for animals, and we are respectfully requesting the New York City Council to make a serious investment in the state of animal rescue in New York City. Companion animal issues stem from human-made problems. A lack of funding for resources such as education regarding the importance of and the accessibility to spay and neuter, affordable veterinary care, and pet-friendly affordable housing all contribute to overpopulation in an overburdened sheltering system. These are not issues that any single animal welfare entity can solve alone. 97% of U.S. pet owners consider their pets to be a part of their family. Over half of U.S. pet owners not only consider their pets to be a part of their family, but they say their pets are as much of a part of the family as a human member. Yet overburdened animal shelters are witnessing families surrender pets, some who have been a part of a family for years, because of a lack of pet-friendly affordable housing in the city. No family should have to abandon one of their members in order to find a home. Renters and lower-income families with pets have even fewer options. In 2021, the state of New York passed legislation that prohibits insurance carriers from discriminating against homeowners based on their dog's breed. However, notably, it's still lawful to allow the same discrimination against renters to continue. New York City is largely a city of renters, with over 2/3 of households renting their homes, and roughly half of those households living in rent-regulated apartments. This means that over 2/3 of households in the city may still be subject to insurance discrimination, including higher costs or a refusal to cover based solely on their dog's breed. A family should not be forced to separate because of limited affordable housing or insurance options. Keeping families together allows shelters and rescuers to put their time and resources.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
If you could just summarize the rest of your testimony, that'll be fine.
Yeah, of course. We want you guys to work on keeping families together with their pets, that shelters and rescuers can focus on the animals in need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, Teresa Noto.
You may begin.
Hello? Hi. Hi, thank you, Ms. Jolman and council members for making today possible. And thank you to my council member, Oswald Felice, for being here. My name is Teresa Noto, and I'm a co-founder of Bronx Tales Cat Rescue. And like many others here, I'm an overwhelmed and exhausted rescuer. Here are just a few circumstances that I'm currently working on. A rescued cat with an injured leg. I was told that she was tossed out of a window. A 70-year-old woman who cannot care for her 25 plus unaltered cats. There's no room at the ACC and we don't have any good options for her. An abandoned adult male cat who was severely emaciated when we found him, and he weighs now about 5.5 pounds. He should weigh 10. And I could continue. I live and work in the Bronx as a speech pathologist. My heart is for Bronx residents, Bronx children, and Bronx animals. My neighbors cannot afford spay-neuter services, so their pets reproduce over and over. They give away kittens and puppies because it's too costly to care for them. Those pets reproduce, and many are discarded like trash, and the cycle of abandonment and cruelty continues. I volunteer my time and resources, it's not enough. So low-cost spay-neuter programs for our community will result in fewer homeless pets, healthier shelter animals, direct support for our residents, and improve relations with our community leaders. So please help our communities provide low-cost, high-volume spay-neuter in the Bronx and New York City. The greatest city in the world should have the greatest heart for its people and animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have something listed here as Harlem Animal Rescue, but we need the name of the individual in order for you to testify.
They can testify and just have them state their name.
Christy Nelson.
You may begin.
Christy is listed as an attendee, not a panelist. So let's move on to
Elsie Hellenbeck.
You may begin.
Stephen Gruber.
You may begin.
I'm Steve Gruber. I'm the Director of Communications for the Mayor's Alliance for New York City's Animals. The Alliance is a nonprofit charity that serves as a source of information for pet owners and others seeking services and resources to care for their pets, and anyone looking to help improve the lives of New York City's animals. Now my testimony has been filed already, so I'm just going to kind of cut to the chase. So many people have said so many important things today. We know what the problem is. And I want to just refer back in history a little bit. In 2003, New York City faced a crisis where 3 out of every 4 animals coming into New York City shelters were euthanized. And rather than throwing up our hands and saying that's awful, In response, the rescue community came together in a collaboration spearheaded by the then newly created Mayor's Alliance for New York City's Animals, and eventually 150 rescue groups and shelters, including ACC and the ASPCA, banded together under the Alliance banner and created new strategies to increase adoptions, expand spay-neuter options, and drive down euthanasia rates. And this unprecedented effort paid off handsomely over the years, where we were able to increase the live release rate at ACC to more than 90%. Now, today's challenges threaten to derail those hard-won successes in life-saving, and to continue to rely solely upon the ASPCA, ACC, and other dedicated animal welfare organizations and independent rescuers to shoulder that burden isn't sustainable. They alone cannot satisfy the needs of our community. And so today we're asking the city, beginning with the City Council, to step up and provide funding to supplement
Thank you for your
the efforts
testimony.
of
Your
the
time's
private
expired.
sector
That's
to
okay,
create
just
and
finish up.
expand existing efforts to create and expand existing high-volume spay-neuter resources and low-cost community veterinary facilities to meet the needs of the public and the rescue community. We implore our city's leaders to commit to sharing the cost of providing those much-needed services if we are to solve this very solvable problem. And on a separate note, I'd like to express our support for Council Member Brannon's Intro 1018. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lyndon Clario.
You may begin.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I submitted my testimony already, mostly about the cats that I have rescued off my porch after they found me. I live in the Pelham Gardens area of the Bronx, New York. In 2019, I rescued a calico tabby that just befriended me. And within 3 weeks of moving in, she gave birth to a kitten, and we fell in love with him. I said, I don't care how many kittens she has, I'm keeping them. Because when I was a kid and we adopted from shelters, they were already spayed and neutered, or they gave us a voucher for free spay and neutering. When I went to have this one kitten and my little girlfriend spayed and neutered, they told me that it would cost $495 to neuter him and $675 to spay her. And I was shocked, but I had nowhere else to go because I'm limited by location. And so I maxed out my care credit card and in turn couldn't help other cats that were out on the street that I knew, I was feeding them and I was saying, well, if that's what it costs to spay and neuter them, what am I going to do? And during the pandemic, a tuxedo cat brought her kittens to me. And I cried a lot. And then I said, no, I have to bring them in. I have to do something. Because she just, again, picked me. And she is very friendly. And I just made a lot of calls. And I found out that the Humane Society of Westchester worked with a vet in Ardsley. So it was a drive. I had to recruit help from the internet to drive us there. And
I just need you to sum up.
We do need low cost. We need low cost spay and neuter because a third kitten showed up and I was in between jobs, didn't have anything for it, and thankfully I could keep her because someone organized a free spay for her on one of the vans. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Everil Caesar Mason.
You may begin.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I just want to talk a bit about my experience as I listened earlier to the panel from ACC. I never knew that that was the amount of money that they had, you know, to help with animals. In December of 2022, I bought um I bought a hundred toys, and I took it to the ACC shelter on Linden for the dogs. Because I'm a dog, you know, I'm a dog lover. I never had a cat before. I took it there and then I inquired because there were some cats that I was feeding in my yard. So I had a conversation. I told them about the cats. I said, I feed them, you know, and it was really cold. And I asked, I said, if I get the cats trapped, can I bring them in, you know, to get them fixed and stuff like that? They told me yes. I got in touch with someone referred me to Sassy Cats, and she came out right away and she trapped them. And I took them there. I took them to ACC. I called first, and they were so, the lady Sarah, she was so nasty with me on the phone. She was like, "You can't bring them here. We're not gonna take them." I said, "Well, what am I gonna do with them?" And she just like, "Oh, just let them go." I said, "But you guys are trying to you know, control the population, so at least get them fixed." But I was able to get in touch with someone, and I paid the money out of my pocket to get them fixed. When I picked them up, I said, "You know what? I'm going to bring them in the house," because it was so cold outside. I took them in. And there are a lot of the organization I find that when you call, they're not responding, they're not doing anything. I picked up a kitten that I witnessed a dog picked up and shook the kitten so bad, broke the kitten back. I didn't know what to do. I called so many different places. I had to take the kitten to the vet myself.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time's expired.
We need you to sum up.
Yeah, so what do we really need help out here? I feed the cats in my area. Sassy is great. When I call her whenever she can, she comes. But we really need help with the organization to come out, you know, and lend a hand. And we need more, you know, dependable and affordable spade and neutering clinics and vets. We really need help with the vets. Because one of the cats that I took to the vet,
Right.
the bill was $1,046, and I had to pay that out of my pocket.
Okay.
You know, so we really need the help out
Right.
here.
Thank you very much. Sarai Garcia.
You may begin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, thank you very much for letting me speak today. My name is Sarai Garcia. I'm a former veterinary assistant and founder of Fins and Fur Aquatic Animal Micro Sanctuary in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I would like to discuss an important amendment to a current bill concerning the use of animals as prizes in local events. The existing legislation is found under Section 358, Chapter 69. While this current legislation prohibits giving away animals as prizes, it happens to exclude fish. I urge you to consider adding the fish to the list of animals banned as prizes, specifically goldfish, betta fish, and turtles, who have no legal protection. The practice of giving fish as prizes raises several ethical and environmental concerns. Firstly, the decision to have a companion animal is a very serious responsibility, which requires planning and commitment to their long-term care. It should not be based on throwing a ping pong ball into a bowl. When fish are handed out as prizes, this is not only affects the welfare of the fish, but also sends a message that life can be treated carelessly. Moreover, releasing these fish into local waterways, whether intentionally or accidentally, poses a risk to our native ecosystems. By amending the bill to include fish, we align our community with responsible and humane practices, ensuring that we treat all animals with dignity and respect they deserve. I urge the City Council to take this necessary step for welfare and our environment and community. Thank you.
So, Ms. Garcia, just so you know, that's state legislation, not city legislation, but we'll see what we could do to advocate with the state, okay?
Okay, thank you
All right.
so much.
Thank you. Janie Hernandez, Virginie Hernandez.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you.
Sorry for the background noise. I've been waiting all day to testify. Okay, my name is Jenny Hernandez. I'm a Coney Island resident. I'm grateful, for the opportunity to testify today as a concerned pet parent. I am testifying today in honor of my dogs, Margot and Papi. I have always found immense comfort and support from my pets throughout my life. They have been my lifeline during tough times, especially when I was bedridden during the COVID pandemic. My dogs never left my side. Witnessing the struggles that pet parents like myself face due to the exorbitant cost of veterinary care truly pains me. According to the American Health Association, studies show that dogs reduce stress, anxiety, and depression, ease loneliness, encourage exercise, and improve overall health. Last year, I tragically lost my dog Margot due to the high cost of vet care. Really hard. I vividly remember being humiliated at the vet emergency room in one occasion. They callously told me, "You cannot afford an x-ray." As tears streamed down my face while holding Margot in front of my family. The day we had to put him to sleep, I felt like I had failed him. Even today, I struggle to find peace. Perhaps I should have worked tirelessly, or maybe I should have sold some of my possessions, or begged my friends for money to cover for the high cost. But pet parents shouldn't be forced to endure these hardships. During another emergency vet visit with my other dog, Papi, I was told, "When do you think you could submit a payment? Your dog is suffering a lot," implying that a payment was needed to treat my dog. Meanwhile, I was struggling to find the funds. I found this treatment towards me and my dog to be completely inhumane. After going through all this, I'm afraid to care for another dog due to the fact that I would not be able to afford the vet care, due to the very high cost. And I love animals.
Thank you for your
I love
testimony.
animals.
Your time expired.
Can you summarize? Because the time is up,
Yes.
but we'll give you a minute to summarize. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is why I implore the city government to allocate substantial funding for high-volume, low-cost spaying and neutering and accessible veterinary care for any New Yorker in need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Teresa Youngblood.
You may begin.
Everyone for the opportunity to testify. It's been a long, exhausting day, and I don't want to, I have a story too along the lines of what others have testified. The thing I would say that I have particularly to offer is that I've just heard so many heroic hearts of my fellow New Yorkers, people in rescue, people that love their animals. And I feel like finding the funding to provide affordable care is just going to be multiplied many times over, because I don't know how you could find dollars that could go farther. There are a lot of beautiful organizations that are stand ready to do more if they just had the resources. And in my community in Inwood, there are many abandoned cats. And I know many people would have their animals, but they cannot afford to care for them. And so they abandon them when they're injured or sick. And our volunteers here, including O.C. Kaminer, work so hard to try to do the impossible with very little. Last thing I'd say is I have a service dog, and I have been fortunate to have a grant to cover some of his, and he hasn't had any major illness or injury, but I've had a grant to cover some, and I've been able to make up the rest. But already in his first 2 years of life, I've had a couple of times where I've had to grapple with, am I going to be able to keep him? Because I fear the bills, and where will I turn, and is he in good hands with me, or should he be living somewhere else where vet care is not so expensive, and where I know he'd get the care he needed if he could. So anyway, thank you so much. It's been a long, exhausting day. Thank you, everyone, for the chance to add my voice, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you. We appreciate you testifying. Arena Hinzen.
You may begin.
Yes, hello, and thank you so much for hanging in there. My name is Arena Hinzen, and I'm the founder of the Urban Wildlife Alliance, an all-volunteer nonprofit dedicated to the welfare of New York City's wildlife, which is too often forgotten and overlooked when we think of animals in New York City. The hands-on rehabilitation of sick and injured and orphaned wildlife plays the main role in our mission, and we have been a proud New Hope partner with ACC since 2012. Taking in hundreds of wild animals directly from city shelters. In wildlife rehabilitation, almost all animals we take in are suffering from health issues or injuries. While we are trained to handle many of these issues ourselves, we still rely heavily on veterinary services for x-rays, procedures requiring anesthesia, prescription medications, and sadly, euthanasia when necessary. Our work is a free service to the city and the public. We receive no financial support, and we cover all expenses through personal funds and small donations. We have always been stretched to our limits because there are not enough of us. But at least until the pandemic, our organization was fortunate to have the support of a compassionate animal hospital that shared our vision and values. Sadly, when the hospital was sold to a corporate chain, we lost all access to affordable veterinary care, which had a profound and devastating impact on our work. Now, without affordable services, if we can't find a vet at all who would see our patients, we face veterinary bills of $500 to $800 per visit, and this is not including surgery, which many of our animals need. Those costs are too much for a small organization like us to shoulder. We are exhausted, physically, emotionally, and financially. As a result, we had to significantly cut back on intakes.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time
Can you just summarize, please, for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
That we had to cut back on all intakes that might require a vet care. We need your help. We need access to affordable veterinary care to continue our work. And we hope not that you won't forget about the needs of city wildlife. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Or they need to be unmuted to speak.
Harlem Animal Rescue.
You may begin.
It's three of those today. Three. Yeah. Do you want this other one that you walk on next to? Here? Sure.
You're on me. Hello?
Speak this one. Which one is Chris?
Let's move on to Christy Nelson.
All right. Christy Nelson.
You may begin.
Can you ask her to accept the request to be?
You have to accept the request to be promoted as a panelist to speak.
Speak, and they can do that using the Zoom raise hand function.
Is there anyone else on Zoom that wishes to speak? If so, use the raise hand function. Okay. Garcita Samuel, Sue Skorecki, Tiffany Lacey, Teresa Youngblood, Donnie Moss, Giselle O'Donoghue, Teresa D'Amico, Sarah Sears, Claire Corey, John Maher, Nija Howard, Julie Flanagan. Crystal Crowell, Julie Netto, Ashley Carter, Delana Dillon, Julie Flanagan, Elizabeth Forrell, Elenia Gibbs, Judith Ares, Andrea Brio, Manel Joham, Ann Levin, Patricia Flint, Eileen Richmond, Dana Jacobs, Shay Smith, Renee Ortiz, Janie Montoya, Elizabeth Levy, Joan Novick, Rena LaFell, Lucy Jatton, Lauren Molina, Jennifer Van de Cliff, Mandolin McGilvery Wallace, Emily, I called that before.
Yeah, so we did that. You called that before.
Yeah.
Also called this person. All right.
Eric Goldstein, Courtney Shandell, Anthony Santoro, Ann Watkins, Margaret McIntyre, Virgo Halligan, Laura Sultana, Dee Bacara, Annabelle Nist, Leslie Granger.
Okay, and this time, just maybe.
At this time, last call for anybody that's online that may want to testify, please use the raise hand function. Okay, so I'm gonna close out the hearing, our animal rescue hearing for September 13th, 2024. I want to thank everyone who participated today. I want to thank the ASPCA for having a truck outside with animals to adopt. And I want to particularly thank my esteemed colleague and friend, Joanne Areola, for sticking in there with me for the whole hearing. And there were a number of and I also want to thank Bob Holden, who was here for a large part of the hearing, Councilmember Holden. And I just want to say one of the things that was mentioned earlier today is that this is a bipartisan effort. Councilmember Areola is a Republican, I'm a Democrat as a chair, and we're all working together. We all want to make sure that we have the best care for animals. The major issue that was brought up was the spaying and neutering, which was one of the goals that I had for today, because City Hall, not just the people that are here, but City Hall also was watching this, or people at in the administration. And so the fact that we had over 150 people here and we had another 20, 30 online is very significant. It shows that the numbers are there to make this move, and we're looking forward to looking at all the testimony that we get and sifting through the testimony that we received today in person and online, and figuring out some remedies for some of these issues. But we really want to see low cost or no cost spaying and neutering, which is done in other localities, and we need to have that here in New York. And we want to have low vet care, and we want to see if we can come up with some other actions that we can do. And also we'll take a look at the budget implications and the budget opportunities as well. With that, I will close out the hearing. Thank you.